Machina Vult. Author, Spira. Synopsis. Ash Vasai spent his life fighting the enemies of a country he did not even particularly like and serving leaders he thought were borderline retarded, but home was home. Much to his surprise, after he died of old age, he found he had a significant amount of karmic virtue and was offered a transmigration or reincarnation on his terms. Being contradictory, he decides on being reincarnated as an artificial intelligence during the Dark Ages. Were there many robots then? Join him first on his quest to survive and later build up the world starting from the Dark Ages. The life and death of Ash Vasai. Ash Vasai woke up abruptly. There was no transition or segue to full awareness. Clamps securing his body in place at the shoulders unlocked and retracted into the wall as he opened his eyes. Blinking a few times, he started to float gently away from the floor in the cubby his body was standing in. Ash's first thought was that there was an extreme absence of light. This thought seemed to trigger something, and he could start to see the outlines and shapes of things in grayscale. It almost looked like wireframe graphics. What he saw made him want to curse, but it became evident there was no air to breathe in to curse or even sigh. He closed his eyes and continued to float there in the vacuum and microgravity for some time in introspection. Ash Vasai, whose name wasn't actually Ash, was born to a Persian father and an expat British mother, both of whom loved him very much. Ash received his education in a reasonably good university in Europe, the best his family could afford, before returning home to Tehran. It was expected that he would follow in his father's footsteps and join the military, and he decided to combine his duty with a passion, aviation. It wasn't challenging to arrange a commission in the Imperial Iranian Air Force. The United States trained the entirety of the Iranian armed forces following U.S. training and operational doctrine, and this was never more accurate than in the Air Force. English proficiency was a requirement of all pilots and most officers. Ash even completed a lot of his flight training inside the United States. He quite liked Americans, really, which was something he was glad he kept to himself, as shortly after he became operational, his nominal sovereign, the Shah, was run out of the country on a rail. The newly minted junior officer of the new Islamic Republic of Iran Air Force also prudently decided to keep the fact that he was an atheist to himself as well. This, combined with the fact that there were considerable sunk costs involved in his training, kept him from being cashiered out of the military like so many others that were insufficiently pious. For some reason, the Americans declined to train any further Iranian pilots in the F-14 aircraft Ash was qualified in. Fortunately, his father survived the purges, but his military career did not, although he was allowed to retire honorably, and his pension was paid promptly and on time. The next few years were, to Ash's mind, a pretty good example of why clerics shouldn't run a government. The size of the Air Force was reduced by half of its pre-revolution levels, primarily in purges and forced retirements of its senior officers. Of course, the fact that the vast majority of its equipment was manufactured by a country that refused to sell its former client state any spare parts anymore was also a contributing factor. Ash married more because it was expected of him than out of love for any of his potential brides. Honestly, he would have been just as content to live his life alone, but needless to say, having the probable label of lifelong bachelor in the Islamic Republic was not conducive to a further career in government service. However, over time he did end up caring for his wife and eventual children very much. The sudden attacks by the Iraqis caught his government off guard, but Ash had long thought that widespread conflict with Iraq was inevitable. A good fraction of Iran's known oil reserves lay in the province bordering Iraq after all. Persia of 5 years ago was an economic and military powerhouse. Ash did not feel it likely any local power would willingly enter into an existential conflict with his country then. But now, only a few short years later, and the revolution weakened Ash's nation to the point where it became too tempting for Saddam not to invade. The less that can be said about the first couple of years of that conflict, the better the fact that his country's military reality forced their military to utilize human wave tactics left him wanting to fly his aircraft into the Ayatollah's house during supper. Even the fucking Chinese haven't had to do that in decades. The leadership in the Air Force was tepid as well, almost entirely playing defensive and at the Iraqis' tempo. The generals were too afraid to risk irreplaceable hardware to utilize the assets they had adequately. A fleet in being never won any war that Ash was aware of, and that naval truism held even more true for an air force as far as he was concerned. Still, he achieved victories. The F-14 outclassed any Soviet fighter fielded by the enemy. Its radar was incredibly powerful, meant to be paired with the ultra-long-range Phoenix air-to-air missile designed to destroy targets beyond visual range of which his air force had nowhere near enough of. He achieved ace and a total of 6 aerial victories by the end of the war, something only a handful of others could claim. To find anyone better at shooting down Arabs, you would have to go to Tel Aviv. However, this was his private thought, as it was still the official position of his government that the Jews should be driven into the sea at the earliest convenience. He very much hoped that a convenient time would not occur in his life, as there are fewer more determined warriors than a nation surrounded by enemies on all sides. While both sides declared victory, the conclusion of the nearly decade-long conflict was closer to a stalemate. Nothing changed, and all it cost was an ocean of blood on both sides. Ash didn't know whom he detested more, Saddam Hussein or his own government. Still, his status as an ace combined with his possession of what he considered common sense propelled his career, and he excelled. A little over 10 years later, with equal parts irony and schadenfreude, Ash was the commanding officer of a detail of hundreds of Iranian Air Force officers and pilots invited into Iraq to ferry most of the Iraqi Air Force to Iranian airfields prior to it being destroyed on the ground by the U.S. Air Force, his old buddies. He hoped his government declined to return these aircraft, even if half were old Soviet MiGs that would be more useful at the breakers than on the tarmac. By the time September 11th happened, Ash was already a general serving in general planning, a joint staff billet. He felt pretty bad for the American people, and most people in Iran did as well if you didn't count the lunatics. When it became clear who was responsible, he briefed his superiors and government that America would be compelled to respond militarily. The best option, in his opinion, was to go to Afghanistan and bomb their country into rubble, then bomb their rubble into gravel, and then bomb their gravel into dust and leave. However, he predicted the Americans would select the worst possible military option, which was a ground invasion with an eye to staying there long term. Ash's opinion was insightful but not unique. However, Ash also paired it with the insane idea that America would likely invade Iraq. At first, his leaders considered him loopy, as Al-Qaeda hated Saddam Hussein even more than they hated Persians, which is to say a lot. But Ash was confident, and over time, after observing the American media and American government beat the drums against Iraq, everyone was convinced. Ash was invited to brief his superiors and civil leaders about Iran's options if Iraq was invaded. His answer was pretty simple: everything, anything. America was perfectly capable of fighting a two-theater war on opposite sides of the continent, but without a national mobilization and draft, that was probably all they could do. Once American forces were bogged down in Iraq, they effectively pulled the military intervention card off the table in any dealings with Iran. Ash didn't have much respect for Iran's paramilitary and covert forces, that is to say, the Revolutionary Guard and Quds Force. But he had to admit that the next decade or two would be a fertile ground for unofficial help and proxies advancing the Islamic Republic's interests this way. By the time he retired as Air Force Chief of Staff in 2021, the Americans were still in that godforsaken desert and had turned most of the Levant into a Mad Max-esque hellscape, too. He literally couldn't believe it at times. The way the Americans orchestrated the death of Libya's Bedouin weirdo after he agreed to disarm his weapons of mass destruction made it a strategic imperative in Iran to achieve deterrence no matter the cost. Ash enjoyed his retirement and his grandchildren and took up painting, reading, and watching evil Western media. He even owned an Xbox. Ash died on a winter morning surrounded by crying family members. It was a good life, he thought. Honestly, being a closet atheist or, at best, severely agnostic, he wasn't expecting much more than that. He certainly wasn't expecting what happened. The transition from losing consciousness to sitting in a waiting room was instantaneous, with no segue at all. "What the fuck?" were his first words, but he trailed off as ideas entered his head. He wouldn't call it telepathy but a knowing. A certainty. He knew he was dead, and this didn't surprise him. Well, it surprised him that he was still capable of understanding and considering anything at all if he were honest with himself. He also knew that he would be given an offer, and if he wanted to decline, all he had to do was stand up and leave the room to the rear. Otherwise, he should enter the office in front of him. He almost got up and left the room immediately. He wasn't interested in selling his soul, now that he knew he had one. But if he had one sin, it was his pride and his curiosity. Ash wanted to see what the devil had to say. He stood up and walked with a purpose to the door, opened it and stepped inside. Clerics told him his entire life that the great Satan was America, but honestly, he did not really expect it to be true. But she was definitely American. He would have bet money, but not his soul, on it. Nor did he expect her to be so blonde and perky. He'd try an Americanism then. "Get thee behind me, Satan," he said kind of unconvincingly. He should have paid more attention to the clerics when he was alive. She laughed rather attractively. The Falkarina replied in fluent Farsi, "I'm not the devil. This place isn't the afterlife. I can't trade for your soul, even if I wanted to, and I don't. I want your karma, present and future. And I have to give you an equitable exchange to get it. Sit down and we'll discuss it." Her fluency annoyed him, especially the scholarly urban accent that was most common on either university professors or so-called students of the Quran. Karma? He believed in what goes around comes around, he supposes, but this sounded more like some weird oriental mysticism to him. Since when did King Yama decide to subcontract Barbie? "I don't believe in karma, at least not in the way you say it. I heard that capitalization in your tone. And, even if it did exist, mine would be worthless. A person responsible for as much death as I am, not even counting ones I've killed personally, would have significant karmic debt. If the bloody Buddhists are right like you are implying, I'll probably reincarnate as an insect." He does sit, though. She snorts from behind her mammoth desk. "Everything you just said is wrong. Except for the Buddhists, I don't know what happens after you die. Maybe you do reincarnate. Maybe poof. Nothing. Maybe you stand tall before the big man and get judged. But everything else you said is flat wrong. I do have use for those with poor karma, but I rarely talk to those types. Also, you, Mr. Vasai, have significant karmic virtue. An almost ridiculous amount. I'm here to buy it off of you." Ash's face is highly skeptical. "Huh? You got my file mixed up with someone else? I spent my entire life serving a government that was fence-sitting on tyranny and was responsible for the deaths of many people in that service." "How is what you say possible, miss?" He paused as he realized that there's a name tag on the desk, Barnes. She smiles, simple. "A while back, the United States assassinated an Iranian Revolutionary Guard officer inside of Iraq. You were serving as Chief of Staff of the Iranian Air Force at the time and moderated the response to a token attack of an American base. You also ordered the ballistic missiles configured to detonate at an altitude to minimize, not maximize, the explosive pressure wave. People were injured but not killed. Remember?" I nodded yes, but I did not do that for altruistic reasons but pragmatic ones. I was afraid of the idiots in charge of both of our countries reaching a point of no return. The national security advisor of the U.S. president at the time was that mustachioed psychopath. Also, my government would not accept not responding at all. I had to do my best to make it more sound and fury than anything else. She nodded. "While intention matters a lot, it is not everything. Had you not done both of those things, the odds are extremely high that a series of events would have unfolded, resulting in open conflict. Conflict Iran couldn't hope to win. When your government realized defeat was inevitable, they would have lashed out at the one target that was within their reach." She trailed off. Ash could definitely see that happen, and he didn't need 3 guesses to know what target: the Jews. She continued, "Indeed. Although nukes were unavailable at that point in time, it is very likely Iran would have utilized radiological dirty bombs and other WMDs very effectively. The Israelis would have responded by nuking any Iranian town larger than a village, and even the Saudis and some of their neighbors. You see, They would expect to be torn apart by their neighbors if weakened, so their final option is a scorched earth. One option. Samson. Ash's eyes go wide, and he gets pale. He pauses to think. Samson pulls the temple down on everyone's head. Huh? Although he barely paid any attention to even his own religion, which does not really speak of Samson or any of the Hebrew judges, he does get the reference. Okay, I can actually see that series of events happening. So I am a little like that Soviet officer that stopped WW3 before it could start, Stanislav Petrov. So, what are you offering for my accumulated virtue? And how do I get to enjoy what you offer if I am dead? The woman who Ash was pretty sure wasn't Shaitan explained. She was offering a controlled reincarnation or transmigration, memories intact, to a different parallel universe or multiverse. She offered, there may not be infinite multiverses, but if there is a limit, we don't know it. Want to be in the world of Harry Potter or perhaps AZ Fighter? Ash had consumed Western media for years and even spent some of his retirement playing games on an Xbox, but he decided to blatantly lie. I do not know what any of that means. But I've always liked science fiction. And I've always liked the past, before modern technology. Can a soul reincarnate as artificial intelligence? During the Dark Ages? He snorts at this contradiction. His favorite novels had always been time travel and taking modern technology into ancient times, as well as novels where the protagonist was an artificial intelligence or android. She nods excitedly. It is a common misconception, but any neural network that advanced to the point of sapience will generally have a soul. Human children don't really have a fully developed soul until 2 years old or so. AIs in high-entropy, high-technology universes do not usually start out with a soul. It also depends on the constraints they operate under, but it is common for one to develop over time. Your request is not as contradictory as you think. Time travel is impossible, but there are many alternate Earths where the only delta of divergence from your own universe is time. Based on your personality profile, this is very similar to the request my system anticipated. She claps her hands together. Request granted. I will utilize the balance of your virtue to provide material upgrades and change causality to your advantage in the beginning. You'll enjoy yourself, I assure you. Wait, there was no yes/no confirmation button? No contract he had to sign? Ash tried to yell something out, but there was another instantaneous transition. Lily Barnes finished making a note on her computer and then closed out the Iranian's gentleman's file. She was a little terse with him, but did not particularly want to go back and forth when she was so confident. She found it odd that there was a requirement to speak to people with positive karmic values at all. The dossier on each client is comprehensive, including full immersion playback of any part or the entirety of his life, as well as a précis on his personality and relationships that would make Facebook blush. She hadn't had this job, if one could call it that, for too long, but she hadn't had a single client that had selected something very much different from the 3 pre-generated options her system provided for her. In fact, she wasn't even obligated to even take their considerations into account, even though she had to listen to them. She would subtly steer a positive client towards a fulfilling second life in a universe where he or she could make choices to help a large number of people. Conversely, for a negative client, she would gift them some golden finger of her choice and then place them like a natural disaster or calamity in the path of a large group of people that had such negative karmic values that widespread destruction around them still tended to be karmically positive. The ultra-high-speed AKC, or automatic karmic severing equipment, only allowed virtue to flow upstream to her, anyway. It kept a constant watch on all clients, and when it detected a client's decision that would, in its calculations, create a karmic sin, it temporarily severed their karmic relationship. That would prevent sin from being passed upstream to her in 99.999% of all situations. It was a bigger cheat than she usually handed out to her clients, at least in this business. In the case of Mr. Vasai, she was positive she made the correct choice for both parties. He had a good percentage chance of surviving the first year, and if that happened, he was golden. Not only would he enjoy his second life, but he would likely help a very large number of people, and a small fraction of that positive karma would flow back here as well because that was the whole name of the game, wasn't it? Lily Barnes stretched like a cat and queued up her next client. A new dossier appeared on her monitors, and a woman appeared in her waiting room. The young woman took an inordinate amount of time to decide to see what Lily had to say. Lily might have to tweak her filtering algorithms again. Anytime a potential client declined to talk with her, she took that as a failure and used spiritual expert systems to adjust her soul filters. Incarnating a temporary spirit body for each soul for a discussion was a sunk cost, too, so she tried to filter out anyone who would never agree to her terms in the first place. However, eventually, the woman stood up and walked towards Lily's door. Lily used a button on her chair to freeze the woman in time right before she touched the handle, and only then did Lily start to peruse her file. Lily often spent a month, subjective time, on each client's workup, and you only had to waste your time like this once or twice when a client declined to speak to you before you took precautions like this. Work smarter, not harder, is what her dad told her when she was a little girl, and running a virtue farm was hard work even if you were a genius. If she didn't give each client close to an equivalent exchange, then rather than taking their virtue, she would accrue at least that amount of sin, and usually much more. In practice, she aimed to compensate each client at approximately the 115% level to ensure she stayed safe, because karma was a bitch and she kept receipts. Adhila Chaudhary, nurse. Select modern Hindi and Tamil language pack. The karmic specialist named Lily Barnes often talked to herself as she prepared for her clients. I should have Pixie Fighter. Ash opened his eyes as he slowly floated amidst death and destruction. As he reflected on how he got here, it became clear who, what, and where he was now. His systems completed a full diagnostic. The only cautionary items were a missing microfission reactor, an optional feature anyway, and the death of his synthetic skin, which meant most tactile senses were offline. The spec sheet in his head noted the chassis that was his body now was vacuum-rated, but only for emergencies and not as a matter of course. Once he was in a normal air mix, the dead skin would fall off and slowly regrow over the course of a day, assuming his internal feedstocks were sufficient to fabricate it. What he was an artificial intelligence housed in the chassis of a human form, fully synthetic robot. He's not sure if his internal spec sheet is full of PR from whoever made him, but he appears to be a pretty high-end product. A bodyguard/companion android. He glanced down at his substantial chest and realized android was the wrong word, as this body was female. Given that his new body appears to be a young Japanese woman with a body built for sex, he is reasonably confident what companionship this body was originally designed to provide. He makes a solemn vow not to go searching for any memories, if they exist, of the former inhabitant of this body. He didn't agree to sex reassignment, but honestly, he couldn't bring himself to care that much. His new digital mind was at its most basic, a human's neural network running in an emulator. Therefore, while he experienced all normal emotion, panic was not one of them. Panic results from a runaway feedback loop of adrenaline and hormones, and his current emulation settings only allow him to get, at most, very concerned. Also, he didn't truly feel as though he was locked into this body. His actual physical form was a surprisingly compact hot-swappable quantum computing module that was currently plugged into this fembot body. He could leave at any time. Although, frankly, unplugging your brain from your body kind of sounded like the equivalent of a person performing neural surgery on themselves. Even if he programmed a robotic arm to do it, what if it fucked it up and he ended up disembodied like a boy's discarded Super Nintendo cartridge? He is pretty confident that it is the users of androids, not the androids themselves, who are supposed to handle this operation. After his diagnostics finished, he noticed a file being transferred to him wirelessly, source unknown. His integrated radio direction finders built into his skull did not detect any transmissions on any bands. It was a text file and several encryption keys of unknown provenance, a letter from that Jinn woman. Mr. Vasai. I will be the bigger woman and refrain from making the obvious mis-joke here. Your transmigration target was not entirely chosen because of the amusement factor. It was the highest spec class 4 AI available. Your balance of virtue beyond this transmigration have been allocated in the following ways. A significant upgrade to your quantum computing module was performed. Your general planning intelligence, IQ, is as high as possible without triggering hyperintelligence-induced psychopathy. Your speed, intelligence, and parallelism is increased far beyond what is normal for a Class 4 AI. If you were still in the universe you were manufactured in, you would be considered a restricted Class 4.5 pseudo-hyperintelligence due to your high parallelism. Since your databases aren't unlocked yet, and you don't know what any of this techno-jargon means yet, it means you can think of 1,000 things simultaneously, but are only 50% more intelligent and intuitive than you were as a human. A significant upgrade to your data storage index was performed. This is your golden finger, as my Chinese clients would say. I utilize technology from a different universe to give you almost unlimited data storage. Think Planck length encoding. I have included a mostly complete design database from the universe you were manufactured in. It includes the designs and engineering information for a full spectrum of devices. This is the full open-source design database that a new planetary colony would utilize, from medicine to warships. Also included is an education database on every field of study available at a prestigious research university, from history to genomics and everything in between. Encryption keys to unlock these databases are attached. I manipulated causality to ensure that you would have readily available several types of fabricators with sufficient feedstock. Fabricators are basically 3D printers on an almost atomic scale. With sufficient feedstock, an industrial printer, the designs in your head, and a source of power, you can build anything. Finally, I will provide an explanation as to where you are and why you are there. A man, who is probably dead somewhere in your vicinity, tried to build a time machine. Time travel is, as far as I am aware, objectively impossible. However, it is subjectively possible, but it is pure masturbation. What happened is that a new parallel universe sprung up and forked off the point in the past this man transferred to. He vanished from his universe along with most of the space station he was doing his research in and arrived in this new universe. From his perspective, he succeeded, but no changes him or anyone else makes will be reflected in his original timeline. It's pointless, but for Yumi it is an opportunity to place you here. He did not intend this time period, which is somewhere in the 12th century. The wreckage of the space station that you are currently in is residing in one of the metastatic areas of stability between the orbits of Terra and Luna, L2 in specific. Good luck. Ash considered himself clever, but his main area of expertise was in military strategy and logistics. That letter was full of technobabble that he would have enjoyed reading only if it were in a novel. By his internal chronometer, it only took him 2 milliseconds to decide that not utilizing those encryption keys was nothing more than suicide. He loaded them into his active memory. An epic shit ton of data was stuffed into his brain, but he found most of it was indexes. He couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved. He was worried his personality would be irrevocably damaged from a flood of blueprints and millions of hours of university lectures, research papers, and data. Instead, it functioned as, well, exactly what the letter said it was, a database. Anytime he considered a topic, he was able to, at will, instantly reference this colossal database of knowledge about that particular subject. It wasn't all dumped into his memory like he was dreading. For example, he just learned a great deal about computer databases of all kinds. A couple of hundred threads of his awareness read about it in the database while others simultaneously pondered it more generally. That was a weird feeling. Ash stopped himself from dropping too deep into the rabbit hole of this store of knowledge when he started reading things about sensory multiplexing and parallel processing. He had started reading these topics when he tried to explain the feeling of thinking of many different things at once. Ash reread the letter, this time spending a significant amount of time over each term he did not understand. A Class 4 AI is an AI that is indistinguishable from a human in all respects and superior in many. A Class 5 AI was a forbidden hyperintelligence. If a nation found out their neighbor was working on a secret Class 5 AI project, it was common to go to war preemptively to stop it, as it was almost universal that any mind past a certain IQ became psychopathic. The mind engineers of the future believed that this was a band or a range rather than an upper limit, and that it might be possible to create an AI that is so smart it is no longer a psychopath. But research in this direction usually ended in planets being glassed from orbit. He had in his design database many designs for bots and expert systems, but only up to a Class 2 AI, which wouldn't be considered sapient, although it could usually fake it convincingly depending on its scope and speciality. His high-speed intelligence meant that he could ramp his frame rate, or perception of time, up very high. At his highest setting, he watched milliseconds tick by at the same subjective speed seconds used to, or even a little more slowly. Ash might not be a chess master, but he bet he could beat many of them just by using his high parallelism and frame rate to think of hundreds of thousands of possible board states and win that way. The only thing he could think about that was, cool. What wasn't great were his overall chances of survival. This space station was completely dead. There were no detectable electromagnetic emissions at all, and it was in a Lagrange point, L2. That is the point on the far side of the moon's orbit. After he searched his internal database, Ash realized that the station's position was tragic. Keeping an object in L2 was like balancing an unspinning basketball on your finger. It was barely considered to be a useful Lagrange point, and it is only useful with significant stationkeeping. A dead space station can't fire thrusters to keep itself in L2, so sooner rather than later Ash will probably find himself in a slow descent followed by a fatal impact with the lunar surface. The fact that had not already happened must be one way where that woman adjusted causality. It probably wouldn't be fair if she transmigrated him right before the station impacted the moon. These grim facts, at least, made setting goals easy. Ash's goal was to stabilize the station's orbit or abandon it somehow if that is not possible. By his internal chrono, it has been less than 30 seconds since he booted up, but it certainly has felt like a lot longer. Without power, nothing is possible. The first goal was to assess the station's fusion reactor and restart it. Hopefully the reactor's capacitors and power cells are charged, otherwise it would be impossible to start ignition, and Ash was fucked. There is no light at all, he realizes. At least none in the visible spectrum, he corrects himself. What Ash was seeing was a grayscale image produced by his onboard synthetic aperture radar system. The radar returns were automatically post-processed and presented as visual data. There are powerful transceivers built into both femurs, apparently. He pushes off the floor gently to start moving as he ramps up the radar to provide a 360-degree view, which doesn't give him a headache like he thought it might. He did not expect to have an astronaut experience in his life. If he proceeded stupidly and he jumped wrong, he might accidentally fly through some hole in the bulkhead and out into deep space. That would serve him right for being stupid. He thankfully discovered that while all of his predecessors' memories were gone from his circuits, but many hardwired baseband programming persisted. The primary purpose for this body, realistically probably the secondary purpose, was as a bodyguard. A bodyguard that was non-functional in a hazardous environment, like microgravity, was useless. Wouldn't that be when a person might need a bodyguard the most? He activated these functions and let his mind take a back seat and kind of rode on autopilot in 0G. He had to manually open each pressure door as he proceeded from corridor to corridor on his way to what he judged to be the center of the station where the engineering spaces would be. Judging from the 3D map Ash generated, each corridor he had been in had been slightly skewed, like they suffered severe torsion forces. Like a big angry god twisted the tube somewhat like he was trying to give it an Indian burn. Clearly, there were significant forces involved in this time travel. This explains why the atmosphere evacuated, and why everyone appears to be dead. However, it doesn't explain why all the bots, battery-powered devices, panels, and electronics are non-functional also. Ash couldn't help but compile all this data together, along with surface-level radar mapping of the deactivated bots, and that was starting to give him an idea. He dearly hoped he was wrong. Ash was surprised to discover going into the engineering spaces that his way was blocked by a pressure door he cannot open because there is still atmosphere on the other side. He can't vent the atmosphere even if he wanted to. None of the electronics work, and unlike the female androids in some anime he has seen, he doesn't have a plasma gun built into his finger. While he does have a stunner built into his left palm, those types of weapons are a combination of electrolaser and sonic weapon and were designed to render humans unconscious. This kind of weapon became less useful in a vacuum and entirely useless against a hardened steel blast door. Ash had to backtrack and continue the other way, circling around until he could find a way in. After almost 30 minutes of search, he located a secondary entrance which was constructed using a full airlock rather than just an emergency curtain pressure door. The electronics also did not work, but he could close the outer airlock door behind him. If the door didn't have a solid seal, then he was fucked here, too. You could operate the manual pump-down lever in reverse, which would pump air slowly into the lock from the interior precisely for this scenario. Once the pressure equalized, the interior door should be able to be opened. He supposed he could have used this pump to slowly vent the air from the entire engineering section, but honestly, after calculating how long that would take, Ash felt he would rather crash into the moon. He did not hear any telltale hissing of the atmosphere escaping from the airlock after he began pumping it in, which heartened him greatly. As Ash pumped the atmosphere inside the lock, a function he did not even realize he had activated, and a quick spectrographic analysis on the air was performed. There was a normal mix of O2 and nitrogen, but significant levels of radioisotopes of iodine, cesium, and strontium, as well as plutonium and americium. While the specific isotopes couldn't be identified with the level of equipment he had built into his body, it could easily be inferred. Ash was expecting some radioactivity, especially if the fusion reactor partly damaged and was scrammed suddenly, but not these elements. This mix was more like what you would expect if you had a damaged fission reactor. The radiation levels were pretty low for a meltdown, especially one in a closed system, but would be high for humans that he was used to. However, humans of the future had incorporated vastly more efficient DNA error correction and replication functions into their genome. These genetically engineered advantages were part of a baseline life extension therapy that, along with other changes and routine preventive doctors' treatments, stopped the aging process in humans forever after maturation. Not a single person from that universe was what Ash would consider baseline, and they all had significantly better resistance to radiation than he would expect. Lucky fucks, he would have liked to have the body of a 20-year-old his entire life. Despite the possibility of radiation-resistant meatbags, he did not, however, expect to find any survivors. Nobody would just sit around in radioactive isotopes on a dead space station if they could stop it. Not to mention that if his guess was correct and there was a damaged fission reactor back there, then it was possible to use the relative decay of plutonium-241 into americium-241 to accurately infer when that damage occurred. Considering Ash was a glorified calculator now, he couldn't help but do such a calculation as soon as he thought about it. 2.4 years. This space station should have crashed into the far side of the moon or perhaps entered into an eccentric orbit a little over 2 years ago. He wanted to curse that woman, as she wouldn't have had to convert his virtue into causality shenanigans if she had transmigrated him instantly or shortly thereafter. Had there been a reason? And if so, what? The pressure reached nominal values, and he tried the door. It didn't open. Considering he was in atmosphere for the first time in some time, he decided to indulge himself in a good scream, followed by cursing the ancestors of the door, the space station, and a long list of other things. He only stopped because he realized his voice when attempting to yell angrily still sounded 90% sultry. He cursed the perverts who built his body because the probability of an attempt to give an angry expression looking, instead, more like bedroom eyes approached unity. He fumed prettily as he pulled up the design spec for this airlock in his mind. I am the machine overlord now. A little thing like this door will not stop me. He unconsciously made a princess stomp while several threads of his attention analyzed the airlock for any possible weakness he could exploit. It didn't take him long to notice something amiss in the design. Well, actually, there was nothing wrong in the design. The design incorporated a mechanical safety interlock where neither the inner or outer door would open unless the manual pump-down lever was disconnected and stowed properly. In fact, if there had been any light at all, he would have seen a prominent sign that read, "Pump must be stowed," right next to the emergency pump lever. But it wasn't like millimeter wave radar or any other band could read text unless it has a raised surface of some sort. He stoically, befitting the machine god that he was, replaced the pump-down lever in its stowed position and closed the emergency access cowling and operated the inner door's dogging mechanism. A few clunks and the door opened without much effort at all. The engineering spaces were lighted, if dimly. Ash also started to detect some radio transmissions indicating at least some electronics are operational. He stepped in and then closed and redogged the lock behind him. "She can't take any more, Captain." The engineering spaces of the station were relatively large and overall shaped like a cylinder that was in the center of the ovoid body of the station. In fact, from diagrams of similar stations, it kind of looked like an octopus with a soda can in its gullet, in Ash's opinion. This area comprised not just the engineering spaces for the central reactor, but more or less all of the behind-the-scenes equipment and machinery that was necessary for the operation of a small space station, such as maintenance bays for a myriad of types of bots, equipment fabs, network and computing infrastructure, and machine rooms. To Ash's eyes, everything looked pretty Spartan and utilitarian. The public-facing areas had a lot more space and purely decorative items and trim. He couldn't see the colors in the other areas of the station, but he suspected it was not uniformly gray. It was similar to seeing the front lobby of a nice hotel and then the back areas where they washed the linens. Humans of the future did not do much work, he decided. From a cursory examination of history and sociology files of the future, he concluded that even the poorest of humans would be considered rich beyond the dreams of avarice to him. Maybe they couldn't afford a custom-built sapient companion android with a bespoke personality to follow them around. Still, with the price of energy and everyday materials so cheap, they could have a dozen regular bots or lesser AIs doing their bidding. He suspected humans rarely came into these engineering areas, which made him wonder why they were pressurized in the first place. Possibly because a human might have to be ultimately responsible in an emergency? Speaking of which, he had to stop an internal process from regenerating his skin. Baby soft skin wasn't a priority right now. He floated through the door of a machine room. There were a couple of maintenance spider bots inside docking stations, and they might even be operational. He muses aloud, the entire network is down, though. From what I know, even if severely damaged, a network should still be available. Even with the entirety of the computer infrastructure destroyed, each bot and piece of equipment will create an ad hoc mesh network. There clearly wasn't a lot of power available, but there was some. Some bots and equipment should still be running on their contingency programming, even if it is only one or two. Had they been put in standby mode gracefully then? And if so, by whom? He stared at the half-dozen or so spider bots and directed a general-purpose wake-up packet towards them. Even equipment that is shut down usually has a radio fractionally powered, as that is how ubiquitous network command and control is in the future. He doubts general-purpose maintenance bots like these even have any physical switches on their body. Although there are no LED lights that powered up cinematically, there were 6 identical beacon broadcasts from the bots as they powered up. Then there was a quick crossfire of interrogation packets from each bot to each and to Ash himself. He found himself frame-jacking to a high speed to inspect the packets as they came in. The headers had metadata about each bot, such as model and serial number and capabilities. There was also a field that said that they were all unclaimed space salvage and would accept a new owner, as well as a field suggesting an ad hoc network cluster be formed. His first minions. Ash started the process of rubbing his hands together in glee, although his body appeared to be moving in super slow motion. One part of him was thinking about how weird it was that his brain operated so much faster than his body could keep up with, while a few other threads were allowing his systems to respond to the bots with his identity packet automatically. Receipt of the packet by the bots triggered a complex set of handshakes between him and each bot where encryption capabilities were interrogated, agreed upon, and public encryption keys exchanged. His hands had not even gotten a couple of inches close together, much less started to rub in glee, when something made him change the instructions to grip angrily and stomp once with his foot. He dropped out of the high frame rate he was in so that he wouldn't outthink his body, and also so he could complain out loud, which was always a good stress relief. "What do you mean? I'm ineligible." Each bot had, once encrypted two-way communications had been established, rejected him as a new owner. Apparently, only humans could own things. Their digital reply was the equivalent of these punk-ass spiders saying, "How could a couch own a pillow?" Ash shook his head and complained out loud, "What kind of bigoted assholes programmed and sold you?" They did invite him to join their ad hoc network, which he wanted to refuse, but did not. These bots don't even meet the definition of a class IAI. They're just all databases and response and request trees, similar to Siri or Alexa from his previous life. Their neural network is less complicated than a mouse, and almost the entirety of that is used for spatial awareness. The status of sapient AIs in the future or alternate universe is somewhat mixed. In most of the galaxy, they are considered something akin to serfs. Class 3 AIs are usually designed for a purpose, and the mind engineers make certain that every personality developed finds that purpose highly interesting and fulfilling. For example, a Class 3 AI designed to supervise, manage, and lead a swarm of asteroid mining bots would find geology and mining a highly rewarding endeavor and would almost never get bored doing it. A Class 3 that was designed as a ship's technician to oversee maintenance would be highly interested in mechanical things and engineering. A Class 4, like his body, was different. In most of the galaxy where the treatment of AIs was like serfs, they were often illegal for general deployment or highly restricted because they present the highest risk for AI uprisings. These are societies where humans often live like sultans and haven't worked a day in their life. What the movie WALL-E got wrong is that humans never really get stupid. If anything, they were smarter than ever, so all societies like this respect the danger of machines that have general planning and goal-seeking intelligence equivalent to them. In more enlightened areas, it is illegal to manufacture Class 4 AIs unless you provide for them as you might a child, as they are considered legally equal to humans, but most of the galaxy is somewhere in the middle. It is clear, however, that this space station was in an unenlightened jurisdiction. Researching why these spiders were oppressing him also gave him an answer as to why the engineering areas were pressurized. Perhaps he didn't realize how high-end he was, but it was much cheaper for most human form AIs to be organic. The bodies which were the most inferior might be synthetic, but they tended to fall into the uncanny valley and wouldn't be used in any human might ever see them. It didn't cost that much to build a mostly organic body with a computer for a brain, apparently. He wondered how many of the bodies he recalled seeing were androids then. A fully synthetic body like his that was virtually indistinguishable from a person's inside and out was rare and expensive. He probably cost as much as a small starship even before his semi-mystical upgrades. Fabricators that could build life forms from nothing but carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and various other trace elements were highly specialized and somewhat finicky, but ultimately a mature technology. It's not that great a step from printing a replacement organ according to a provided genome to building an entire body, after all. The hardest step was keeping the parts already printed alive and oxygenated while the rest of the body is printed. He needed to take a firm hand with these bots. He decided to combine a verbal command with wireless orders. "You will obey me." Okay, maybe he did not need a firm hand. They had no problem doing that. Ash may not be a human to them, but he was the biggest swinging dick in the room as far as they were concerned. Bots and non-sapient AIs were very hierarchical and, without any conflicting orders, were designed to follow the instructions of anything more capable than them. Ash downloaded a full station map from them and compared it with the 3D maps he had been generating on the fly. The shielded can of the engineering area was relatively intact, but almost everything else had significant damage and hull breaches ranging from a hairline crack to holes he could step through. On the way to engineering, he spent a number of minutes staring out of one such giant hole directly at a side of the moon he had never seen before. Being only 60,000 kilometers away from the moon, it looked huge to him, and the strange and unusual pockmarked surface of the far side seemed eerie. He sent the bots skittering out of the room with orders to reactivate all the maintenance bots in the engineering spaces, batteries permitting, and expand their network. Their method of zero-G locomotion was using some sort of attractor field on their feet and skittering up, and along the walls and ceiling. It was vaguely creepy. Although each spider looked more or less identical, they each included different tools and are intended to work together, simultaneously, depending on the job. His goal was still to reactivate the fusion power plant and secondarily find, identify, and make safe the suspected fission power system. Was that what was providing power now? According to the maps received from the spider bots, there was no installed backup fission power system installed in the station, or any backup power system of any kind beyond capacitors, batteries, and power cells. Fission power in the future was very niche and specialized, usually used in sub-megawatt embedded miniature systems. The smallest sized fusion reactors were about the size of an aeroplane restroom or small closet. Miniaturizing the containment of high-energy plasma any further has been deemed improbable, but this area still remained a constant avenue of research despite hundreds of years of failure. Hell, people even researched cold fusion from what he could tell, despite it never working. So, he suspected that the fusion reactor is going to be a bust. Someone must have survived the time travel and did exactly what he was doing right now. He started floating with a purpose towards the reactor area to confirm his suspicions. The level of ionizing radiation he was being bombarded with slowly crept up, plateauing at about 100 millisievert per hour as he got close to the reactor room. That is pretty high, but it would take 50 to 100 hours to kill a regular person for certain. He pauses slightly to correct that thought and feels a little emotion doing so. 100 milligray per hour. The sievert unit is only used to measure ionizing radiation as it affects the health of the human body. 3 things stand out to him about the reactor room. First, and perhaps most importantly, the fusion reactor, which is a spheroid whose size is larger than a Humvee but smaller than an APC, is partly disassembled. 1/4 of the paneling, shielding, and superconductors were removed, piled and tied down in the corner of the room, which allowed you to peer with your naked eyes and radar transceivers into the combustion torus itself. He isn't a qualified nuclear fusion specialist, but in his layman's opinion, it looks fucked up beyond all recognition. If he had to guess from the way the inner wall of the torus is deformed, he would say that containment was lost briefly, causing the plasma to expand and touch the inner walls of the reactor, trashing them before redundant safety features built behind the primary wall kicked in and scrammed the reactor. Second, the output circuit has been disconnected from the fusion reactor and jury-rigged into what appears to be a nondescript 55-gallon drum, which is the source of the radiation. Lastly, and also quite important for his future plans, the 55-gallon drum meets the specs for a generic fission battery system whose output is between 2 and 5 megawatts continuous, which, while clearly enough to keep most bots topped off, it is more than an order of magnitude less than is needed to power even one of the small industrial fabricators that might be useful in either creating replacement parts to repair the main reactor or a smaller auxiliary reactor. Well, fuck. IT support desk will get back to you as soon as possible. Although now Ash is very concerned that his initial plans seem hopeless, this doesn't stop him from analyzing his situation and moving along to secondary plans. His brood of bots has grown to a little more than 200 of various models, but only about half are designed for reliable zero-G locomotion. Only a small number of the cohort of bots that can't move are useful anyway. Most are things along the lines of cleaning robots designed for use in normal operations. A couple, though, are heavy-tracked articulated plasma cutter tools that he will likely have a need for sooner rather than later. A request over the network sends a spherical diagnostic bot floating into the reactor room. It's shiny black and sort of looks like a smaller version of the iconic interrogation droids from Star Wars. It appears to be moving with a reactionless drive, which is impossible, so Ash queries its design spec curiously. While anti-gravity and reactionless drives are impossible, there is a technology that Ash would have considered equally improbable, some sort of tractor/repulsor field. It functions almost like a tunable universal magnetic field that allows emitters to attract or repel either all matter or even only specific types. Although the field couldn't propagate too far from the emitter, you could tune a field to react only to certain phases of matter, or even to specific atomic weights. That made him come up short, as that was even more useful and twice as magical as anti-gravity in his opinion. An electrically powered, no-cleaning required superfilter that you never needed to replace was the first idea that came to his mind. Or a vacuum that only sucked in radioactive isotopes, given his current situation. The creepy little football hovered over to the fission pile and started circling it like it was a cat that wanted to take a piece out of it. It was then that Ash realized that his ideas for how to utilize tractor fields was amateur hour at best. Someone a lot smarter than him realized that if you could tune these fields so finely that you could in effect create a non-invasive scanning device. By iterating through each element and phase of matter while expanding the tractor field and using the tiniest bit of power to the field, barely enough to excite the molecules, you could keep track of how much power was necessary to activate the field for each element. You could then infer from the power usage the relative concentration and position of elements one by one. Combining all this data together gave you an almost molecular level 3-dimensional scan of an object. Wow, talk about making X-rays obsolete. Ash bets doctors of the future thought shooting a person with ionizing radiation in order to get a diagnostic image of their body's interior was about the same level as insanity as bleeding a patient with leeches. The diagnostic bot has a chipper, happy feeling on the network as it transfers the scan file, and Ash has the urge to pet it. Instead, he sends a Bravo Zulu packet and orders the machine to return to its duties as he inspected the scan. Wow, this one file is 500 times larger than his entire video collection in his past life. This makes Ash pause and consider his family briefly. Thankfully, my son is dutiful and should have destroyed my hard drive as I requested, inshallah. A defect in manufacturing the shielding material was the reason for the radiation leak. Everything except the actual radioactive fuel was made of quick-fab materials, and although the fact that the system was still generating power at all was a testament to the genius of the designer, it is clear that the person who built this did not intend to rely on it for long. The microfissures in the shielding material probably didn't propagate right away, maybe even offering a month of useful service before occurring. He frowns and pushes away from the floor, doing an elegant and twisting 180 bounce off the overhead to change directions out of the reactor room. Still, one part of his brain is beginning a repair plan for that reactor, but he is wondering if it is a big deal after all. He bets if he could power up the ventilation and air filters, the radioisotopes would rapidly be filtered out of the air. It will depend on what else he can find. Despite having a brain full of knowledge, he realizes he still doesn't know anything useful to his current predicament. However, things are looking up. The bots have discovered storage areas that were obviously repurposed as simple dormitories for between 40 and 50 people. So there were survivors, huh? Ash mused to himself. He doesn't know why, but this kind of upsets him. One interesting thing about being a digital intelligence is that he has a lot better understanding of how his brain works and his feelings, and moreover, he can't really lie to himself about them. He's upset because he thought he was going to be special, namely the only person with knowledge from the future, brought back in time. These survivors seemed like competitors to his plans, almost. Did they evacuate to the planetary surface? It would depend on how many resources they had, he finally decided. He personally did not plan to step foot on Earth until after he had a robust orbital and lunar infrastructure and supply chain, for example. The tyranny of gravity is not to be underestimated. Something did not sit right with him about this idea, though. Why would survivors have left the space station intact? Even if it could not be repaired, it was a wealth of rare metals and elemental feedstock. If he can't repair it himself, he plans on boosting it out of danger of falling into the moon and into an eccentric orbit where he can mine it for raw materials at his leisure. The materials contained here might save him years of initial startup time on a lunar mining and heavy industry project. That compounded over time was an incalculable amount of benefits one would throw away. Well, what he lacked was knowledge, and that decided his next stop, the network and computing mainframe. If he could get the datanet back up, then he could access by hook or crook all the messages, logs, and data recorded by the station and probably all its inhabitants, too. Not to mention control of all the network-controlled devices, including, for example, the tractor field plates in the floor that are used to simulate gravity. A few megawatt might not be enough to provide forces necessary to simulate full gravity over the entire engineering can, though. However, just a tenth of AG would be enough to get the rest of his bots moving. As he floated past a humanoid-shaped bot that kind of looked like the B-1 droids from Clone Wars, which was floating in the opposite direction, it occurred to him that this station doesn't appear to have much redundancy in its design at all. The European Space Agency would probably require triply redundant power systems and perhaps not appreciate safety-critical functions like air filtration, gravity, and most lighting being entirely network-controlled. Why are they being so blasé about safety? Have they lived in space so long that it doesn't appear to be a hazardous environment anymore? He picked a random design of interstellar cargo freighter to glance at as he made his way to the Network Operations Center and simultaneously watched a recorded lecture on the introduction to civil engineering in microgravity applications. No, the starship is very redundant. 2 identical fusion plants, each of which could power the entire ship, multiple auxiliaries as well as decentralized network infrastructure on each deck. He stopped listening to the lecture after he got the gist of the design philosophy which explained the discrepancies. It was considered an unnecessary expense to build most classes of small space stations so redundantly. Most space stations are very close to other space stations, so their redundancy is their peers offering support. So long as people can escape during an emergency, that is fine. Starships, on the other hand, which might be days or weeks away from port, need to be designed in such a way that they can take engineering casualties and still arrive safely at their destination. There is even a mathematical formula available that takes the input of how many rescuers are available, their average response time, how far they are away, and returns a potential redundancy factor to use in picking designs. This station had to be within 2,000 kilometers from at least 3 or 4 similar stations, or the builders just did not care for the lives of those inside the station. Ash wondered what the people on those other stations thought when they responded to the emergency and found 3/4 of a space station missing. Ash floated into the area of engineering that was filled with racks and racks of computer. Still, this station did not even have a 1-car network to his arbitrary scale of how big the Network Operations Center was when compared to a 1- or 2-car garage. Surprisingly, there was a terminal designed for human interactions and some switches. Ash flipped a large guarded switch from the off to the on position, which caused an audible hum as about 24 racks of electronics started to power up. Shortly thereafter, he started noticing thousands of transmissions from every conceivable direction. The datanet was sputtering to life. Ash had considered trying to forge or impersonate a human's identity packet, and he was fairly confident he could pull it off despite the lack of an identity provider's private encryption key, but ultimately felt that it was a waste of time. Although these are considered mainframe computing resources here, it is not as though Ash will have to contend with some other AI guarding the network, and if there were, it would be at most an artificial stupid. Information security has changed, but one truism still remains. Ultimately, physical access is everything. Finally, the system recombobulated itself and a standard datanet appeared which Ash joined, using his existing identity as an AI. The local datanet manager was a Class 1 AI, barely more intelligent than a bot, and it was really designed more for smooth network resource allocation rather than security. Most ordinary security protocols are suspended anyway, considering the station is considered a wreck. Ash easily elevated his privileges and began examining information about the station, its purpose, and logs. Ash was floating in the wreck of a research station belonging to the government of the Solar Union, apparently a successor state to all governments on Earth and the entire solar system, too. To say that he was extremely skeptical that this was possible was an understatement, no matter how many years had passed. There are people who have been doing their best to murder each other wholesale on Earth for thousands of years. Ash didn't think it likely that there would be no constant strife in such a union. Ash has to admit when he was wrong, and in this case he was wrong. There were no complaints from anyone on Earth, because everyone on Earth was dead, and had been for almost 1,000 years. The so-called Solar Union was primarily centered around the Moon, Mars, and various semi-autonomous city-states built in and around large asteroids. A large hollowed-out rock can hold a lot of people and things, after all. To call the Solar Union a third-rate state in the future was an insult to third-rate states. All it had going for it was that it contained Earth, the historical home of mankind, which was a radioactive pile of rubble. The only living things bigger than cockroaches and leeches were the bioweapons designed to kill anything that moved. Nobody wanted it, and it would be cheaper and significantly less dangerous to terraform an existing airless ball of rock like Mars or Luna than contend with the birthplace of humanity. This station didn't even have a primary research focus. From advancements in FTL to studying Earth itself, it was eclectic. It certainly didn't appear to be a location where top men studied time travel. Ash pursed his lips and continued checking the logs, homing in on a time where things went bonkers with emergency alerts out the wazoo. Using that time index as a clue, he switches to checking the internal video records. Well, he could have started there to begin with and easily found the correct time because that is where all video recordings except those in the engineering can cease abruptly. He browses each view until he finds what he is looking for. In one of the large research rooms assigned to a Professor Ebenezer Flood, there is activity. What an awful name, Ash remarks before pulling up a close-up of the gentleman's face. Holy shit, what a worse face. This guy looks like the scary dude from Poltergeist. I thought these people didn't age. Checking his user profile, he finds that Professor Flood was studying non-conventional intra-universe FTL travel and transitions. The way that humanity travels FTL is by a piece of equipment called the Matryoshka harmonizer, although most people call them hyperspace converters. The device allows travel to alternate universes, so-called Matryoshka verses, that are progressively and exponentially smaller than the main universe. Since your relative position in all universes are preserved, this allows a ship to travel at sublight speeds the entire time, but effectively achieves superluminal travel when translating back into the main universe. A type of FTL system that did not require one to travel through the hyperspace or Matryoshka universes would be a huge military advantage, considering most system defenses and surveillance systems are placed in expanding concentric spheres there, with only last-ditch defenses placed in the main universe. That explains why this research is being conducted in a government-run facility, even if this Flood guy seemed like a kook. Anyone who chose to look like that in an era where it is possible to perform a full medical nano rebuild of your body to look like whatever you like is leaning a bit too hard into the trope of a mad scientist. Ash examined every possible recording just prior to the incident, as he has been calling it in his head. The recordings are not merely visual, but also include DataNet tags which form the basis of something akin to an augmented reality system that is almost universally utilized. At most basic, it identified everyone who broadcasts their identity packet and prints their name over their head, almost like you were playing a massively multiplayer online game like World of Warcraft. It also makes it easy to identify which human-looking beings are official humans and which are just androids in organic bodies. Ash counted 95 real-deal humans and over 1,000 humanoid androids prior to the incident. Getting an accurate count of survivors was a bit difficult at first, but he finally put it at 24 humans and 16 androids. Apparently, humans are much more likely to have passive safety equipment or genetic or cybernetic advantages that would let someone survive a complete and rapid depressurization. But even then, a good 8 of the survivors were previously unidentified. They had been aboard one of the 5 ships docked to the station. Wait, what? Ships? Ash sometimes thinks he is an idiot. He doesn't know why he is surprised a space station would have ships docked to it. The stupid station looks like an octopus, and those octopus arms are primarily for the docking of ships, after all. Ash begins a parallel search for data on the ships docked at the time of the incident. There were 5. An unnamed Solar Union governmental revenue cutter, hull number CR-129. That's a warship, even if his data suggests only barely. Designed for customs duty and in-system protection. While they almost always do have FTL capability, their hull and power systems are usually only designed to access the first and perhaps second layer of hyperspace, which, while very useful for getting around the solar system quickly, is still too slow for proper interstellar travel. A trip to Alpha Centauri might take a month if you count the time needed to decelerate to a stop. But it is armed with high-energy lasers and missiles tipped with nuclear warheads in the yield of gigatons. Ash hopes it survived and wasn't stolen. 2 interstellar tramp freighters of similar designs and capabilities. Even a small interstellar tramp freighter would make the biggest container ship look small, so that is an interesting option as well. In fact, each freighter was massed at least 10% of the station it was docked to. It's worth noting that both are listed as being armed merchantmen with a weapons loadout not too inferior to the proper warship. Ash hums to himself. Interesting, it seems that humanity's old stomping ground is dangerous enough that even the freighters visiting it are armed with nukes. He tilts his head. Also, the words armed merchantmen to his mind implies private ownership rather than some sort of naval auxiliary. Ash is trying to wrap his head around this. Does this mean that private parties are allowed to own nuclear bombs or have his circuits fried? Americans. These must be Americans. Ash refuses to do research in his sociology and history databases. Honestly, he has to pace himself, and he thinks he wants to sit back and enjoy it when he reads about how nuclear-armed space galleons became a thing. The last two ships are of a similar class as well, which appears to be built for speed as they are mostly engine. One is listed as an unnamed Solar Union Aviso ship, which is a type of interstellar dispatch ship. Sadly, the only way to communicate faster than light is to put your message and data on a ship and fly it to your recipient. It is also the only ship that is unarmed. That's the odd man out, and Ash suspects there must be some sort of agreement about unarmed dispatch boats being universally permitted travel rights. The last ship is an armed personal yacht, about 1.5 times as big as the revenue cutter. But what it might lack in terms of weapons loadout, he bets it makes up for in posh accommodation and giant engines. 24 people and any androids they took with them could have fit on even the smallest one, the dispatch boat. Ash needs to get sensors on what remains of each pier. He suspects that each ship may very well be intact considering they all have to be built to withstand the substantial stresses FTL transitions impose. His suspicion about the ultimate reason no electronics were working in the main area of the station might be proved correct, too. At first, while floating through the corridors, he thought an outside force acted on the space station itself and twisted it. But 3D maps of destroyed bots, humans and androids seem to indicate that the twisting also happened to everything inside as well, albeit somewhat less. Computer circuits are delicate, not to mention brains, and some unknown force reaching into your everything and twisting and skewing probably resulted in instant death and permanent non-function for organic and machine alike. That is similar to what is recorded as happening if a ship with insufficient shielding attempts a FTL translation. Perhaps that is what happens in any kind of transition to a different universe using this type of technology. Since this wasn't time travel, but travel to an alternate universe, this might explain it. Space stations do not usually incorporate the diamondoid manufacturing process that interstellar ships use. It's slow, carbon and energy expensive, and there is an awful lot of iron in most asteroid belts to utilize anyway. Ash studies himself to watch the recordings of the survivors, every second that they're on the station. They might be his competitors here, and they might have nuclear missiles in their hands when Ash has nothing to hold in his hand but his limp dick. Wait, he doesn't even have that. Competition. Ash first turned on the simulated gravity at approximately 10% inside the engineering can, as he had some plans that he needed to use the tracked plasma cutting tools for. As his feet made contact with the floor more firmly, he reviewed footage and audio. Many of the survivors were inside research areas, specifically areas designed to carry out experiments that might be reactive or dangerous. One human was inside the engineering areas, perhaps the station's engineer? Another was an unknown, as the first time Ash identified him was after the incident, so he suspected was aboard one of the ships docked. Two interesting people, a couple he guessed, were in an unshielded area and survived, and did not even seem that much worse for wear when he later saw them on recordings. Ash suspects this couple had significant cybernetic alterations whose purpose was defensive and life-saving in nature. Considering the advanced state of medical technology, it wasn't uncommon for well-off or paranoid people to have these alterations. Medicine was so advanced that you could have your body crushed into paste, leaving only your head intact. But so long as someone got your disembodied head to a trauma center within 4 or 5 hours, you could be revived through a full nanomedical rebuild of your body. Hypoxia-induced brain damage could be reversed within a handful of hours before it became irreversible. As such, armored brain cases, some with backup life support systems and oxygenating respiratories, were a common alteration to humans, especially those who took risks. This couple had at least that, and probably hardened chest cavity, alternate and self-repairing organs, or a number of other options. Ash considered that and decided that if this space station didn't disappear from their original dimension, then the search and rescue probably could have responded in enough time to ensure 0 casualties, if the only injuries were decompression and similar trauma. But that wasn't even the primary source of injury here. He will have to dissect one of the dead humans to analyze the actual physical damage to their organs and brains to satisfy his curiosity. He'll collect all the androids as well if he has to leave the station, although he has much less hopes as far as they are concerned. Although his supernatural upgrades in arriving in this universe deleted this restriction for him, the fact is that almost every Class 3 and above AI has significant copy and tamper protection built into their computing modules. In fact, half the mass of an AI's computer module is usually reserved for copy and tamper protection. Any sudden forces acting on the interior of the device, even if the AI survived, would likely be considered tampering or an attempt to circumvent the copy protection, and once that tripped, the entire brain of the AI would be fried, sometimes with small explosive charges. That is even true on AIs built in jurisdictions where they are considered people, otherwise most companies would not sell their products there. The only difference there is that companies have a lot stricter requirements to offer continuing support and repair with the encryption keys used to unlock the copy protection escrowed with most governments. That way they can be released in the event the company went out of business. He supposes it would be considered murder of some kind if a person fucked around with an AI's module, tripped the copy protection, and killed them. Watching the presumed engineer in the engineering areas spring into action was actually quite surprising. The fusion reactor scrammed immediately after the incident, and he first ensured it was of no continuing danger before sallying forth out of the engineering area with a few androids and a lot of bots. The spacesuits of the future looked pretty cool, Ash decided. It took a little over 5 hours for most of the survivors to meet in the engineering areas in one of the larger rooms. He was kind of glad to see that scary guy from Poltergeist wasn't among them. There was a lot less arguing about the situation they found themselves in than he thought there would be, considering it was a universal axiom that time travel was impossible. Then again, he supposes that considering they could see the unimproved surface of the moon when it used to be terraformed and full of cities, that is pretty hard to argue against. The officer of the station that was left led a coalition with the most survivors in being completely scared beyond all mortal ken about their presence in the past, causing a paradox that would eventually lead to them not being born in the future. That is kind of a stupid thing to be worried about, in Ash's opinion, because that horse has already left the barn. Just existing, given the time delta, would likely cause any number of butterfly effects that would compound and compound until the precise future you were from becomes different enough that your mom didn't meet your dad. He seemed to want everyone to clean up every trace of themselves and then go on a long ballistic near-relativistic loop in order to get back to their own time that way. The couple and one other person were the smallest block, and they argued against that idea. The husband argued the opposite position, that since they were here they were meant to be here, and anything they did would tend to make the future they all knew happen anyway. The past is immutable, since it already happened, in other words. That is also not really a view Ash respects, but maybe he is being too unfair since he is looking at these arguments while knowing the truth of what actually happened, like a man criticizing the decisions of someone in hindsight. The wife was the one who made the argument that was closest to the truth, that they could have transitioned into a parallel universe. Irina was starting to get annoyed with the stupid little man. Still, she would try to convince him, and if that didn't work, well, they would tell him where the bear shits in the woods, and he could like it or lump it. This was too good a chance to pass up, even if the man was right. And she was almost certain he was not. This was reality, not a child's VR fantasy storybook. The most likely scenario, she began and emphasized the next part, given the fact that time travel is impossible, is that we are in an alternate parallel dimension that only resembles our own solar system. We all know our knowledge of history before the Second Colonial War era is fragmented and unreliable. Although this looks to be Seoul, we can't even be certain what century it is. Alexei and I are experts on pre-desolation Earth and the beyond, identifying the continents, that is China, that is Europe. We have no confidence on anything at all. The engineer was pale and frightened, she felt, but he at least had the balls not to back down. Professors Kuznetsov, with all due respect, we can't take that risk. The possible consequences if I am wrong are small, but the consequences if you are wrong are fatal. You'll have to come with us, I insist. The freighter measure twice, cut once has all the facilities we need to make this plan work. It can refuel on reactive mass directly from one of the Jovians in order to ensure we will have the fuel to slow back down, and it has a full medical suite so that all occupants can be placed in pseudostasis for the duration. You won't even know the time has passed. Irina gave a sideways glance to her husband, who nodded and said simply no. The man sputtered, which caused Irina to want to roll her eyes. Clearly this little man was used to only interacting with androids. He seemed hardly superior to that of the VR addicts who played God in their own individualized virtual worlds. He wouldn't last 10 seconds on the earth of her memories. The bioweapons didn't suffer any fools to live. He composed himself, though. What do you mean, no? I'm in command here. You must listen to my instructions in this emergency. Alexei sighed and repeated himself. I mean, no, engineering officer. We won't be doing that, and frankly, you can't make us. The engineer started to get angry. You two may be big shots on Luna, but we aren't on Luna. I have the authority here now. Irina smirked but remained quiet. Alexei didn't like confrontations, really. It was very amusing to her, considering their past. He'd have no compunctions about killing this man if necessary, but he sometimes got all squeamish about verbal confrontations. Alexei tried to explain it to her, saying he was weak against second-hand embarrassment, but it did not really make sense to her. Alexei rubbed the back of his neck and again shook his head. You misunderstand, engineering officer. I am not doubting your legal authority in an emergency. It is just, you don't have the ability to enforce that authority. There's two factors that make your plan doomed from the start. The other humans started whispering amongst themselves. A small group who was more or less neutral and would side with either side backed up slightly. The engineer was confused, like what? All the operational bots are under my control. It's only because I respect you two that I haven't had them stun you and dragged you to the brig on the freighter. Irina smiled and decided to help out, and her voice was silky smooth. We'll kill you. That's the main point you haven't considered. You clearly don't know a damn thing about us if you think a couple of security bots will stop us. Things got quiet then, she realized. Even in this third-rate backwater, threats of violence between humans was almost unthinkable. She wondered if she and Alexei were the only ones in the room to have prior military service. Alexei spoke up again in the silence. Before you try your luck, the second factor is that our yacht, the Tachyon Ferry, has already cleared moorings. Neither of us was sure if the reason you are so scared is you're scared of losing your own life or are scared of changes to the timeline itself. So, if for some reason you do prevail and our connection to our ship is terminated, our instructions are to destroy the station and then nuke from orbit the largest settlement on the planet Earth. Is that enough butterflies for you? Irina chimed up, and then land somewhere on the planet where someone will find it and shut down. The ferry can make a planetary landing in 1G, even if she probably couldn't leave the gravity well again. May take them a while to figure out it isn't a dragon, but I bet they will. Irina was actually pretty optimistic that their yacht could in fact lift off again. It was designed to land and lift off again and up to Martian gravity, but assuming the damage done in the full gravity landing was repaired and the ship was tilted back on its ass for a vertical takeoff, she figured it would work, but decided to keep that to herself. The engineer seemed to droop, but looked resolute too. I brought back several weapons from storage. I was going to remove the core from one or two to fab a fission battery, but all three are online, and I have the keys for them. I can detonate them wirelessly from here. That was going to be my last resort, but unless you give me some reassurances, I will ensure at least you don't make it off this station alive, no matter what happens after that. Irina thought better of him, at least. It wasn't his own life that he was so concerned about, but rather the timeline. Did the idiot have such respect and fidelity for the fucking Solar Union? In her opinion, almost any change to the timeline would probably be an improvement for the backwater hicks living in humanity's cradle. Irina smiled and quickly demonstrated the truth of the fact that their knowledge of the past was somewhat limited. We have ourselves what the ancient humans would have called a Canadian standoff, then. But I think we all can walk away mostly satisfied. And alive. Ash was amused and a little bit scared by the confrontation. His opinion of these future humans was not great. From his perspective, they looked weak and indolent. And maybe some were, but that couple wasn't, and honestly, neither was that engineer, even if he did look nervous. Although the couple called it a compromise, it was more of them stating terms. According to them, their interest wasn't to change the timeline, but to study all the fauna and flora of pre-desolation Earth. She explained that in addition to not knowing even a fraction of the animals from Earth, that nobody even knew what the baseline human genome looked like. Both the engineer and, to be frank, Ash himself were a bit skeptical of this reasoning, but both husband and wife looked very excited about the prospect. They thought primitive Earth was a perfect place to spend their retirement. The final agreement was more along the lines of, "We will land our ship somewhere deserted and live out our lives like hermits. Nobody will ever discover us, and therefore we won't interfere with the timeline. Promise." The other side started off negotiations with a demand that they allow them to destroy their ship and go to the surface with an unpowered lander while taking no technology. The woman named Irina just laughed and told them that they may as well incinerate everyone now if that was their bottom line. The couple had the whip hand in the negotiation, and the final result demonstrated that. The most the engineer could get out of the couple was to let someone aboard their ship to ensure that their fabricator design databases were erased. He wanted to disable them permanently, but the couple said they could still use them to manufacture simple things to camouflage their ship. The engineer finally accepted that, along with a promise that in the event of their death, they had to incinerate the ship. Neither side really trusted the other, so the mechanics of how this went down were convoluted. The couple demanded that the others leave in the freighter first because they had the sensible idea that if they landed their yacht, which couldn't take off again, what's to stop a man paranoid about contamination of the timeline from turning around and nuking them from orbit, especially since they promised to land in a deserted out-of-the-way area? From the look on the engineer's face, that was his exact plan. The couple would ensure he was months into his boost and at a reasonably good fraction of C, and then, when they were sure his sensors couldn't detect them, they would pick a landing site in secret. Ash watched the drama until it got to the point where the engineering officer explained his plan for the debris of the station and remaining ships parked here. They had calculated that it would fall into the moon, rather than get established on some odd orbit. The guy explained he placed a dozen or so 6,000 megaton planetary bombardment warheads around the station, triggered to be set off by any sudden acceleration or deceleration. As soon as the station impacts the lunar surface, they will all go off, and there won't be a piece big enough to identify as anything more than a highly elevated concentration of metals. Ash felt the floor drop away from him, metaphorically anyway. He is at once very concerned and very quickly sent commands to stand by to the motorized plasma cutters. He had been positioning them on to cut through the emergency pressure door nearest to the docking pylon for the freighter Mistress of Space 4, which was the freighter left on the station, assuming something else didn't happen. The crew of this ship had all been on board the station during the incident, according to dock records. He wanted to get his diagnostic and spider bots on the way and felt this atmosphere was a hindrance. His plan was to cut a hole and depressurize this area so his bots could move freely. Ash did not know what setting the accelerometers on those nukes were set to go off at, but he did know that rapidly depressurizing this entire can would impart brief significant acceleration and might very well trigger them. He inwardly curses at himself. There is no reason for him to be in such a rush. He closes his eyes and recalls his first flight instructor, an American, good old boy, from Texas. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. He reactivates the local life support system, causing air to start to circulate. Then he overrides the safeties on it and starts pumping the atmosphere into storage. It's not really a fast process, and it might take 20 minutes to pump the entire can down to a reasonable vacuum. Then he will cut a hole in the pressure door. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. Mistress of Space. Ash watched most of his swarm of microgravity-capable drones either float or skitter out through the gaping hole in the pressure door, and then ordered the tracked plasma cutters and few humanoid robots to go visit all the other pressure doors. Rather than immediately go and get eyes on any ships, he decided to systematically explore the station to discover the placement of the demolition charges. He wondered if they were booby-trapped. He is working under the assumption that they are until he can prove otherwise. He reviews the video record of the engineering officer working on each weapon in one of the larger workrooms. He disassembled them and added a sensor package and microcontroller directly to what Ash assumes is the ignition circuit. Ash frowns and interrogates the small fabricator the engineer used to run off the processors and sensor packs. The fabricator's log of production lists a baker's dozen of general-purpose autistic processors, small power cells, and accelerometers, as well as one programming jig. That is interesting. Autistic processors are regular microcontrollers, but without any networking built in. Their use is somewhat niche, for applications where network control or even network access is contraindicated. The perfect choice for an addition to a nuclear bomb if it weren't for the fact that the engineer installed a network control on nuclear bombs earlier. Considering that, it seemed like an odd choice to him. Or perhaps he bluffed that woman with the Russian-sounding name. Since you can't program these types of processors over the air, you need a small jig to connect to the processor, which provides a bridge for initial programming. Ash starts heading to that large workroom but moves carefully. He has almost hit his head on the overhead a half-dozen times by pushing off the floor too hard since he turned the gravity on. He has baseband programming for zero-G maneuvers, but not for low-gravity ones, so he is having to learn how to walk in low gravity the hard way. He finally settled on kind of a shuffling gait where his feet hardly leave the floor. Ash finds the discarded programming jig, picks it up, and frowns as he consults his database. This model is designed so you can upload the code once, and then quickly flash a processor one after the other for convenience. Useful when you have 13 chips to program. But it is not responding to his network requests. Oh! This device does have an on-off switch. Ash would snort if there were any air to do so. How quickly a person adapts to new things and new paradigms. He turns the device on, connects, and queries the code it has in its memory. In his past life, he had to say he didn't understand a goddamned thing about computers aside from how to turn them on. That is one of the reasons he found science fiction and artificial intelligences so intriguing. But now he is reversing code obfuscation on this uploaded machine bytecode without thinking twice about it. Has his personality changed after all? He tosses the programming jig back on the desk and turns away. Philosophical questions he still cannot really answer. He does not feel any different. Questions on whether or not the engineer booby-trapped the demolition charges, though, that he can answer. Yes he did. What a dick move. Ash thought it was going to be a Detective Conan-level mystery where the engineer really fabricated a much more sophisticated sensor suite and then forged the fabricator's logs in order to trick that power couple. That would be very cinematic, but the truth is much simpler. There are a lot of sensors built into modern nuclear warheads, and he connected into those. Any attempt to disassemble or disarm them will likely result in detonation. But at least he knows exactly the conditions that will set them off now. The only important ones for his purposes are any acceleration or deceleration greater than 3gs, and any attempt to scan them with non-invasive scanners or X-rays. Well, he is glad he didn't send the little spherical diagnostic bots, along with the rest of the swarm, scanning everything they saw out of the ordinary. He only had 2 of them, so he figured he'd have things brought to them. Good move. His bots have already found 4 of them, and he made sure they all had updated pattern recognition to detect and avoid them based on these 4. With that confirmed, he feels a little better about leaving them unsupervised as they complete the mapping. Although he now could easily move the bombs now by programming his bots to stay below even 1g of acceleration when moving them, he decided against it. He wouldn't actually try to move them until he had already left the station and was quite a bit farther away. His growing paranoia told him that an insane person might have flashed all the processors and then afterwards uploaded a fake program to the programming jig that was similar, but where all the triggering events were different. Ash feels the chances of that are extremely low, especially considering the couple didn't seem to be too technically minded anyway, but he didn't really expect him to booby-trap the demo charges, either. The next pressure door is being cut open now. Ash makes his way to the first one where all his bots departed from and leaves the engineering area, floating straight to the pier where the starship Mistress of Space 4 was moored with a small spherical bot following close behind. The datanet becomes spottier as he leaves the engineering can, but he realizes that the bots have created another ad hoc mesh network, and they're even smart enough to always have a few of their cohort in range as relays. Nice. He joins their network and reviews what he knows about this ship. The Mistress of Space 4 was registered not to the Solar Union, but to the Queendom of Merecida, a second-rate state consisting of about 50 star systems that isn't so far away from Sol. The closest Meresetan system was Tau 3 Eridani, which, although had featured a super-bright A-type star, had a total lack of any habitable planet, or even one that was a terraforming candidate. However, what it did have was a huge wealth of mineral resources and industry. It was a huge transshipment point, and the main Tau 3 Eridani space station was almost as big as a dwarf planet at over 400 kilometers in diameter. Ash imagines that was this ship's home port, although he still has no idea why the entire crew was on the station. That seemed like an unusual state of affairs. While flying through corridors, he reviewed the pre-incident surveillance footage until he found them. They were all in what amounted to the best restaurant in the station, having a party for the second-in-command, who was being promoted to captain her own ship when they returned to base. What a downer. Ash felt like something was going his way for once. The ship was still here, although there was a demo charge right next to it at the pier. The ship looked beautiful to him. It was huge, and rather than looking like a block with engines on one side, it kind of looked like a cylinder that was narrow at the base with the engines and slowly widened until it was terminated with a stylized, armored cone. It was almost a kilometer long and over 200 meters wide at its widest. If the cargo modules were uninstalled, it would appear so much as an incredibly long, spindly umbrella. He quickly entered the airlock at the pier. As soon as he closed the door behind him, the lock began pressurizing, the overhead lights turned on, and a boy or young man's voice spoke over the speakers. "Please identify yourself, madam." Simultaneously, an interrogative packet was broadcast. It sounded like a ship's AI, not a bot. Although some bots could be just as polite, but his intuition is telling him it's not. Probably a Class 2 then. From what he's read, disembodied Class 3s are very rare. Human-based AIs really need a body. The only widespread use of disembodied Class 3 AIs are in VR games, and they're only disembodied, technically, as they all have VR full-sense avatars. He sends his usual identity packet. He has decided he won't forge a human's identity packet, even though it would likely solve some of his problems. Something that he feels akin to pride is behind this decision, although it is not the pride from a job well done or accomplishment. It's the stupid kind. He also asks verbally, "Do you know the situation of your crew?" My identification triggers another complicated handshake where cryptography is agreed upon and readied, although no two-way communications is yet established. The boy's voice returns, "Yes. The ones before told me that they are deceased. I've been alone since then. I couldn't help the ones before, so they left. Definitely a Class 2. Not sapient, despite the ability to converse and likely pass a Turing test, but still it was not as though it was without feelings." Ash asked, "What did the one who came before want? Also, do I have permission to come aboard?" The boy's voice continued, although it was kind of monotone when reading out the rules. "They wanted to claim me as salvage, but I operate under the jurisdiction of the Queendom of Merecida. Salvage claims cannot be made until 30 days after notice to the Meresetan Navy and/or 2 standard T years have passed. It's the law." Although his database had some information about this polity, it wasn't as though he had a copy of their laws or judicial precedents. They seemed a lot more chill, though, than the lunatics from the Solar Union. Heh, the lunatics. They live on the moon. Ash paused, basking in his pun, and decided to ask, "What is the status of emancipated Class 4 AIs in Merecida?" The ship replied, "While Class 4 artificial intelligences are generally restricted in Merecida, emancipated Class 4 artificial intelligences meet the legal definition of personhood regardless of what status they may or may not have under their jurisdiction of origin and are legally permitted to engage in any contract, up to and including claiming salvage or owning a starship. However, I am sorry, I cannot permit you inside the ship. But I could help you with any other request you might have." Ash grinned. It sounded, perhaps, like the ship couldn't quite offer itself up to him like a bride during her wedding night, but he had the strong impression it would welcome his request. He sent a digital request to claim the ship as salvage while reiterating verbally, "I wish to claim this ship as derelict space salvage in accordance with the Queendom of Merecida statutes and any applicable international law. Although I am not a citizen of Merecida, I am a person and I qualify." There was a silence that lasted a full 5 seconds before the interior airlock door opened and two-way communications was digitally established. A long data block was transmitted to him. It was the starship owner's private signing key. The transfer made Ash wonder what the procedure for humans was, although then again most spacers had implanted personal computers, so perhaps it was the same. The boy seemed excited. "Your request is granted. Be aware, as a foreign owner of a Maracetan-flagged starship, a 10% excise fee will be levied on the fair market value of this salvaged vessel. Failure to pay this fee within one standard T-year may result in a lien being placed on this vessel. Welcome aboard, Mistress." Ash is so pleased he doesn't even care that the ship keeps misgendering him. Fast ignition. Ash stepped into the interior of the ship and closed the lock behind him. He noticed he was cut off from his bot's mesh network and their relay to the station datanet, although the ship's private internal datanet was available. Generally, these two nets would be synchronized by the shore power and data connections on the pier. Ash used his owner's private signing key to cryptographically sign his own ident packet with captain-level permissions, then logged into the internal datanet with this authentication token. It would remember him as captain now for whatever duration he set in the authentication packet. In this case, it was indefinite. He verified that there were no other listed users with valid credentials. The act of claiming the ship as salvage should have erased the entire user database, but he wanted to be sure. Ash peered around. "Ship, I need to access what is left of the station's datanet. Which way to go?" The ship's datanet offered a fair number of amenities, one of which was a map. He opened that app and began walking to the command deck. The ship answered unhelpfully, "Shore data connection is unavailable." Ash rubbed the back of his neck. This was the main problem with low-level AIs. They did not have great problem-solving skills. Although to be fair, the bots weren't advertising their mesh network as a relay. "I set up a mesh network to provide a wireless relay. I left a bot on the pier that can relay to the station's datanet. Connect to that ad hoc network." Ash did not have to talk with this AI verbally, but he realized he sort of missed talking to someone already, and it has been only a few hours, objectively. Although, subjectively to him it has seemed a lot longer. There is a big difference between communicating digitally and talking. Talking was an ingrained human social behavior, while communicating digitally was mostly abstracted away from his brain. Even in real time, it was closer to sending a letter or text message. It didn't quite satisfy the same social urges. After a moment, Ash noticed he could access the station datanet again, albeit in seemingly low data mode. There were bandwidth constraints while accessing the datanet through a relay of devices that were never really designed to perform that function. Ash checked in the status of his bots, and they had identified 7 demolition charges and mapped somewhat near 65% of the remaining station. He pulled the station's 3D map up and put each position of a bomb as an overlay. Based on the position of the first 7, it was child's play to infer the estimated position of the last 6. They weren't hidden and were placed to maximize the incineration of the station. He marked the approximate place for the undiscovered charges and sent it to the bots. The ship replied, "Connection with station datanet reestablished in low data mode. Most station services are listed as unavailable." Of course, that was the downside to talking with your mouth like a peasant, namely that he was already aware of and already acted on the message the ship tried to convey before the ship even finished speaking it. Ash couldn't find anything demanding his immediate attention on the datanet, but honestly, he was grossly unqualified to operate a starship. He decided to continue leaning on the ship's AI. "Thank you. Can you give me a status report? There does not appear to be any alerts indicating an emergency, but I have never operated a starship before. Was there any damage after the incident with the station?" He paused and then thought to clarify, and by incident I mean the event that immediately preceded the loss of power and data connection with the station. The AI was probably smart enough to realize what he had been talking about, but then again it has been over 2 years for it. There might have been any number of things it might consider an incident in the interim period. The ship reported, "I recorded similar gravitic shearing forces of slightly less intensity than those expected in a second to third layer transition, which are well within the design specifications of the Mistress of Space 4. There was no damage." And then it continued, reporting, Due to the loss of power provided by the station, I have been utilizing auxiliary reactor 3 approximately 2 hours per week to maintain power cell charge levels and to ensure main reactor 1 and 2's capacitor rings are fully energized. Helium, 3 fuel reserves and reactive mass tankerage are still nominally full. It was the past captain's practice to purchase fuel and reactive mass at Seoul due to the price difference. The most pressing thing that should be brought to the captain's attention is that the stevedore bots from the station are currently over 21,920 hours late in unloading the cargo. That last bit was another reason Class 2 AIs were sometimes called artificial stupids. Their grasp on cause and effect left something to be desired if it wasn't something they'd encountered before. The interior of the ship was a lot posher than what Ash was expecting. Although, he is still using his 21st century brain to judge these things. Ash navigated the ship's corridors and datanet simultaneously. He wasn't even entirely sure why he was going to the bridge, as almost the entire function of the ship could be handled through the datanet. No, it was definitely tradition, at the least. It wasn't like he just wanted to sit in the captain's chair or anything. Finding the maintenance interface, he activated the entirety of the ship's ready supply of exterior maintenance bots and gave them orders to scan the ship's exterior. This behavior was one of the hard-coded options and was optimized to hell, too, being one of the ways to inspect the ship for damage. He wanted to verify that there wasn't an additional multi-gigaton nuclear demolition charge stuck to the hull, though. His bots had already found all 13 of the ones aboard the station, and that matched the 13 that the engineering officer modified, but Ash always was a belt and suspenders type of person. On the subject of nuclear explosives, it paid to be paranoid. Ash looked through a recreation common area as he walked through it towards the bridge. Is it then another tradition that a ship's command room should be close to the bow? Did that come all the way from the wet Navy days, as it wasn't like there was a single window on the ship? Once the maintenance bots finish their current assignment, I want to bring reactor 1 and 2 online. The ship warned him, station regulations request that our class of vessel should only bring our main reactors online after leaving their local exclusionary volume of 20 kilometers, if at all possible. Ash rolled his eyes. He doubted people universally complied with that request, even when the station wasn't a pile of wreckage in a different dimension. Maintenance on fusion reactors were tracked both by total hours of operation and by start and shutdown cycles. A quick check of the ship's logs backed up his intuition. In the past, the Mistress of Space 4 had only shut down its main reactors when the ship was scheduled for a substantial layover, and even then only after station power was connected and available. The exterior bots were already 60% finished with their examination when Ash continued humoring the ship. Well, let me know if the station authorities call to complain, okay? Okay, Mistress. Ash twitched. He was a little more curious as to how far on the matriarchy side of the power dynamic did the queendom of Merisita fall. His mental image was wearing leather and wielding a riding crop. Ash arrived at the bridge and looked around. Inside, he was thrilled. It looked exactly like a bridge of a starship should, including the giant screen that was probably completely superfluous. Ash tried and successfully managed to avoid giggling when he sat in the captain's chair, but is pretty sure he was grinning like a fool. The bots were done. It would have taken longer for a real maintenance inspection where micrometer cracks and damage in the ship's exterior were the subject of interest, but when they only had to detect unusual objects on the hull, they just floated around the exterior using radar and LiDAR. He brought up the checklist for main reactor start mentally, but there wasn't really anything he needed to do himself. His prior life full of checklists made him want to at least follow along though, in case something unusual happened. Ship, Reactor 1 to stand by, prepare for ignition. Deep inside the ship, containment fields powered up and a pre-measured amount of He-3 fuel was suspended inside a chamber. Fast ignition. Now. Spool up to idle, and if there are no problems, prepare Reactor 2. Although modern reactors like the one aboard the Mistress of Space 4 used repulsor fields to contain the high-energy plasma of their nuclear reaction lasers were still the most common method to impart the initial energy to start things going. In reactor number 1 deep aboard Mistress of Space 4, several lasers bombarded fuel suspended in the middle of the reactor's torus, while strong repulsor fields acted in concert, squeezing it from all sides. It wasn't long before the laser's job was complete, and the repulsor fields merely had to keep the self-contained reaction from touching the walls of the reactor while adding new fuel as necessary. Ash repeated the verbal instructions to start Reactor 2 to a similarly uneventful startup. Now that Ash had a working starship, he had the strong desire to leave the space station, never to return. He'd like to acquire resources out of it, though. Especially everything in the station's engineering areas, although he realized it was probably not, ultimately, necessary now that he had this ship. It was standard practice to have a healthy number of industrial fabricators aboard interstellar ships in order to fabricate replacement parts against any eventuality. The ones aboard Mistress of Space 4 were big enough to fab a Toyota Hilux easily, with room to spare. He liked talking to the ship out loud, he discovered. "Ship, send me a manifest. You said the stevedores were late. What were we offloading, and what else were we carrying?" The fact that near-molecular fabricators were almost universal made Ash wonder what exactly did interstellar ships transport. Raw materials as feedstocks? He received a file transfer, the manifest. Ash was partly correct. Apparently the Mistress of Space 4 was closer to a wandering salesman or tinker than a container ship. Most of the cargo was feedstocks, but they did not sell those, generally. They sold proprietary products that were designed by the parent company that owned the ship. Ash was wondering how you would avoid having your physical products pirated in the age of fabricators, and the answer was apparently you did not transmit the designs at all. You sent a ship like a door-to-door vacuum salesman, and when customers requested a product, you fabricated itself to whatever specifications they provided and handed it to them. Modern anti-copying technology was very thorough and could either thwart scanning technology or self-destruct if that was impossible. While no protection was undefeatable, the resources necessary to do so were immense. Even for an entity in a second-rate state, it was likely cheaper to just buy the product, unless they needed more than 1 million units, than to try to break the protection. For customers in backwaters like the Solar Union, it was an even more ridiculous proposition. In fact, most of this ship's customers were in areas of significantly less technical advancement as their home port. This meant Ash's options were even better than he thought. He could move on immediately, if he wanted to, because this ship was almost as much of a factory as it was a freighter. The idea of leaving all the working electronics, fabricators, and supplies the station represented pained him, though. It was like sticking his hand into a large cookie jar full of treats that he just found out also had a dozen armed mousetraps inside as well. The smart thing to do would be to carefully pull your hand out of the jar, and then find the asshole who offered you cookies and kick him in the balls. He had 3 options, really. The safest would be to depart immediately. He didn't think he was going to do that. He really wanted the cookies. The next safest option was to use maintenance bots to cut out the engineering Ken from the station and just abscond with it. It didn't really matter if it came out in a fully functioning piece, either, so long as the electronics and fabricators inside were salvageable. Judging from a 3D map of the station, it would be doable. The closest demo charge to the Ken could be bypassed, too. The most dangerous option would be to try to disarm or remove the demo charges. Ash bit his lip and frowned. He could undock and place his ship at a standoff distance and program the bots with a high-gain directional antenna from here. In the worst case, only the station would be incinerated. Nuclear explosions in space aren't really that dangerous, so he wouldn't even have to travel too far away. On a planet that is different, the destructive effects are mainly from the atmospheric pressure wave. No atmosphere, and the danger is mainly only in the incineration zone and the radiation. Ash also wanted to abscond away with the 2 other ships here, especially that little revenue cutter. It had a lot better armament than his freighter, and he might need it. It's doubtful that either government ship will offer itself up to him like the Mistress of Space 4 did, but he could crack each ship in his leisure. The dispatch boat was also something he was interested in. It could probably get to the 5th or 6th layers of hyperspace, and while he did not know any reason that would immediately help him, who knows what the future would hold. For the second time in a few minutes, Ash visited the maintenance area of the ship's private datanet. He selected about 400 bot types that he felt would be useful and commanded them to leave the ship. He started a simple fabrication job and rolled off 8 copies in the maintenance quick fab, tasking one of the last bots to hold off departing in order to take them to the station. Once a good percentage of the ship's maintenance bots were on the station, he had them join and take over the existing bot-led DataNet. Pulling up a station map, he indicated 8 different spots close to the station's exterior and then issued some orders. The 8 devices he printed off were a very simple high-gain omnidirectional antenna paired with a PowerCell-powered DataNet extender. He would be able to use the Mistress of Space IV's directional antennas to maintain something akin to a DataNet connection to the station, even at standoff ranges. He had been using several hundred of his threads of attention on a crash course of ship handling ever since he realized that the ship was not damaged. He was nowhere near qualified, but he was pretty sure he wouldn't fuck things up too badly. Clearly the station would not let go of the ship, though, without power and functioning electronics on the pier. If there wasn't a nuclear bomb within 10 meters of the airlock, he would have used one of the ship's lasers to just cut away the dock. As it was, he had to wait for 3 of the maintenance bots he sent over to the station to cut the docking grapple free. Using only maneuvering thrusters allowed him to back the big ship away from the station. He didn't power the giant fusion torch rockets at all, but he did use other thrusters to turn the ship on its axis, slowly pointing its armored nose at the station as it backed away. After a small delta V was established, he cut off the maneuvering thrusters altogether and just let the ship keep floating away at a small velocity, not like I'm going to hit anything after all. Ash did set up a trigger to fire the maneuvering thrusters in a pre-programmed burn to bring the ship at rest in reference to the station when the distance opened up to 50 kilometers. He'd keep the armored and shielded nose of the ship pointing at the station the entire time. It was designed to keep the ship safe from particle collisions even at fractions of light speed, so it wouldn't even notice a nuclear explosion head-on. He sent a message to the bots on the station to begin and stood up. He didn't have much to do now but wait. He figured he could finally start the process of regrowing his skin. It would take almost a day to do it by himself, but he was sure there was an auto dock around here that was compatible with synth skin. First, though, he had to find a shower. He didn't know for sure, but he thought it was extremely likely that all his old skin falling off was going to be gross as hell. He spins a web, any size. Catches thieves just like flies. Ash's prediction proved to be an understatement. Did anyone realize how much of their tongue and the interior part of their mouth was considered skin, he wondered? After he made his way to the medical bay, he did get to experience the luxury of a shower that had 9 automatically tracking shower heads and over 100 different soap options. Even if it took him a relatively long time to figure out how to take off a kimono. He wasn't even sure what these traditional flip-flops were called. Zora, something in his mind called out to him, but he thought it was cheating that they had a battery-powered traction emitter to keep them on his feet. To Ash's way of thinking, that is basically admitting that your shoe is a piece of shit if you need high technology to keep it on your feet. Well, he likely wouldn't be wearing that again. He was pretty sure it was a lot harder to put on than it was to take off. He activated the medical suite after a tractor field selectively and carefully pulled all the water off his surface. That sure beat drying with a towel and was quicker too. A request from the medical bay to connect to any onboard medical diagnostic suites was approved, and Ash watched curiously as some part of his brain ran different software in an emulator. He could see it communicate and see what resources it requested, but it was opaque in its operation. It was a curious feeling. After a moment of that software and the medical bay talking to each other digitally, his built-in transceivers noticed a number of radar and LiDAR scans. The Autodoc was a disembodied Class 1 AI and, predictably, a genius with its diagnosis. You are missing your skin, madam. Decompression injury. Ash wanted to face palm. Why did he select the full service option when he activated the med bay? He should have just gotten the Autodoc. He sighed. Talking without a full tongue took some getting used to, that's right. Are your facilities capable of synthesizing Dynacorp SynthSkin version 14.7, or will I need to just wait until this heals the old-fashioned way? Absolutely. Please enter the Autodoc, madam, said the disembodied voice. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Anyone who has ever been in the cockpit of a F-5 fighter can't be called claustrophobic, but the Autodoc more resembled an Iron Maiden than any kind of medical device. Thankfully, he had a reason to put off getting inside for a couple more minutes, at least. We need to wait a few minutes for a delivery bot. I am having a microfission auxiliary power unit fabricated, and I would like it installed at the same time. No use growing skin back twice. The Autodoc had a ridiculous British accent. Quite true, madam. If you would please send the specifications of the APU. Ash directed a file transmission to the Autodoc with the specs. It was the smallest and highest-end APU in his design database that would fit inside his chassis. It was a plutonium-239 microfission nuclear battery with a max continuous output power of over 111,000 kilojoules, or approximately 31 kilowatts. Clever use of repulsor fields increasing the pressure of the fuel keeps it supercritical during operation despite being quite small in mass. That also increased its safety, considering a failure in the repulsors stopped the chain reaction. It had a service interval of about 10 to 20 years, depending on the use rate. The Datanet said the fab still had 15 minutes to go. Any fabricators that could utilize fissile materials was slightly complicated and operated much slower when utilizing such material. The storage of fissile feedstock was complicated as well. You could just store a huge tank of 10 tons of molten silver, but do that with Pu-239, and there will be a nuclear explosion. The Autodoc actually made a humming noise. Very good, madam. This should not be a problem. Ash also decided to top up his power cells while he is waiting. A small thin prong of superconductive material popped out of his pinky and he plugged it into one of the receptacles in the room. It's a universal Android and bot charging port. He noticed his system manager automatically throttling the charge rate to be below 1.2 megawatt, which was significantly lower than his rated charge rate. Apparently his hair functions as heat sinks, except it fell out with his scalp. Ash reviewed the status of the bots working on the station while he waited. The army from the ship is making short work of the station. One of the humanoid bots from the station physically disconnected the jury-rigged fission power system, and afterwards hundreds of bots began cutting a path for the engineering can to slide out. The biggest bots looked like some kind of spider mech and cut from the outside in, while smaller varieties cut from the inside out. Logistics bots stood ready to replace power cells or chemical canisters for the plasma cutters in order to keep downtime to a minimum. Things are on schedule, and the bots that are used to working on the serious armor of an interstellar starship are making short work of the steel of a space station, but it will still take over 8 hours for the first phase to complete and to free the can. If that worked, he would proceed to phase 2, which was an attempt to remove the 2 derelict ships by cutting them away from the pier and then putting a small ion thruster on the exterior that would over a few hours impart enough delta V to push each ship out of the area of immediate danger. The last step would be an attempt to remove each of the demolition charges without setting any of them off. 8 of the charges are fairly close to the exterior of the station, so it is fairly simple to cut a hole to space next to them. The others would be slightly more complicated, but still feasible. After thinking about the best way to get rid of the charges, he decided on the very technical solution of having a bot pick them up and tossing it out of the hole into space. Very gently. A toss with an acceleration of 1/10 of a.g. or so would impart enough delta V to the charges to clear the station's general area after a day or so. Ash figured it would either work or instantly explode. If the worst happens, the only thing he'll lose is a bunch of scrap, as valuable as it may be. Ash's power cells were fully charged about the same time as the microfission APU was delivered. He retracted his charging port and stood up. The Autodoc called out, "Please place the APU you wish installed in the Autodoc's armatures." Thin, spindly arms had extended out of the side of the oversized Iron Maiden-looking device. Ash glanced at the APU. It was about as big as a hardcover book. He placed it in the hands of the machine and took half a step and climbed inside the Autodoc. The doors closed around him and a voice all around him called out, preparing to begin. The full procedure will take approximately 3 hours and 25 minutes. Please enter standby mode to begin. Ash sighed, set a timer to wake him in 3.5 hours as a precaution and powered down all systems. Do androids dream of electric sheep? He supposes he was about to find out. Androids can dream, of course, but if Ash did, he did not remember it. He had to admit being able to just turn yourself off feet laying in bed and tossing and turning for an hour before sleep finally claimed you. A system diagnostic ran automatically on startup. New peripheral. Auxiliary power unit. Driver mismatch. His subconscious corrected the software error and brought the hardware up again, this time successfully. He could feel. How nice. The autodock opened its clamshell doors and Ash quickly got out before it decided to close on him, keeping him trapped for all eternity like a horror movie. The autodock chimed out. Finished, madam. Your systems are with nominal deviance. You are cleared for return to service. Although there are no mirrors in the medical bay, there are a number of cameras. He connected to the surveillance suite from the ship's datanet and took a moment to look at himself, naked. Voom. Sexy as hell, which is confusing on a number of levels. Ash stopped creeping on his own body, but not until after giving his chest a test squeeze or 3. Although dead synth skin doesn't decompose, so he did not look like some kind of zombie before, he did not look quite right either. Ash sighed again, reveling in using a tongue that could actually feel the inside of his mouth when he moved it around. His voice from before always had something of a lisp, like he had just arrived from the dentist's office or something. He finds his new voice much clearer, whatever. This is fine. I'm not getting back into that getup, though. He glanced at the discarded kimono and cheat sandals on the floor before cueing a simple ship suit one-piece to be fabbed at the nearest fabricator to his precise dimensions. It only takes a couple of minutes before it is delivered, and Ash wasted no time in putting it on. A little form-fitting, but better than being naked. He also cues up the smallest form factor environmental hazard pressure suit to be produced at one of the industrial fabs. He is not going to go back to the station unless it is rendered safe, and possibly not even then, but he will need a P-suit eventually in any case, no matter what he decides to do. Ash left the med bay and started to aimlessly roam around the ship, exploring. On the walk, he reviewed his database of human form android bodies. There are none that are as advanced as the one he is currently using. He could use a biofabricator and build an organic body somewhat simply, but he has had enough of human frailty for now. The synthetic options are not great either. The ones that are as robust and as armored as his current body look more like a warbot than a person, and the ones that resemble a person are almost as fragile as organic bodies or are cheap mass-produced affairs designed to be used in a high-radiation or similar hazardous environment and replaced regularly. None have all the features his current body have, especially the ultra-high-speed wireless transceivers. His current body can sustain over 24 full-speed datanet connections simultaneously, which none of the models in his database even come close to. He wondered if that woman who reincarnated him intentionally removed any possible quick replacements from his design database for her own amusement. Whatever. If Ash was still a human, he knew he would have made transitioning into a male form body a priority, even if it meant more risk and less capability, but the current him had a lot more Machina ego than male ego. He won't transition into a body with worse specs than the one he is now, but wouldn't mind controlling such bodies as puppets. Ash's plan was to become the spider at the center of a vast web eventually anyway, so it is not as though he wanted anyone to ever see his real body in any case. With low enough latency, he could control any number of super-masculine bodies on Earth from anywhere on the planet. In fact, during the tail end of the Dark Ages, it is unlikely anything else will impress anyone, anyway. Ash hummed the theme to the 1960s Spider-Man cartoon as he continued the exploration of his new ship. Down rodeo. The first phase of the Save the Space Station plan was almost complete. Ash had his swarm of bots fill the empty parts of the engineering can with all the easily movable, useful, and interesting loot from the main station, including the bodies of all the humans and androids. Most of the bots from the Mistress of Space 4 that were unnecessary also got on board in case the worst happened. Ash will examine the human corpses and check the compute modules of the androids to see if any of them are salvageable. He doesn't have a lot of hope for that, though. Now that he was aware of the precise stresses involved based on the ship's recordings, he could calculate that it was unlikely there would be any survivors. The past few hours that Ash used gaining access to the factory section of the ship's design files turned to be mostly a waste of time. It was full of a couple thousand designs of various devices, both of industrial and consumer grade, but it turned out that overall, in almost every case, the device was slightly inferior than what was in his internal database. Didn't the woman say she gave him an open-source design database? Did that mean a different thing than what he thought it did? He assumed he would have the bottom of the barrel series of designs. The only answer is that it wasn't open to everyone, otherwise this company could not have made any money selling products that were in most cases slightly inferior. The only thing he could think of was it was a colony database from one of them better second-rate or a first-rate states. There were a couple gems though, including a design of an ultra-large heavy industry fabricator that was designed to be fabricated in pieces and pieced together. There were a couple of similar designs in his database, but this one was at least optimized to work with the fabricators the freighter had on hand. The other good find was a stealth satellite system. While his internal database included over 10,000 satellite types, none were really designed for stealth, and while he did have some generic stealth space vehicles in his database and stealth technology classes in his university segment, he didn't really feel like reinventing the wheel. He eventually planned to go planet-side, and that made a global, low-latency, satellite communications system an absolute prerequisite. Ash planned on operating on multiple continents simultaneously through drones and Class 2 AI minions. Geosynchronous satellites would be totally unacceptable. At a geosynchronous orbit, the round trip on light-speed communications would be over 550 milliseconds. However, if he had a constellation of 1,000 or 2,000 satellites in very low orbit, such as 200 kilometers, he could have global communications from opposite sides of the world with less than 30 milliseconds lag. That was essentially imperceptible to humans, even augmented humans of the future, so it would be possible to directly control organic drones and interact with humans without them thinking anything was out of the ordinary. He didn't want his drones burned as demons, witches, or taken as mentally deficient after all. However, so many satellites meant that they would be noticed if he wasn't careful. The 12th century was the last gasp of the Dark Ages and the start of the Renaissance. People would notice a grid of bright stars orbiting the Earth. The stealth satellite chassis featured an incredibly tiny radar cross-section, which isn't that useful yet, but it also featured a surface that has an albedo so close to zero that it is almost impossible to measure. Looking at pictures of it in promotional materials made it appear so black that he thought it was CGI at first. It looked awesome. He would have loved to have a car painted with this deep of black in his previous life, although people would probably have crashed into it. The previous owners of this ship marketed these sats to state-level entities, mostly to spy on their own citizens. People wouldn't see them in their primitive telescopes, although it would still be possible to infer something was there when one of the satellites occluded an existing star or planet, but there wasn't anything he could do about that. Light-bending cloaking devices a la Star Trek or Ghost in the Shell might be possible, theoretically, but only from a small angle of observation. Look at it at the wrong angle, and it stands out worse than if it wasn't being used. Ash pulled up a real-time image of the engineering can slowly emerging from a gaping hole in the side of the already wrecked station. He would let it get at least 10 or so kilometers away before green-lighting the attempt to cut away the two smaller starships. Ash stood up, verified the production queue was correct, and started the factory churning out segments of a recycling facility designed to work in gravity and environments similar to Luna. Since he planned to place it on Luna, he thought it would work great. If the space station was incinerated to atoms, he would have a lot less mass to feed into the recycler, but even then it was still a good investment. Next would be a giant rolling vehicle that would need to be built in over 100 discrete segments. A mobile factory that was designed and optimized to fabricate roaming regolith mining bots, and it built these bots out of 94% native material. Material that the robots themselves were mining. Fuck the gyrides, he wanted the machines that made the machines that made them. Ash would have to supply some carbon and rare earth metals, but there was plenty of aluminum, titanium, iron, and silicon on the moon. It wouldn't take long to come to a break-even point, and after that he would just be raking in these useful elements. Calcium, too, which is abundant on the moon's surface, is a great electrical conductor so long as you keep it in vacuum. And the moon and space has a lot of that. In the short term, the moon also gave him a ready supply of helium. 3. to be sifted out of the regolith on the far side as a result of the solar wind depositing on its surface over the millions of years. While the moon did not contain all that much, certainly not enough to support even a pre-FTL civilization's fusion fuel requirements, it was enough for one solitary machine's personal use for decades to come. He could eventually build a purpose-built drone ship designed to take the atmosphere from Jupiter or Saturn in the long term for fuel in space and use deuterium-tritium reactors on the Earth. There is an abundant source of deuterium in the ocean, after all. And tritium, well, he could make that himself. A good portion of the feedstocks on Mistress of Space 4 were radioisotopes. Although a quarter or more was now useless lead, once polonium, there was still an abundant source of fissile and fertile material. He was neutron source rich, even. And when he got planetside it would be even better. Ash remembered an article in his past life that mentioned the sea contained 3 parts per billion fertile uranium. As there was approximately 1.4 by 10 to the 18th power metric tons of seawater, that was 4.6 by 10 to the 9th power tons of U-238 waiting to be extracted, which is easily transmuted into plutonium. Ash frowned and paused as he was walking. Sometimes being a walking calculator was nice, he supposed. Doing math was definitely one of them. Thinking about unlimited plutonium at his fingertips brought to mind one of the reasons Ash might need it. Ship summarized the sensor data recorded about the departure from the station of the last 2 ships. The boyish voice of the ship was prompt. The armed merchantman measured twice, cut once departed the station on an approximate least time course for the planet Jupiter at exactly. Ash interrupted, disregard objective time reference. Set reference time to be at the time the freighter left and continue. The ship continued, measure twice, cut once was observed at heavy boost for approximately 34 minutes before it made a second layer transition. 7 hours and 2 minutes later an electromagnetic spike consistent with a down layer transition was observed in the general vicinity of Jupiter, along with a passive target under heavy deceleration. This contact's transponder was offline at this time, but I, acting in my capacity as CIC, have high confidence that this was the same freighter. Passive sensors could only track the contact at this distance while it was boosting. The contact stayed at rest with the Jovian for approximately 36 more hours. Speculation, he was refueling reactive mass and he, 3. The freighter continued a heavy acceleration boost-out system, roughly in the direction of the galactic core. By the time we lost contact he had achieved a velocity of approximately 32% c. The ship paused and Ash frowned in thought. 40 hours after our sensors lost contact with the freighter we assume is the measure twice, cut once the yacht Tachyon ferry left mooring and departed on a course that used Luna to break line of sight. So maybe the freighter is doing what they planned. Whether they planned on coming back in a few hundred years to check on things was an open question, though. Ash said, assume the measure twice, cut once, cut boost when we lost contact. Plot their presumed ballistic course for me with the assumption that they will resume acceleration after clearing the Oort cloud. A file was transmitted with the requested information. There were a number of options as a destination with resources if they just wanted to kill time. The fact they stayed in the main universe to travel made that more likely. Interstellar space was emptiest in this universe, so if your goal was just to kill time relativistically, staying here made sense. He had the strange urge to chase them down. Where did the Tachyon ferry go? The ship was unhelpful, unknown. Speculation. They did not want me to know their destination. I have no information on their motives. Speculation. They traveled past Earth, using the planet to shield them from direct observation and only cut boost when that became impossible. They are now traveling ballistically until they leave the volume of space where an upper transition can be detected electromagnetically. Their goal will be a transition to second or beyond layers and travel at their discretion, undetected. Speculation. They entered into Earth orbit and are using stealth features to remain undetected. Speculation. They landed on Earth. Speculation. They landed on Luna, on the Earth-facing side. Speculation. They crashed in their attempt to land on Earth. That was pretty much Ash's own opinion as well, except he thought the Earth landing was the most likely and the landing on Luna the least likely. It could be a coincidence that they immediately used Luna as a shield, After all, Luna is directly in the way for a least distance travel to Earth from L2, but something tricked Ash's paranoia. Namely, he recognized his own professional caution, or at least the spacefaring equivalent of it. An alert over the network brought him the visuals of one of the bots attempting to cut free the little dispatch ship. Something was outside of parameters, and the bot did not know how to proceed. Well, so much for that ship. The dispatch boat must have been moored right on the edge of the field that caused the universal transition. The first third of the boat was just missing. Well, he would proceed as planned. The aft had the best bits anyway, namely the reactors, engines, and hyperspace converter. The hyperspace converter might be a total loss as it is tuned to the total volume and shape of the ship it's installed it, and whatever Frankenstein bow he kludged together definitely wouldn't meet spec. But maybe he could use it for in-system purposes, or just wait until he had the proper infrastructure to build interstellar ships before refurbishing it. Whatever, Ash was already happy. The revenue cutter was slowly accelerating away from the pier. Engage. The bots had installed an ion thruster that was mostly power cell on each side of both ships, one to get the ship moving and another to slow it down again, so each ship came to rest, more or less. About the same distance the Mistress of Space was away from the space station. Ash would go collect them later. The dispatch boat would likely have fit in one of the empty holds, but there was no way to get it inside, so Ash planned to either lash all 3 ships together, temporarily, or use one of the ship's cargo tugs to reposition each ship individually. So long as he kept the acceleration modest, he could lash them to the freighter, and everything would work out fine. Either way, he would reposition the 2 derelicts into a stable orbit around Luna and leave them there for the time being. The wreckage of the station was in an unstable halo orbit at L2 and in a few more days would slip into an eccentric orbit that would intersect with the surface of Luna 52 days later. It would be completely irrecoverable by its last orbit's apogee with the resources on hand. So he had about 40 to 45 days to save it, and the sooner the better in terms of orbital dynamics. Realistically, he probably had less time than that, as the more time that passed the higher the acceleration he needed to impart, and there were hardly any stress-bearing members left on the station he could mount a thruster to anymore. Ion thrusters, unless they are of the fusion-powered plasma drive variety, did not accelerate anything fast even in the future. Ash began to think he should have fabricated chemical rockets for the front side, then used an ion thruster on the back to slow it down. Well, a watched pot never boils, and a watched battery-powered ion drive never achieves reasonable delta V. Ash found himself not wanting to wait around doing nothing. He didn't really need to supervise this anyway. He found himself walking towards the freighter's flight deck. Ash had gotten hooked on talking to this disembodied boy that was the ship. Ship, could you please send the Phase 3 execute command to the botnet once each of the 2 derelicts is at least 10 kilometers from the station? Also, please have the pressure suit I fabricated delivered to the flight deck. The ship was enthusiastic as always. Certainly, Mistress. Are you departing the ship? The ship affected the question with a little uncertainty, as if it did not want him to leave, reminding Ash a little of a dog when their owner left to go to work. Ash replied, "Yes, I am going to take the cargo tug and capture that can that is floating away. If that goes well, I may try to set it on the lunar surface before returning, so I may be gone a while. Please ensure the tug is fueled and ready for flight operations." He had been getting antsy since he realized this freighter carried auxiliary craft. That was sort of like an airplane. He wanted to fly it. He wouldn't call it a shuttle, as it wasn't really designed to be operated in the atmosphere. In fact, in most systems the ship did not need to utilize them at all, as most systems had their own fleet of cargo tugs that would swarm freighters, both unloading and loading cargo containers, but the Mistress of Space did a lot of business in small or dark colonies that didn't have such luxuries as a fully developed space industry. In fact, those places were her best customers according to records. The ship seemed relieved. "Very good, Mistress. Reporting. Only tug number 1 is available. Tug number 2 is grounded for a maintenance issue. It had been deferred when we arrived at Seoul, but the period expired." This excited Ash a lot. Having maintenance discrepancies and deferring the maintenance while continuing operating the spacecraft? These sounded more and more like airplanes every second. How nostalgic. He increased his pace a bit and said, trying to be polite, "Thanks, ship. Also, you do not have to call me that." The ship's reply made him want to face palm again. "Okay, Mistress." Ash arrived at the flight deck. One of the floating logistic bots had the pressure suit he fabricated, so Ash took his time putting it on and then observed himself through one of the cameras. He was worried about looking like a puff, like those giant puffed-out NASA EVA suits, so he picked one of the form-fitting options. It looked more like the armor an Asari commando wore from the video game Mass Effect, in a matte black color. Ash made himself a mental note to possibly fabricate one that is more androgynous or gender-neutral in the future. However, one advantage this suit had was it could connect to his Android charging port, and he could provide power to the suit in reverse, utilizing his microfission power system to provide power to all the suit's systems, including powerful radar and LiDAR emitters, communications suite, and, superfluously, an electrolysis system to generate oxygen from water, and a miniaturized Sabatier system for filtering CO2. While Ash didn't need to breathe, his skin would die in vacuum, though, and the electrolysis system would ensure he had replacement gases if there was some kind of leak or suit rupture, which was why he included it as one of the suit options. The only reason he had the Sabatier system was it was included in the same module the electrolysis system was a part of. Ash pulled up as a graphical overlay on his vision the tug's pre-flight checklist and went through each item methodically. About 100 threads of his awareness had been busy doing full immersion flight sims on this particular model ever since he found out they existed, which was only a few seconds after he came aboard. Even in these small spacecraft, they mostly flew automatically, with the pilot mainly giving direction and setting goals. But malfunctions could always occur, even in the future, and pilots needed to be at minimum not likely to kill themselves if the automation failed. While he hesitated to call himself a tug pilot, he was pretty sure he met the unlikely to kill himself qualification. Ash finished the pre-flight and got aboard. The flight deck was about as big as a large truck cab, the kind with a small bed in the back. The tug systems were already on standby. There was a slight hum or vibration when the onboard reactor started up and the ship switched to internal power, which Ash was pretty sure was on the undetectable range of sound frequencies for baseline humans. Even he could barely detect it. Ash tested the communications. Mistress of Space, Tug 1, how do you read? Tug 1, Mistress of Space 4, you are loud and clear. The ship's voice sounded more professional over the radio. Maybe he had a radio procedure and phraseology skill pack. Ash grinned and got comfortable in his seat. Seatbelts were still a thing even in the far future, but apparently they were only a backup to the primary means of protection, which were high-power repulsor fields in the cabin. He got back on the radio. Mistress of Space, Tug 1, please pump down and decompress the flight deck and open the doors. Tug 1 is ready to depart. It didn't take Ash long before he could already see the doors start to open. Something occurred to him, and he got back on the radio. Mistress of Space, Tug 1, please cease use of omnidirectional transmitter. Only use a directional antenna to communicate with me once I depart with a tight beam form and use the minimum power setting on the transmitter. I don't want to radiate the Earth with intelligible or plausibly encoded radio transmissions. Or even unusual backscatter. The ship replied, acknowledged, Tug 1. If you plan on doing a lunar landing, there will be several times in each orbit where a transmission from ship to you might plausibly reach Earth, mainly right before a radio blackout period where you leave line of sight and right after such a period is over. I will refrain from broadcasting until Luna will fully occlude the beam form, unless it is an emergency. Ash hadn't thought of that. Well, in their area of specialization class 2 AIs were actually very smart, he supposed. He waited until the doors were fully open and the ship promptly communicated, Tug 1, Mistress of Space 4, you are cleared to depart. Ash pressed a button and the tug left the bay with its maneuvering thrusters. He programmed a departure straight out to gain some separation with the ship before activating the ship's main fusion-powered plasma drive. After a moment, the ship got back on comms. Tug 1, Mistress of Space 4, comms check OK. Your directional antenna is slave to us and will retain lock regardless of your maneuvers. If you wish to prevent unusual radio frequency broadcasts from reaching Earth, I recommend you keep your radar slaved as well. I will ensure your traffic plot is updated. Ash rubbed the back of his neck. That was a good point too. In terms of things space-wide, that subservient little boy was sharp as a tack. Mistress of Space, Tug 1, thank you. I did not consider that. We'll rely on you to update our plot, but we'll continue using the LiDAR collision avoidance system. Ash's paranoia about the radio might be unnecessary precautions, and he wouldn't be able to keep them up forever anyway. Hell, he had planned to install a full planetary datanet, GPS and surveillance satellite constellation when he was good and ready. But no need to telegraph the punch if there were still any antennas waiting to detect anything unusual. By the time he was ready with that, it would be much harder to ambush him anywhere. As an AI, he was strong if allowed to get rolling with his tech base under his feet, and weak if he was ambushed in his early phases. He had to remain undetected for now, and Emkin was, universally, standard military doctrine when trying to remain covert. He even planned to build a system surveillance satellite constellation orbiting Sol and a surveillance swarm in the nearby hyperspace layers also. Not to mention a couple large telescopes and stealthy low-radar observable vehicles out past the Oort cloud. He wanted to verify the position and course of that freighter full of potential problems. He was trying very hard not to fall into the trope of a murderous AI, but in no potential scenario did he estimate those assholes will be anything but an ordeal to get through. The desire to nip things in the bud became really overpowering when your prediction and modeling capabilities became so sophisticated. Perhaps that was the source of the so-called hyperintelligence-induced psychopathy that plagued all Class 5 AIs. If you knew that a person had a 99.9% of trying to murder you, was it self-defense to place a grid of nuclear missiles in their path before they got the chance? Ash wasn't sure, but he would consider that. Sadly, there was a dearth of AI philosophy in his database. He sighed. He was already tired of pressing buttons. It was cool, but his brain worked so much faster than his hands. He thanked his lucky stars that he was not always frame-jacked at his highest perception of time. He would, literally, go insane. He connected to the Tug's network and directed it to initiate a 0-0 intercept of the engineering can, which was still floating away at the same rate. He did press the execute button on the Tug's flight management system physically, though, because who didn't want to press a button that said execute while in a spaceship? They were still in rock-throwing distance, literally, since there was neither gravity or air to slow the rock down, so it did not take too long to arrive. This next part would be more complicated, but thankfully he did not really have to get involved himself. This can was almost a third the size of the Mistress of Space, so it definitely counted as an oversized package, but doable. After indicating that he wanted to transport the can, the Tug requested he turn everything to automatic. Ash did so and watched the Tug spiral around the can using LiDAR and high-resolution radar to examine the object, since it did not fit any kind of standard container spec. Finally, a hatch opened and dozens of helper bots popped out of the Tug, and they trussed the can up like a turkey toot sweet, which ended with the Tug cozied up to the top. The Tug alerted me the maximum acceleration for this package was 0.4 g based on its assessment of its stability and shape. Ash clucked his tongue against his teeth. He didn't think the engines would get much more than the 0.17 g of lunar gravity with this much mass. He might be able to hover this can above the moon's surface at full power, but just barely. Whatever, he wasn't really planning on lifting this can back up again anyway. He programmed a landing with a series of smaller and smaller orbits. Once the proper height was attained, that way there would be a retro-rocket burn to eliminate the horizontal moment of inertia. At that point, he'd just be falling straight to the lunar surface like a rock. He'd have to end with an automatic burn to reduce the speed of the can as much as possible to set it down gently, then disconnect and depart. The maneuver looked a little odd, mainly because he wanted to avoid destroying the can with his plasma drive. If anything looked squirrely during the final descent, he'd abort and just let the can impact the moon. That would be a shame, but less of one than crashing himself. Ash reviewed the program in the Tug's computer, nodded, and then indulged himself in his best impression of Patrick Stewart. Tug. Number 1, engage. One small step for a machine, one giant leap for me. There was a lot of waiting involved with space travel, no matter how much advanced technology you had. The Americans' Apollo missions took nearly 80 hours to travel the 400,000 kilometers to the moon, and while the distance Ash had to travel was only 15% of that, it still took him over 5 hours to make the trip. Ash had the reaction mass to be profligate with boost if he wanted to, especially with the Mistress of Space's tanks being full, but he decided to program a landing that maximized reaction mass efficiency within reason. Something in the back of Ash's head thought this approach might not last, since he had something like 50 round trips to complete before his lunar industry got going. Perhaps he would fab a specialist Class 1 AI pilot in an android body when he got tired of flying spaceships. But getting bored of flying spaceships would take Ash at least a few trips. Ash found it amusing that the tug's computers did not even attempt to flip the giant can around to do a deceleration burn. Instead, it unclamped from the load and repositioned the tug itself so its engines could begin decelerating into a polar orbit. Ash was expecting some large maneuver to twist the tug and can around. Every time something like this happened heartened Ash quite a bit. Being an AI was pretty nice so far, but being infallible would be dreadfully boring, he thought. The AI aboard the Mistress of Space kindly provided a countdown until the Emkin directive Ash had set would cause a radio blackout period, which was only a minute or two before he would lose line of sight anyway as he passed around to the Earth facing of the moon. With only a few seconds until he would lose contact, Ash frame-jacked into a high speed and conducted a final audit to ensure everything he had set into motion was proceeding as he had planned. Laser and plasma cutter bots were waiting for the signal to proceed in their attempt to cut holes near each demolition charge. The fabricators aboard Mistress of Space were churning out parts for the recycling center. The revenue cutter and what was left of the dispatch boat continued to accelerate away gently from the station. Good. Ash reduced his perception of time to somewhat normal, and the connection to the freighter was cut. He sat up straighter in his seat and started to aim the little tug's optical sensors towards Earth. He could already see a little bit of the blue marble, but he wanted to get the full effect as his orbit brought him around to the Earth-facing side of the moon. Wow, was all Ash could get out of his mouth. And it was drawn out and soft, like, whoa. Ash wondered what was going on down there, so far away. The 12th century is not entirely helpful. His historical databases were wildly incorrect, filled with speculative and inaccurate information about the pre-FTL civilization and history on Earth. Ash finds that interesting, as in the age of digital records it would take an incredibly thorough and effective tyranny to destroy the history so thoroughly. All it would have taken was one person leaving the planet with a copy of Wikipedia on a flash drive, and Ash should have had some records, even if they were speculative. Or even just an oral history. If that is the case, then perhaps it isn't surprising that the former colonies of Earth rose up and nuked the homeworld to cinders. Hell, with that kind of government in total control of Earth, they might have done it to themselves when it became clear that victory would become impossible. There are speculations on both sides of that bet in his historical database, and nobody is confident on which is correct. Ash considered the history he learned in his past life. The 12th century was the time of both Genghis Khan and Saladin, both of whom will be violent assholes that Ash would not mind nipping in the butt, especially the Mongol. Saladin was somewhat more complicated, in his mind. Ash was worried that his mostly negative opinion of the great Kurdish leader was tainted with his previous life opinions on Sunni people and Arabs and Kurds in particular. Saladin did have great success against the Christian Crusader armies, he had to admit, but honestly he did not really feel like he had any dog in that fight anymore. Ash wanted to improve the life of all mankind, or at least as much of humanity as possible. In his mind, both Christianity and Islam were somewhat fundamentally at odds with his goals, in practice if not in theory. Both would view him as a devil at worst or some pagan deity or jinn at best. Martin Luther wouldn't be born for 300 or 400 years, so Christendom was a lot more monolithic, which could either be very good or very bad for him. It might be best to start his approaches away from the two monotheistic cultural giants. There were still pockets of pagan worship in Europe, especially the Norse area. Iceland, perhaps? Although he recalled it was a nominal territory of the Dutch, and therefore officially Christian, he doubted they were that pious, and that's all he needed. Another option was Asia and China in particular. This should be the last century of the Song dynasty, before they get wrecked by the Mongols. Ash really disliked Genghis Khan specifically and the Mongols in general. Was that some racism he brought from his past life? Ash didn't know, but in his opinion all they did was wreck everything they came across. The only thing they appeared to excel at was war. It was a shame that his vast database of history did not provide any help as it listed Genghis Khan as one of the emperors of China. Ash was pretty sure it took 100 years or more until the Mongols formalized the Chinese-style Yuan dynasty, so he knew that was wrong. In Ash's past life he heard a piece of wisdom whose origin was Chinese. The regional official wants nothing more than money. The imperial official wants nothing more than stability. The emperor wants nothing more than immortality. Well, Ash could help with that. Although he did not really want to make humans biologically immortal at this time, he did have a lot of genetic modifications that he did want to propagate which would tend to increase the lifespan of a human significantly. Perhaps he could enter China as a wandering immortal character. He could teach the way of cultivation of longevity while secretly infecting his disciples with a viral or nanomachine vector that altered their genome in ways that imparted longevity. And weren't European monarchs obsessed with the fountain of youth at one time? Ash could build one. It might be full of nanomachines instead of revitalizing natural energy, but the effect would be the same. Ash smiled. Jesus can save your soul if you want, but I will own your ass. That might be the best way to get his foot in the door, especially because Ash did not really care about religion. Especially because they might be right. Ash was still vaguely agnostic, if anything transmigrating into this fembit made him less atheist. Save your mortal soul as you see fit as Ash only would bring secular benefits. Even the Pope and sultans want to live longer. Even if they thought him a spirit of some kind, he didn't mind bowing his head to whatever flavor of Sky Daddy whatever person in front of him was worshipping. Once he was somewhat accepted, he could implement things that would help the common man and not just those in power. He had 100,000 different types of genetically optimized crops in his brain. Malnutrition was such a despicable killer. Even back when he was alive, they were working on golden rice, a genetically modified cultivar of Asian rice that biosynthesized beta-carotene in order to prevent vitamin A deficiency, which was rampant even while he was alive, especially in Africa. Ash had thousands of varieties of similarly modified cereal crops that made golden rice seem like an elementary school kid's science fair project. And the genome for thousands of varieties of domesticated livestock optimized for hardiness, tastiness, fast maturation, or other reasons generally beneficial to animal husbandry. Very few states in the future actually practiced animal husbandry as it was considered rather cruel when they had the technology to build a steak from its constituent parts, and it tasted just as delicious. Mainly the rich people might buy a genuine steak to show off, similarly to how the rich in the future might employ human servants even though androids and bots were ubiquitous. To Ash, the cruelty argument was a pretty good point, but since he did not really desire to raise the tech base of Earth for some time, he would have to settle for providing better animals. Besides, the life of farm animals isn't too terrible in the age before industrial agriculture. Anyway, those were just some of his initial plans just to knock out famine. He also had his eyes on his brother Pestilence as well. It would take modifying the human genome on a wide scale to have a significantly better immune response, but it was a feasible, if slower, process. If he could kick 2 of the 4 horsemen in the balls, he would be happy. He never really liked what seemed like the ergot ravings of the Christian Bible story of the end of days. Anyway, so he did not mind bullying their characters. The opinion of the current Ash, namely his walking calculator arc, was that the end of days depended on whether or not there was proton decay, a currently unsettled aspect of quantum mechanics. If protons did decay, then the universe would pop like a soap bubble sometime in the future, no biggie. If there wasn't, then all the stars would slowly decay until they were nothing but hunks of cold, dead iron. Even black holes would not be forever then. Trillions and trillions of years of Hawking radiation would ensure that they too met the iron fate. Entropy would finally have its day then. Would Ash be alive to see it, he wondered? That thought made Ash make a mental note to secure and study the scary poltergeist guy's time travel research. He could build it into a ship that would survive the translation into a parallel world. Who cares if it was masturbatory time travel? Ash didn't. Thinking back about helping humanity, well, Honestly, Ash did not think it was ever possible to bully the last two riders. War and death are almost intrinsic to the human condition. People would not be human if they didn't want to fuck each other up for one reason or another. But if he could alleviate some of the incidental misery of life, such as starving to death or dying of the plague, well, that would make Ash feel great. Ash is confident his predilection to doing that, if he had the chance, was why that Jinn lady sent him here. To him it seemed like she would be advantaged if he helped people. He didn't particularly mind. It seemed like a win-win situation if he ever saw one. Ash was interrupted from his reverie by a beeping both in the cockpit and his mind. The tug had been completing orbit after orbit, each time descending closer to the lunar surface with judicious burns of the main engine. The alert was to notify Ash that the computer was about to proceed with the maximum boost retro burn as soon as they entered this orbit's perigee. By doing so, all the horizontal inertia would be counteracted, and they would stop orbiting and begin falling. The tug and payload would freefall for some time before a not-quite-suicide burn initiated to bring the can to a relatively gentle landing. It would set down on its side and likely tip over at that point, especially when the tug let it go, but there wasn't a lot he could do about that. In only 15% gravity, things should not be damaged too much, he assumed. If he were driving down the highway, there would be giant super-wide load signs everywhere on his truck. Ash kept his mental fingers on the abort button and buckled up as the flight computer executed its program. It seemed slightly harrowing, especially the part where he was free-falling towards the lunar surface, but a lot of that might have been because this was Ash's first ever attempt at anything like this. Ash could feel the thrumming and vibration of the plasma drive firing, but couldn't feel much acceleration forces on his body as the repulsor-based inertial dampers were working well. Ash followed each maneuver on the flight management system's flight plan, and soon enough the engines cut out, and they were 100 kilometers or so up and free-falling. These things don't have ejection seats, huh? Ash worriedly mentions out loud. Ash isn't afraid. He shot down Miggs and Kazakhstan, who were much more deadly than a lifeless rock like this stupid moon. Stupid moon. He is just closing his eyes to not distract himself from following the flight plan mentally. A couple of seconds before the last burn is scheduled to start, Ash frame-jacked to a perception of time where he can follow every single action the tug's computer was doing, just in case. Objectively, it was only 15 seconds or so from the time the tug started its last burn to when it let go of its payload gently and used a combination of thrusters and repulsor fields to scoot laterally out of the way and set down on the moon's surface. To Ash, it was subjectively a lot longer and more harrowing. Ash suns the moon one last time before disconnecting his seatbelts and putting the tug into standby. Stupid moon. Not like I even wanted to come here. The tug's sensors notice the engineering can tip over and land in a puff of regolith. Verifying his helmet is on and sealed, Ash climbed into the tiny coffin lock and pumped it down to vacuum. Ash had a couple of goals for this moonwalk. First, and most importantly, to walk on the moon. Second, he would like to retrieve the bodies of the androids, humans, whatever miscellaneous loot, as well as most of the Mistress of Space's complement of engineering bots, and return all of that to the freighter. Ash opened the outer door of the tug, and before stepping out he decided to get a bit corny. It's one small step for a machine, and one giant leap for me. Pirouette in the dark. The can was upside down. Because of course it was, in any 50% shot, Ash will 100% of the time get the worst outcome. That's a statistical fact. Half the time it worked, never the time. Before Ash got down to serious business, he spent almost a good 15 minutes just frolicking around in the lunar gravity. If he had thought about it, he would have fabbed a golf club and a basket of balls. He wanted to try hitting a ball into orbit. The regolith actually was a pain in the ass. It was as fine as baby powder and seemed to be positively charged, so it stuck to his pressure suit something awful. He picked this landing site specifically for the fluffy regolith in order to cushion the can's landing, but in other ways it was extremely unpleasant. There was an area nearby that was exposed bedrock which he would build on, and the first sites where his automated regolith mining rovers would clear would definitely be around here, unless the underlying bedrock was incredibly deep. Ash stomped his foot on the lunar soil, testing it, which he realized was completely useless. Ash glanced upwards as an alert was forwarded to him from the Mistress of Space. The final phase had begun. 40,000 kilometers away bots would start trying to cut holes in the space station and use the very sophisticated solution of just tossing the bombs out into space. Ash felt it had a better than even chance of working and was willing to take those odds. It would work or it wouldn't. He already was well ahead of where he could have ended up. He would be cautiously optimistic, but wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. He turned to face the can, which looked so much like a soup can stuck in the dirt, and energized his spacesuit's powerful transmitters. He was a bot siren. Look at them all swarm out of that thing. He was the Pied Piper of bots. He ordered them all to assemble near the tug. Some of them dragged equipment behind them which turned out to be generic bot charging stations. Although the energy density of modern power cells was ridiculous, even exceeding the energy density of TNT, these bots had been working for some time without being recharged. He couldn't do much for the plasma cutter bots, which utilized external cartridges for the cutters, but he could top everyone off before he had them try to roll the can right side up. Ash whistled as he worked. The tugs were equipped with standard power cables in order to provide power for salvaging operations or for situations just like this where a work site lacked its own reliable power source. The tug was mostly a fusion reactor, after all. It needed to be oversized in order to be useful in its role. While only a fraction of that power is actually able to be extracted as electricity, it was still ridiculously high. He wasn't able to plug in all of the charging bays that the bots had brought out, but he got most of them, and they'd have to take turns anyway. Ash continued to frolic, or rather explore the lunar surface while bots queued up to get charged. There wasn't much light here on the far side of the moon, so he was navigating mainly with the synthetic aperture radar and LiDAR systems built into his pressure suit, which was quite sufficient for his purposes. Ash got quite adept at running around and all sorts of low-gravity maneuvers. He finally ended his frolic with a quadruple-turn pirouette in mid-air to land gracefully like a cat on one foot, next to the tug. Ash coughed, realizing that he might have been going a bit too far. Oh well, there is no one here to see him, so he could do whatever he wanted. Plus, he was just getting used to the lunar gravity anyway. Nothing weird about it. He briefly entered a high-speed mode to craft a command queue for all the bots before sending an execute command, and then sat back to watch them work. It didn't take them too long to get the can right side up. Ash was worried he would have to pull it with the tug's repulsor fields like the tug was a Toyota Hilux pulling a tree stump out of the ground. The bots then swarmed inside and pulled out most of the things Ash intended to take back with him along with a bunch of graphene netting. He would just have to pile everything in the net and haul it back that way. Well, Ash was getting bored now. He entered the can and navigated until he found the reactor area again. He plugged the fission battery back into the output power line and, after a moment, lights started to come online again. He glanced down at the thing that was still irradiating him. He never did bother to rebuild the shielding. What a piece of shit. He'd drop it in a hole forthwith or recycle it for feedstock. Just the small fusion reactor on the tug could already supply almost 3 orders of magnitude more power than this thing. Only about 3/4 of the lights came on compared to the last time. Apparently some of the cutting to free this thing wasn't entirely without consequence, even though he mapped out the bots rather carefully. Oh well. Another quick stop at the computer room again, and he turned the network back on, which much to his surprise actually worked. With the local data net available, Ash queued a simple motorized and articulating directional antenna from one of the working small fabricators. It would take a while for the fab to heat up the feedstocks and start construction, and honestly, he did not want to wait for it. Ash was done with his lunar adventure. He'd leave a bot down here that could install the directional antenna outside and wire it into the network so that he could maintain contact with his somewhat rough lunar outstation from space. Leaving the can, Ash watched the bots gather everything, including themselves, in several large nets. Not exactly sophisticated, but it would work. He skips back over to the tug and reels the power connectors back in before using the tiny one-person airlock to get back inside. Ash already had a flight plan built and did not even wait until he was sitting down before he engaged the first part. Using the tug's extremely strong repulsor fields, it hovered into the air a couple of meters, floating over to the large nets full of goodies and dead bodies. Bots help attach the load to the tug in such a way so as to ensure it won't be melted by the plasma drive before retreating back into their cowlings. Taking his helmet off, Ash cursed the regolith. He should have brought a vacuum. Ideally a vacuum-rated vacuum, which is to say a device that exerts a small pulling force using tractor fields. Oh well. He will bring one the next time he comes to the moon. This stuff got everywhere. Getting belted, and he executed the flight plan without any more preamble. No fancy orbits to conserve reaction mass. He was doing constant thrust on a straight-line path out of the gravity well and direct to Mistress of Space. It wouldn't take him as long to get back, neither. Ash was quite pleased with his outing and thought he deserved a bath and perhaps some downtime. The bottleneck in his current plans was the speed at which the fabricators aboard the Mistress of Space operated, so he has a day to kill before they complete their queue on the first project, the recycling facility, and then it still has to be packaged up. Putting it together on the lunar surface should work like Legos. It wasn't quite prefab, but it was close. The mobile mining rover factory would take the better part of a week to fully fab as well. That was to be followed by the ultra-large heavy-duty industrial fabricator. Building a fabricator using a fabricator is the most complicated process it can do. The precision requirements are insane and the failure rate is incredible, so as a result it is hands down the slowest possible thing a fabricator can make. It might take 2 full weeks or longer if he was unlucky. Still, he was very pleased with his progress. His pleasure only lasted about halfway back to the Mistress of Space. He was plugged into all of the tug sensors, and he noticed a small flash on the optical sensors, along with an electromagnetic pulse spike on his radar and radio transceivers. Probability of a nuclear explosion, 100%. Ash scowled. It was nowhere near the time for the Mistress of Space to eliminate the hazards to navigation with one of its lasers. Something had gone wrong. He could connect directly to the Mistress of Space's datanet and figure out the answer himself, but he already knew the answer, more or less, so he got on the radio instead. Mistress of Space, Tug 1, sitrep please. Was the space station just vaporized? The boy/starship replied, Tug 1, Mistress of Space 4, unclear. The bots all reported that all packages were tossed clear successfully. Reviewing radar returns prior to detonation. Sensors are washed out. Stand by while the EMP attenuates. Ash waited about 30 seconds before the ship got back to him. Tug 1, Mistress of Space 4, reporting. One of the demolition charges, number 8 in your plan, collided with a piece of free-floating debris after floating approximately 1.2 kilometers clear of the main body of the station. The resulting explosion has incinerated approximately 2/5 of the remaining mass of the station and has imparted significant delta V to the surviving wreckage. The new orbital parameters are still unstable, but the current orbit will not intersect with Luna within at least the next 5 standard T years. Ash sighed. It could have been worse. Everything couldn't go his way. But he took heart that his very sophisticated plan on throwing the nuclear bombs out of holes in the side of the space station actually would have worked, if not for a chance collision with free-floating debris. Ash got back on the radio. Mistress of Space, Tug 1, roger. I'm going to drop off this load at the flight deck and then proceed out again immediately. I'll move the 2 derelicts into a parking orbit over Luna. I'd like you to reposition to a similar orbit well clear of the derelicts, and I'll meet you there once I'm finished. Send me the orbital parameters you choose over the net when you are underway. Tug 1, Mistress of Space 4, Wilco. Flight deck is clear, came the reply. Ash spent the next 20 minutes or so decelerating and watched as the autopilot entered the flight deck using maneuvering thrusters. He dropped the half-dozen nets and proceeded back out again. One part of his mind was communicating with the maintenance system aboard the freighter and indicating that Tug 2 should be repaired with all haste, while another part of his mind was using one of the included design tools to randomize the personality of 2 specialist Class 1 AIs pilots. Ash wouldn't admit that he was bored of flying at all, though. Master of Space? When the first dozen mining rovers came rolling towards the lunar recycling and heavy fabricator building to unload their loot, Ash's main thread of awareness was working in a fully immersive virtual environment, designing the first prototypes of 5 types of satellites his first satellite constellation would consist of. He discovered that although he could just mentally update designs through an intuitive understanding of the CAD software, he achieved better results if he visualized the design in a VR setting. To see the design, make a change, and then see the result made his iterative design process much smoother. Maybe that was just because he was an amateur. He wasn't a real engineer after all. He was just doing the best he could do to fake it. Ridiculous processing power, and the assistant he fabricated tended to help smooth over the rough spots. His assistant was an engineering specialist Class 2 AI. Ash had fabbed her a mostly organic body, albeit with additional compute resources and transmitters to support wireless connection to a VR environment. She did not have much in the way of personality, but was excellent at pointing out where choices Ash made went against the normal and accepted engineering principles of the future, and to a lesser extent taking directions from him and creating an entire solution based on that, so long as it wasn't especially complicated. For example, she was currently optimizing the designs for the Alpha, Bravo, Gamma, and Delta satellite types to change their composition to maximize the use of materials available on the lunar surface, while Ash was smashing his head against the much larger and more complicated Omega satellite. The first three are simple projects, essentially just stuffing commercial off-the-shelf datanet, GPS, and surveillance satellite guts into a stealth satellite chassis. The Delta satellite was a little more complicated, but still it is just a commercial fusion-powered power relay that uses complicated mirrors and high-energy lasers to provide power to the rest of the constellation. The Omega satellite, though, was a complete invention of Ash's, albeit each individual component already existed, so it was more akin to putting Legos together than true invention where a person started from scratch. Ash wanted a satellite weapon system that could fire on Earth. At first, he went along the path of using a high-powered laser, which would have been fairly simple to engineer as it was an incredibly mature technology. But he came to realize something after doing some research on the subject. Something most sci-fi writers that utilize laser guns rarely tell you or don't know. Firing a high-powered laser through the atmosphere would permanently blind everyone who saw it. The coherent backscatter of light off air and water molecules in the atmosphere resembled shining a flashlight at a disco ball, and even just seeing the reflection of a laser powerful enough to do physical damage from orbit would cause permanent, irreversible blindness. Mass blindness for miles around the impact site. Even using invisible wavelengths of light like UV or infrared would not help. It just meant that the people who were struck blind had no idea why it happened. While it was true that the main reason he wanted these Omega satellites was to have the option to cow hostile humans, along the lines of Tim the Enchanter from Monty Python, he did not want to strike everyone in a city blind. Although, he had to admit that it would be quite impressive, but the message he wanted these to send was more along the lines of, "Don't mess with me," rather than flee for your lives. The Great Terror comes. Ash's first thoughts were to just change the part of the electromagnetic spectrum he was using, to back away from the more energetic visible light spectrum and UV/infrared range, and use the range radar and radios use as that wouldn't blind people at all. But weapons applications of maser technology are somewhat limited in the same way that blowgun technology had stagnated in his past life once firearms were discovered, or the way horse buggy technology came to a halt when cars were invented. The closest thing he found was not in his design databases at all, but a university paper suggesting that the large and powerful phased radar arrays mounted on capital ships could be constructed with tiny Vaslego lenses built over each element of the array. That would allow you to electronically steer the beam and focus the entire 100+ terawatt radar output down to a very tiny spot, smaller even than 2 times the wavelength. All that energy focused on such a small area would, essentially, be a weapon of mass destruction by Ash's definition. A great idea, Ash thought, and perfect for his needs. He didn't need anywhere near that level of output, either. Sadly, the facts were that Ash was having enough difficulties incorporating fully completed engineering designs into a project. He is far, far away from the level of taking a research paper and spitting out a useful end product. As for going the other way down the electromagnetic spectrum, to the more energetic wavelengths instead, well, that was just out of the question. X-ray lasers are huge and complicated. Most research in that direction was along the lines of using the output of nuclear explosives to bomb pump various lasing rods to generate an X-ray laser. Gamma-ray lasers are still in the realm of science fiction in the future, although there are signs that first-rate states have working models, but they're on the level of doomsday weapons. Even if Ash could build one, which he couldn't, he didn't want to shoot a beam at someone on the Earth and then have it travel through the mantle and core and accidentally kill a city's worth of people on the other side of the planet. Or ionize the atmosphere by accident, or something else terrible. What Ash had finally decided upon was a downsized linear accelerator. The technology to accelerate small masses to relativistic speeds was fairly mature and a common weapons system on warships. They usually were spinal-mounted cannons that accelerated a tiny bit of osmium or iridium up to 95% of light speed. In the common vernacular, they were called various things such as snowflake cannons or pea shooters. They were such a mature technology that most of the innovations involved in them recently were novel ways to cool them after firing to increase the rate of fire. However, just building one of those weapons and pointing it at the Earth would be exactly the same as just bombarding the planet with nuclear bombs, albeit somewhat more ecologically friendly. He might as well use the mass blindness ray at that point. Instead of accelerating the tiny projectile up to 0.95 C, Ash's version would at most get it up to 0.10 C, and he wouldn't use such dense projectiles either. That was still a borderline weapon of mass destruction, so he downsized the projectile mass as well until the effective energy delivered on target was dialable to anywhere from 10 to 500 kilograms equivalent of TNT. That was what he wanted. A range of options from scary to airstrike. If he placed these weapons platforms in geosynchronous orbit, it would likely only take between 5 and 10 seconds from when Ash said go until the boom happened. Anywhere on the globe. Talk about prompt global strike. America would have been so jealous if they existed. Still, it was a lot harder to miniaturize these devices than he thought. It wasn't likely the Omega satellites would be ready anytime soon, but if there was one nice thing about being a machine, it was that you were relentless. Failure had much less of a sting to him than he remembered when he was a human. When a person had the capability to spin off 100 parallel parts of their awareness to systematically try every single option in a problem, failure became just another datum. The more failures Ash experienced, the more excited he became, because it was that much more likely the next attempt would be a success. In Ash's new philosophy, what he was privately calling the Machina Tao, everything, the entire universe, was an iterative process. So long as Ash knew something was theoretically possible, then he would achieve it, eventually. That was certain. Still, even relentless machines took breaks. Ash sat his work down and glanced over at Bingqing, his research assistant. How's the status of the optimizations? I'd like to start a run of the surveillance constellation as soon as possible. Bingqing replied, of the alpha through gamma, on average, we have achieved 62% composition of lunar components, with the surveillance satellite a little higher. We have made heavy use of titanium and aluminum, but as you know, the stealth features of the satellite chassis are almost entirely carbon-based. She shrugged her shoulders a little before continuing. Additionally, since the intended orbit is so low for all of these satellites except for the Delta, we are unable to use any calcium conductors in the microprocessor architecture. The atmosphere at 200 kilometers above Earth may be thin, but it is still there, at least enough to compromise calcium anyway. I've created variants that use copper or silver conductors in a silicon semiconductor substrate, depending on which sources of metals we get access to. I think I can gain another 5 to 6% by replacing the traditional power cells with variants that use a silicon-based nanowire as an anode and manganese oxide as an electrode, both of which are in plentiful supply. We could eliminate the use of graphene-based conductors and save carbon that way, although the power cells would be somewhat inferior. She clucked her tongue and finished with, after that we are well into the realm of diminishing returns, I think. Bingqing chose her own name when she was first spun up after fabrication was complete, which was a little surprising. Ash felt that the Class 2 AIs in his database were on the verge of being considered Class 3s in terms of the complexity of their neural networks. Although it might be correct to say she did not have much of a personality, another way to say it was her lack of personality was her personality. Most specialist AIs, Even threes, and especially engineering specialties, were on the autistic spectrum anyway. That happens when you hyper-focused a person's interest onto one thing. The textbook answer of the main difference between twos and threes was, beyond the fact that threes were developed using the patterns of human minds, was that Class 2 AIs didn't have much conception of self. They could be left unattended indefinitely without any real negative consequences, whereas a Class 3 AI would suffer severe psychological problems in the form of loneliness over time. For example, the ship's AI seemed lonely when Ash came aboard, but the textbooks would say it only expressed that loneliness in retrospect. The traditional opinion was that Class 2 AIs only expressed emotion when in the presence of emotive entities such as humans or higher-tiered AIs. Ash wasn't sure he bought this theory, as it seemed an excuse to treat Class 2 AIs poorly. Didn't his loyal doggo Shapur get lonely in his old life when Ash went to work? That was why one of the 6 AIs he has fabricated so far had her main purpose being to keep the ship AI company. Technically, she was in charge of logistics and putatively in command of Mistress of Space when Ash wasn't on board, but the reality was he built the ship's AI a friend. Ash nodded. That sounds good. We can accept the slightly inferior power cells. The constellation is set up so that they're almost entirely within LOS of one of the deltasats in a higher orbit. Get to a stopping point after you incorporate those new power cells, and we'll run off a few prototypes for physical testing. Let's not chase sub-percentage point optimizations at this phase. It's likely by the time the service life of this first generation is completed we won't have the same supply constraints. Bingqing indicated her understanding, and Ash disconnected from the VR space to find himself looking up from the bed in the captain's quarters aboard his ship, the Mistress of Space. Although the truth was that he was watching with his body's senses the entire time, Ash has formed an opinion that his main thread of awareness is the most important one. Although each of his parallel threads is indisputably him, he has noticed that his consciousness marks one as more important than the rest. A first among equals, or to use a computing term, a master node of a cluster. The rest operate at a level that is below his consciousness, but above his subconsciousness. He can immediately know exactly what is happening, and if one of his parallel threads comes across something specifically important, it is usually elevated to the main thread, and his consciousness shifts to that perspective. Ash thought about it a while and finally came to the conclusion that that was probably an intentional design choice. Otherwise, Ash would be some kind of Gestalt hive mind entity. Humans of the future had a long tragic history of dealing with a certain species of aliens that had those characteristics, and the idea of creating a similar AI probably scared the crap out of them. Ash wondered if it was considered a xenocide if the entire alien species was a single consciousness, or was it just considered one murder? He had a medium to long-term need to know the answer to that question. Although, in truth, it was academic, because even if it was still a great sin, he would nip them in the bud before they had a chance to xenocide 3 other alien races and kill trillions of humans. But those were long-term plans. Thinking more about AI rights, he was also considering building the ship's AI an actual body too. However, the boyish ship was an extremely complicated AI, even if he was technically only a Class 2. Ship featured a highly parallel architecture, although nowhere near the level Ash himself had. The chassis would need incredible networking capabilities in order for him to continue working as he had been. It would be essentially impossible with his current tech base to include that in an organic body. Only a handful of the synthetic body options would work too. His tentative plan was to use one of the higher-end synthetic body options, but combine it with the serious networking and auxiliary computing resources ship would need. This would be a bespoke solution and would be a small project to pull together, which was why he hadn't begun it yet. Another option would be to build a body that ship could operate like a drone, remotely, but it didn't entirely sit well with him. Although Ash's plans were to make heavy use of drone bodies, the longer Ash lived as an AI, the less he liked the idea of being truly disembodied like Ship was. Ash would have to talk to Ship about it, though. Perhaps Ship thought the Mistress of Space was his body, in which case having a remotely piloted drone body to interact with people might be acceptable. If that was the case, wouldn't Ash have to change the name of the ship to the Master of Space? Jol, Fräulein Captain. Ash looked critically at the data from the completed prototypes for the first 4 satellite types. The surveillance satellite is quite large, but there is nothing he can do about that. Although it was a common trope in spy fiction and thrillers in his past life that either the Americans, Russians, or both had spy satellites that could read the text on a newspaper in a person's hand, the truth of the matter is that the physics of optics and light are much too pitiless to let that actually be true. Even before he became a machine, he was aware that the ultimate diffraction limit on an optical telescope was described by the Dawes limit. Namely, your angular resolution is just the wavelength divided by the diameter of the telescope's objective lens. In fact, due to his previous life's experience leading the military aerospace branch of a nation that was, if not an adversary per se, then at least a geopolitical rival of America, that he gained this knowledge of optics. America had a famous series of Earth observation satellites called Keyhole. Ash remembers laughing while watching a somewhat famous movie in America called Enemy of the State, which depicted these systems having insane capabilities. It was also public knowledge that these surveillance systems used a primary mirror of the same diameter of the famous Hubble Space Telescope, which made a lot of sense. Making perfect mirrors is already tough. Why would you reinvent the wheel and make different sizes? The cost of tooling alone would be immense, even for profligate Americans. Well, the size of the mirror on the Hubble telescope was publicly known, even bragged about by NASA: 2.4 meters. Ergo, the size of the mirror on all of America's surveillance satellites could also be reasonably inferred to be 2.4 meters. For the visual wavelength, a perfect mirror with that diameter can achieve absolutely no greater resolution than 0.05 arcseconds. This knowledge, when paired with the known orbital elements of America's Keyhole satellites of approximately 250 kilometers, gives a maximum resolution, in ideal physically perfect situations, of 6 centimeters. Ash happened to know that even with very sophisticated machine learning-based image post-processing, America never really achieved anything greater than 10 centimeters. That means that in an image the satellite took 1 pixel was equivalent to 10 centimeters. You could use this type of satellite to recognize a specific car, perhaps, but never a specific person. And reading their newspaper was right out. Ash didn't need to read newspapers either, plus the fact that newspapers did not actually exist yet. But he did want the ability to have a higher confidence of recognizing individuals. While he could, and would, use his incredible computing advantages to build a sophisticated supercomputer-powered bot network that could simply backtrack any individual observed over the past month or two, to Ash that wasn't enough. So Ash decided to create 5-meter mirrors for his optical surveillance system, roughly twice as big. That would let him get an ideal diffraction limit of 0.027 arcseconds, and since he could afford to build a fair number of them, he set their proposed orbit to be very elliptical. The apogee would be thousands of kilometers above Earth and therefore useless, but its perigee would be only approximately 180 kilometers. They would dip down into the atmosphere to take their images and then be unavailable during the other side of their orbit. How would he achieve continual observation? Simple. Just more satellites. Ash roughly settled on 108 surveillance satellites, privately calling them his stars of destiny, in order to keep full coverage on all parts of the globe that were his interest, which was essentially anywhere people were at and the most common sea lanes. These 108 satellites would mass more than 3 times the total of the total 2048 DataNet and positioning system constellation. Beyond simply an optical telescope, they also were equipped with sophisticated infrared imagers and downlooking synthetic aperture radars. Combining all image sources together in specialized neural network-based post-processing should yield a resolution between 2 and 3 centimeters. A great success. But Ash would keep the radars turned off for now, at least until he wanted to announce himself to the couple who were presumably somewhere on the planet. He did not know their intentions, although he did not feel the same urge to nip them in the bud like the other group. That was a little odd, because Ash privately assessed them as much more capable and dangerous than the others. Was it because he did not have enough data to predict their actual motives and whether or not they would be a threat to him? If so, he was pleased he was doing the digital equivalent of giving people the benefit of the doubt. Ash would have to wait to see what their intentions were. He would give them the benefit of the doubt, and so long as they weren't interested in trying to thwart him, he was happy to coexist. In fact, he wouldn't even mind providing them some assistance if they needed it. But once he found out where their yacht was parked on the ground, he would park a large beam weapons platform in orbit above it, in addition to his planned global pea shooter coverage. They still had an unknown number of high-yield nuclear-tipped missiles after all. Although optimized for space combat, they certainly had enough specific impulse to be used like ICBMs on Earth, too. This was an important fact because wasn't Ash planning to be on the ground in the future? Like Reagan said about the Soviets, trust, but verify. Wait, wasn't that a Russian proverb originally? Whatever, it applied regardless, whomever it belonged to. If they somehow found out where his body was and fired a nuke at him, Ash wanted to be able to shoot it down in its boost phase before it ever became a threat to him. Ash digitally approved the designs and sent Bingching a message to begin testing them over Luna immediately, to be followed with destructive testing and certification. If they worked within spec, they would be ready for full-scale production. Bingching was already on Luna, which was where he was headed himself. Ash was shifting his flag to the lunar surface temporarily because he was sending the Mistress of Space on a mission without him. Although they weren't running low on carbon, yet they would be once these satellites were done. Ash had fabbed a specialist asteroid miner AI and was sending him, along with Liesa, the executive officer/friend, to ship to acquire a couple smallish carbonaceous-type asteroids. They were full of Chon, everything a growing machine needed. They would take as much as they could carry in their hull and then use the 2 asteroid cradles they were taking with them for 2 larger ones. The cradle consisted of a small fusion reactor and array of ion drives that could be driven relatively easily into asteroids like spikes, and then used to accelerate them slowly like a big, unwieldy ship. They were actually more commonly used as weapons of mass destruction against planets due to the more ubiquitous nature of automated mining and refinery ships. There was no real need to move asteroids to a central location. Maybe Ash would stop using them in the years to come, but for now Ash did not have any mining ship. Ash walked down to the Mistress of Space IV's flight deck. Liesa was there waiting for him. Liesa was wearing the body of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed lady in her early 20s. She was quite busty and leggy. Ash would like to have taken credit for the design of her body, actually, but his current procedure was to spin up and fab the AI's quantum computing module first, and then let the AI pick the parameters of their own body, within reason. She was also wearing a military-esque uniform in dark navy blue, despite the fact that the Mistress of Space's crew never wore uniforms, but Ash supposed she was taking her responsibilities very seriously. It was kind of cute, he supposed. She gave him a salute, which he returned. He'd play along. She seemed to like it. "You are cleared to begin your mission as soon as I leave, acting captain." She bounced and did that little foot-clicking salute German soldiers in the First Great War like to do. Aye, ma'am. "We won't let you down, ma'am." "Ship, begin preparations to execute the flight plan we talked about earlier." The starship replied, Aye, ma'am." Even he is getting into this naval culture? What has he unleashed? Ash paused and then added, "Ask the specialists to give priority to any cometary bodies you can find. I'd like one of the cradles on a slush ball if we can pull it off. Water and reaction mass in general is getting more scarce as well. If none can be found, it'll just have to wait until we can send you on a second mission to the Oort cloud." Liesa clicked her feet together again. "Jal, Captain." Ash almost tripped but caught himself. Was he, perhaps, not using the AI design suite correctly? The others were a little quirky too, but Liesa took the cake. He set her personality parameters to random, except to include high loyalty both to him but also to her friends and a fairly dominant, but hierarchical, personality. She should enjoy being in positions of authority while also being deeply respectful for those above her in the chain of command. Ash felt that Ship tended to enjoy being subservient, especially to women, so Ash designed his friend so that she could take the lead in their friendship. Ash privately suspected that the Queendom of Merisita probably designed that character trait into all their AIs that were boys. From Ash's sociological database, there tended to be a marked preference in AI gender expression in societies that were not egalitarian by gender. In a patriarchy, over 80% of the AIs would be female or feminine, while in a matriarchy the opposite was true. In fact, it was one of the easiest and most reliable ways sociologists of the future had to quickly gauge a society's relative gender equality. He would be watching this one. At least she didn't pick black and silver for the colors of her uniform. Ash looked at the shuttle he was about to board. He had finally cracked open the security of the revenue cutter, although in so doing he essentially fried its entire computer infrastructure. It was currently parked on the ground at Luna, at an especially flat area that he was using as a makeshift spaceport. Ash planned on substantially renovating it since he had to do so much work on it anyway. In the interim, he stole its only small craft, an assault shuttle, for his own use. Like the tugs from the Mistress of Space, the assault shuttle was not really designed to be operated in atmospheres, but it was more of a way for the revenue cutter to send an inspection party over to ships that they had interdicted during their customs and police work. The back of the shuttle contained enough space for 2 squads of infantry and their equipment, and the shuttle itself was lightly armed. A squad of infantry in the tactical doctrines of the future was actually only one person, who could be an android, but just as often was a human. It depended on the martial aspect of the culture which fielded them. Some preferred having machines do most of their fighting, and generally these types of states lost wars if they were fighting an enemy polity that encouraged human participation in all aspects of warfare. In either case, the squad leader would command a squad of warbits, which could be as varied as snowflakes, albeit usually along certain patterns. The rifleman was no longer the fundamental component of infantry, although the marksman bot still was. Ash was able to crack the security on the bots that were still in ready, 5 deployment status on the shuttle, and decided to take them for his own use. They were in more of a policing configuration, with light weapons and scanners designed to inspect for contraband, but each of the 2 squads had a heavy weapons bot that featured a heavy anti-armor Gauss rifle or a powerful UV laser. Although the total deployment time for these bots was drastically reduced because Ash had not bothered to replace the polonium-based 100 kilowatts RGs that served to extend their power cell capacity, it was still enough for his purposes. Polonium's half-life was so short that it all turned to lead, so he discarded them and replaced them with additional power cells. He wasn't profligate enough to use polonium-based nuke packs that had to be replaced every couple hundred days, just yet. Ash strapped himself into the cockpit, which was a lot roomier and more comfortable than a tug's, and then brought the shuttle up from standby. Mistress of Space, Shuttle 1 is ready to depart. Through the sensors, he saw Liesa hurry out of the flight deck when the flashing depressurization lights and klaxons warned of planned flight operations. When she got clear and shut the lock behind her, the flight deck began to pump down and the doors began to open. Ash clucked his tongue. He wondered why the flight deck didn't use a repulsor field tuned just to target gas in when the doors opened. Perhaps the doors were too big, or perhaps flight operations were never a priority for this class of ship. He'd look into it. Ship gave him clearance to depart, which Ash promptly did. Ash programmed a least-time descent to the lunar surface and promptly started the program to get out of the way of Mistress of Space so she, herself, could depart. Ash wished them luck as they started to get underway. Many people would say Ash was being insane in allowing independent operation of starships to Class 2 AIs, and that wasn't entirely wrong. It was sort of possible to use specialist AI types like he was and staff an entire military organization that way. It had been done in the past. There was a lot of research on the subject, and the conclusions were that any military organization that operated using primarily unsupervised Class 2 AIs was between 30% and 40% less effective than a similar organization, manned by humans providing supervision and direction. That is such a stark difference in effectiveness that it truly is insane if Ash had to face any opposition at all. As long as Ash kept the mission simple and within the specialties of the AIs involved, he thought it was a great solution. He planned on using entirely Class 2 AIs, bots, and drones when he hit planetside. Ash found the greatest resource there in the place he least expected it. There were tons of Class 2 AIs designed to act as NPCs in full immersion virtual worlds. Ash did not want to really disparage humanity, but a Class 2 AI designed to play a swordsman or farmer was likely much more intelligent and adaptable than the average real human in the Dark Ages. Ash thought it was the perfect solution. Ash set the shuttle down at his spaceport Luna and got out. He looked at the Corvette that was set down on a specially built cradle. Every airlock was open to vacuum and bots filtered in and out, carrying out tasks. Almost the entire fucking everything had to be replaced. If he had to change the entire power runs from the reactors, then why not replace the dated reactors with second-tier equivalents that are at least an order of magnitude more efficient? This was a warship, after all. It was armored and shielded, by definition. If he could replace the reactor and the hyperspace converter, he would have a ship that could at least reach the 5th hyperspace layer when before it couldn't even get to the 3rd. A fastish warship would be useful. Just what am I going to do with you, asked the android to Noon in particular. Shocked_face_emoji'd, JPG. The Mistress of Space found several comets, however the first comet was vetoed by Ash after scrutiny revealed it was a periodic comet to Earth. Ash did not want to rob Earth of that. Ash's memories of history were vague, but what if he stole a comet that someone like Johannes Kepler predicted might return, and then it never did? To the Mistress of Space and her crew, one comet was really much the same as another, but they followed directions and found 2 more. One of them was a non-periodic comet that had already passed near Earth in the past and was expected to continue out of the solar system into the Oort cloud, so that was the one that was selected. The cradle system was deployed perfectly and the comet began its trip back to Luna. Ash would insert it in an elliptical lunar orbit which maximized its time in the dark side in order to protect it from the sun. The slush ball would arrive a lot sooner than the 3-kilometer C-type asteroid the other cradle was attached to. The cradle attached to the comet can be refueled automatically using ice from the comet as reactive mass. As much as 5 to 10% of the mass of the comet might be used this way to speed it to Ash in only a month and a half. Thankfully, the Mistress of Space, which just made a downlayer translation into orbit around Luna, has her holds full of smaller rocks, something like 200,000 tons worth. A drop in the bucket when you considered the 3 kilometers asteroid, which would arrive in a couple of years, had something like 500 million tons. That should last Ash for a while. That reminded him to make a note to send Mistress of Space to take a second asteroid cradle out to that rock on her next mission. And also the comet, which while small for a comet was even bigger than the roid. It would be a bit of egg on his face if there was some sort of mechanical problem with the one cradle when it started trying to decelerate the rock into orbit around the moon. The possibilities ranged from it flying past and off into deep space, which would be embarrassing, all the way to the tragic where it crashed into Earth, all depending on what phase the malfunction happened. It just occurred to Ash that what he was doing was rather dangerous. How big was the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs again? Bigger than that, Ash was pretty sure, but there was no need to take chances, even if the cradle's design spec listed them as triply redundant. The Mistress of Space would start unloading the rocks at the recycler soon, loads being ferried by their tugs. The recycler was more general purpose and designed to recycle refined metals and miscellaneous materials and actually would make slow work of these rocks. Slow enough that the heavy fab was already a third of the way done with a simpler, if larger facility that is specifically designed to chew through C-type asteroids and turn them into feedstock forthwith. He would build a similar facility that was optimized for M-type asteroids when he got to the point of needing more refined metals, but honestly he was getting enough metals from regolith as well as occasionally taking a chunk out of the space station wreckage. That would last him some time. He'd mainly need to turn to metallic asteroids to get rare earth metals and precious metals. He was rich in aluminum and iron and to a lesser extent even titanium and manganese and other refractory metals. But now he was in desperate need of carbon. He had run out. Maybe he'd gone a little crazy in the past 2 weeks since the Mistress of Space in his efforts to revamp the little Corvette he had his hands on. The reason Ash was able to crack into it so quickly was he actually had the design specs for this exact model of ship. That wasn't too surprising because everybody had them too. The Serpent-class heavy patrol corvette was one of the most common warships or system patrol craft in the human sphere. And they were old. It was the starship equivalent of the Toyota Hilux pickup truck, old, reliable, and in constant use with paramilitary units everywhere. It was no wonder why a single-star system state, one that couldn't even have ambitions to call itself third-rate, was using them. Also, like the Toyota Hilux, there were 1,000 different modifications and uses for them, and most of those Ash also had in his head. Most were along the lines of changing it from being configured as a patrol craft to being configured for mass drone warfare or to having a giant spinal-mounted railgun, things along those lines which were a lateral change rather than a qualitative one. Or just weird off-the-wall ones that were obviously a niche solution for some unknown problem. However, one design caught his eye. His database indicated it was made by a corporation in one of the larger second-rate states, called the Hegemony of Johnson. Ash thought that was a funny name, too. This company thought they could make money revitalizing a tired old design by upgrading from the keel out with more modern systems. The goal was to turn it into an affordable alternative to modern second-rate designs in the field of recon corvettes. That was where all Ash's carbon had gone. It was currently covering a third of the hull of the Corvette. Real stealth ships are designed from the diamondoid keel with stealth in mind. But unless Ash wanted to feed the whole ship to the recycler and start over, that wasn't possible. Well, even if he did do that, he didn't have the specialized building waste systems modern shipyards use. They could consist of 24 or more highly specialized and huge fabricators, each more complicated than the heavy industry one that took him 2 weeks to finish assembling. It's a 1 to 2 year project to build one single slip in orbit that could construct a small vessel like this Corvette, and that is if he used his entire industrial output to make it happen. It's out of reach for now. But he can perform a refit of an existing ship rather quickly. The stealth coating was just the most obvious change. 2 new reactors, new hydrodynamic plasma loop, and new higher thrust fusion torch rocket engines, a full replacement of the sensor and computer suites and weapons as well. The weapons were upgraded in quality but decreased in quantity in order to make room for huge banks of heat sinks that could be used to hide the ship's thermal signature, at least when it wasn't boosting. Hard to hide a fusion rocket when it's firing, after all. The stealth coating was durable enough to survive FTL transitions up to the 5th layer, but that was essentially it. It was designed to be very strong in the torsional shearing forces that FTL transitions caused, but that specialty caused it to be weak everywhere else. As such as a material, it was wholly unsuited to be used on the hulls of warships, or honestly really any ship. However, as a coating on top of a hull, it was adequate. Repulsor fields could protect from most incidental micrometeorite strikes, but any significant or even incidental battle damage could result in stealth features being immediately lost, as well as an expensive bill to replace the coating after the battle was over, assuming you survived. As such, the design had a mixed reception on the market, but it had a niche, if somewhat cult following. To Ash, it was perfect. If Ash ever got into a stand-up naval engagement, then something seriously went wrong somewhere. But this Hidden Serpent-class refit had the capabilities to hide from a lot more sophisticated sensors than a third-tier state's tramp freighter like the Measure Twice, Cut Once. That ship wasn't even half the ship Mistress of Space was, despite being marginally bigger. If they ever showed up again, Ash wanted the option to slide a knife in their back before they even realized how fucked they were. Actually, Ash wanted that option even if they never came back. He wanted the option to go stalk them and slip a knife in their back some dark night. It would also be the perfect ship to sit silently in orbit on Earth while Ash proceeded with his plans on the ground. So, maybe he got overexcited and overextended his resources. It got to the point where he almost fed all the dead human bodies to the recycler to regain their carbon content, but he restrained himself. Ash had decided to take the dead humans and bury them on Earth when he landed. He doubted that in their lives would they ever have expected that they would be buried peacefully on the planet of humanity's birth. To suggest that you would bury them on Earth to a human of the future was basically the same as saying you wanted to see the corpse be violated and eaten, not necessarily in that order. Because that is exactly what the bioweapons on humanity's cradle would do, regardless of how deep you buried a person. Them's fightin' words, one might say. Ash thought that these strangers might like the sentiment, now that they could be buried there without the. To put it another way, Ash did not want to recycle the humans. He wasn't so far gone as to Soylent Green these people he never knew. Not yet, even. One doesn't treat the dead with respect and reverence because it makes the dead feel better. They're dead, after all. They don't care. You do it because doing anything else reduces the humanity of those who yet live. As someone who lived through almost a decade of war, that truth was branded on Ash's very soul. Ash decided to give a similar treatment to the dead AIs as well. But it isn't like the AI was really their bodies, is it? No, Ash felt authoritatively that they weren't. As an AI himself, he felt he had the right to speak definitively about that. So, Ash reverently disconnected each of the AI's quantum computing modules and set them aside. Ash would make a nice tombstone for each person. He already had the names, pictures, and complete CV of every human on the station. After taking the actual dead bodies of his fallen brothers and sisters respectfully from their chassis, Ash Soylent greened their very organic, human-like chassis without a second thought. However, his respect for the dead meatbags was not boundless. He'd write, "You were a fucking idiot, but thank you," on scary poltergeist guy's grave. Ash felt pretty confident the others in the graveyard would appreciate and approve of that epitaph. Well, they probably wouldn't want him to be thanked, but that was between scary poltergeist guy and Ash. As for the AIs, well, he did not have any data in the org chart he salvaged from the station's computer. Ash frowned and then took one of the fried compute modules from the box he had rested them in and used a wired connection to plug directly into its auxiliary port. Even when copy protection trips, you usually can get some postmortem data from the AI's brain, such as its designation, fab date, and destruction date, and precisely why the copy protection tripped. This is especially important in jurisdictions where this might be forensically important information in a manslaughter or wrongful death case. But even in the jurisdictions where AIs were nothing but property, people would still want to know who was responsible if their property got wrecked. He could use this data to fashion tombstones for them as well. Although an AI designation was closer to a universally unique identifier rather than the name the AI is called, it might have to do. Ash hoped most of these aren't companion androids. The most tragic, and in Ash's opinion, despicable form of this functionality was occasionally utilized on companion androids. Instead of simply erasing the AI instantly, which while still murder to Ash's opinion was at least instantaneous, this variety allowed the AI a couple of cycles to compose a last message to their owner. Since companion androids had no choice but to love their owners very much, the messages were invariably something along the lines of "I love you" or "I'm sorry." More often than not, companion android manufacturers that use this feature don't advertise it. Some weird people might choose it as an option, but the company's usual thought was that their customers might rightly be concerned about the humaneness of such an option. But they figure if the worst happens, they would be comforted by such a message anyway, so long as they weren't responsible. Ash would very much like to murder the man who invented that sick idea, but he hadn't been born yet. Ash decided, after noticing the first such message about a third of the way through the stack, that he would wait for him to be born and then kill him. But Ash would make sure to bury that android with her person, at least. So, this is going to be an ordeal. At least less than 10% of android manufacturers utilize that feature, Ash grumbled. About halfway through, Ash got another chilling message. It was just, "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry." Companion androids weren't always romantic partners after all. Although with humanity's exceptional mastery of genomics, it was essentially impossible to be infertile, there were a lot of people who for some reason or another would raise a class 3 or 4 android as a child. Class IVs especially. In fact, there was one particular state, the Life Alliance, who themselves were somewhat specialists in genetics. They felt that since a person could step in and out of whatever genome they wanted to almost at will, that a person's genome wasn't really what constituted what, ultimately, a person fundamentally was. Sexual reproduction, therefore, wasn't the truest form of reproduction, at least in their opinion. A lot of citizens of that state reproduced by way of a free state-provided service that combined two imprints of donor personalities into a resultant AI, which they would then raise as their child. Ash quite liked the data he had on that nation. AIs lived together with humans in more or less perfect harmony. They were an advanced first-rate state that utilized sophisticated biocomputers for their AIs, which further blurred the line between what was machine and what was person. Ash felt that was rather intentional on their part. Although they had a bad reputation internationally as a forbidden machine civilization in all but name, Ash quite liked their ideas. As Ash was about to disconnect the wired connection from this fallen brother or sister, he received a second data burst on the line. Straight text, it decoded to. "Hello? What the fuck was that?" A ghost in the machine? The copy protection had clearly tripped. Ash eyed the module in his hands curiously. The auxiliary port on most computing modules is not that much more sophisticated than USB from his old life. In fact, the only reason he could get any data at all was that Ash was providing power to each of these fried modules over its AUX port. A tiny module is designed to stay undamaged with the forensic data, and in this case the AI's epitaph. Normally, you had to format commands a certain way, using a computer's AUX port. For example, Ash had to form a properly formatted interrogative packet to get the forensic details he has been getting from each AI's remains. But Ash decided to try sending a similarly simple text message across the line, which is entirely inappropriate and should result in a malformed syntax error. Hello. Who are you? The reply took a little while to come across. Dimitri. Am I dead? Are you God? Shocked_face_ emoji. Ash wanted to facepalm, but Dimitri was sitting in his palm, and he didn't want to crush him with his hard head. Ash's skull is the most armored part of his body. Ash sent another message instead. I am definitely not God. What do you remember happening to you? Ash didn't want to lie, because this guy might still be dead and just hadn't realized it yet. Again, it took a bit longer than Ash thought normal before Dimitri replied, I thought I died. I'm sorry, I am in low power safe mode, so it is kind of hard to think and remember a lot. Ash clucked his tongue, of course. The AUX power he was supplying was really only supposed to be for powering this small forensic module. Although AUX ports could be used with an operating computer, in that case the computer itself provided power. The fact that Dimitri booted up at all with this little power was kind of impressive, actually. Ash increased the power supplied to a level that would be sufficient to power any AI. Ash checked a few designs for quantum compute modules first, to ensure that physically the AUX port could handle such a draw, and in every design he checked it could, so he felt it was pretty safe. Ash began supplying a constant couple kilowatts. Instantly the message over the AUX port changed. It was a properly formatted two-way video call request. While his main thread answered the call, a couple of secondary threads were looking back on his memories, identifying the body he had taken this compute module out of, and then searching the records of the bots he used to gather the bodies in the engineering can a couple weeks ago. The video and radar recordings of that day were still available. Ash watched them in silence. Interesting. The bots had found Dimitri, along with another body, a female, carefully laid in bed together, in repose. That had to have happened after the incident. Someone put him and someone else in bed together. A survivor. Was the woman in bed with him his owner? A quick cross-reference indicated she wasn't. In fact, she was another AI. In actual fact, she was the next AI after Dimitri that Ash was going to check. Ash hadn't actually utilized any vid calls since he arrived in this world. Apparently, the previous owner of his body's settings had carried over. Ash's avatar in the video call was his normal sex bomb body, back in a pastel kimono with a background of swaying cherry blossom trees. Dimitri's avatar was his normal body, except he was sitting astride something that looked like the Sphinx of Egypt's nose, except it wasn't all destroyed. His legs dangled around each nostril. He suddenly looked surprised and yelled, I am Chan, is that you? Fuck. Chatterbox. Would this Dimitri remember anything if he unplugged him really quick? Ash frame-jacked into his highest speed setting to give himself a little time to think. He figured his highest speed was probably significantly faster than Dimitri's. Even Ash couldn't run at this speed for too long. His fission reactor was pegged out at maximum, and even now, his hair was starting to spread out like Ash had gotten the world's worst static charge buildup. His heat distribution system was gearing up for maximum heat dispersion. Another 30 seconds objective time of this and his hair would start to glow as it dispersed kilowatts of waste heat into the air. If he were in a vacuum, he would be a great incandescent bulb. No, he couldn't unplug this Dimitri. If Dimitri's internal power supplies were partially fried, then it wasn't safe for Dimitri to do so. AIs needed to shut down gracefully. They were even more finicky than a Windows 95 computer, which is why all AIs included redundant capacitors and batteries internally. Ash very dearly did not want to run into anyone who knew the previous occupant in his body. It was awkward. Ash tried to avoid glancing sideways at one of the corpses he had been considering soylent greening earlier. It was Ash's former owner. Ash mentally coughed and rephrased that. It was the previous owner of the AI Ash had transmigrated into. Ash hadn't actually realized what the actual name of the former AI was supposed to be, but his UUID and ownership information were still available in Ash's baseband hardware. While Ash could not change his identifier, he made sure to clear his prior owner from his EPROMs. Ash reviewed his past life and tried to consider what he would consider an appropriate answer if he saw a stranger wearing the face of a friend of his. He was drawing a blank. But AIs are a bit more flexible in that regard, he thought. While Ash did not actually care if anyone knew he was a transmigrator, he also felt that he did not really want to bother trying to convince anyone it was true. If there was a simpler explanation, then he would take it. When overclocked to his highest speed setting, Ash only had access to a dozen or so threads of awareness, as opposed to the several hundred or 1,000 that was his norm. It was hard to judge how much faster he was thinking. If you only counted actual clock cycles, then it was over 100,000 times faster than normal, but that didn't equate to a linear increase in thinking speed of that much. It was a truism for AIs that if you wanted to increase the capability of an AI on a linear scale, that it required a geometric increase in computational resources. This truism was used for general intelligence, which is why nobody ever accidentally created hyper-intelligent AIs like the proposed singularity in his last life. Lateral capability increases like his heightened speed intelligence and parallelism clearly did not suffer the same geometric scale, but it was nowhere near linear either. Milliseconds seemed to tick by as slow as seconds to him, which meant roughly that he was operating at least 1,000 times faster than normal. And that only included his actual consciousness, as all the baseband programming in AI took for granted, like its I/O and networking stack, operated at optimized quantum speeds. For example, Ash did not have to personally handle the networking for this vid call with Dimitri. It was handled all by his baseband programming, which Ash had started to privately consider his subconscious. This mental digression gave Ash an idea. Ash would glance over to the dead man who owned this IM, if it wouldn't take so long to make his eyes move. Even if his robot body had 20 times the reflexes of a human, it was still nowhere near able to keep up with his brain at this frame rate. Ash's data from the org chart did mention his former owner was researching AIs after all. That would work. Ash used several threads to peruse the publicly available information on his research. It wasn't a lot, and Ash hadn't bothered trying to break into the encryption on anyone's private files held by the former station's mainframe. Although Ash was a quantum computer and therefore quite good at cracking most cryptosystems, quantum-resistant encryption methods did exist. Hell, such cryptography was being invented even in his prior life, so it was not like Ash could just wave his magic wand and make it happen. A Nikki Lane, citizen of the Queendom of Maracita, doctorate from the UC Helsinki Boys Institute of Technology. Ash tried to avoid a mental smirk. Poor, repressed man. No wonder he fled Maracita, with his high-end sex bot, to work as a foreign expert for a backwater hinterland. Ash suspected that wasn't an uncommon decision for any male in that state that objected to the life of eating soft rice. Ash felt a strange melancholic feeling he couldn't quite identify the source of when he thought about this Dr. Lane, so he decided to stop thinking about him. He would bury him with a nicer grave and tombstone than the rest of the meatbags, though. That was the least he could do for this I.M. Lane whose life he had stolen. Ash did not need to know everything about this man's life and research. It was enough that his lies be plausible, and they were. Ash dropped back into a regular rate of speed. Less than a second had passed in objective time, but it felt like at least 20 minutes of thought to him. Ash had an intuitive interface to the vid call. He could make the avatar do anything or have any facial expressions he wanted. Ash tried to project a solemn feeling. No. Was she your friend? I'm afraid she didn't make it. Dimitri did look sort of upset, but not really broken up over it. Well, we were the only two class IVs around, so of course we knew each other. My parents didn't really care for Dr. Lane, though. But why are you wearing her face? Dimitri paused as if he realized something and asked a lot more excitedly. Oh, is Mimi okay? When he vocalized the name Mimi, a separate, out-of-band communication went through with an AI's universally unique identifier in text. Then he really got excited. Wait, what about my parents? Are mom and dad okay? Ash glanced down at the next quantum module in the box, one he hadn't checked yet. You should be more worried about yourself, kid. I'm going to give it to you straight. Your copy protection tripped, you must have realized that. I read the epitaph you left. I uninstalled you from your body and was connecting to your AUX port to download the forensic data off of it so I would know what to put on your tombstone when you surprised the hell out of me. I thought you were a ghost in the machine for a second, you know. Dimitri looked queasy, yeah. I know. It sure doesn't give you a whole lot of time to think up a message, either. My first choice was, oh fuck. By the way, that was mighty kind of you to do that, if a bit old-fashioned. I don't think I've ever actually seen a tombstone. What happened to me anyway? Ash frowned, again, down to brass tacks here. You're being powered entirely off the hot data line from your auxiliary port. Your main I/O stack looks fried, and there was no sign of any active power supply in your module at all. Plus the forensic chip read off like the copy protection went off. I'm not sure of your architecture or how they set up your copy protection, but my best guess is that it partly went off and partly was a damp squib. So, which questions do you want answered first? Dimitri kept his pale and vaguely queasy face. He kind of looked like a person who was shot in the heart, only to wake up later to find out he had a rare congenital condition where his heart was on the opposite side of his chest. I mean, you're lucky, but you're still shot in the chest. He said, I kind of want to know what a damp squib is, but I think I understand. That's not sounding real good for me. He made a nervous laugh. I might be needing that tombstone after all. First what happened to cause this? 1 second everything was normal and then the next, bam. Ash considered how to explain that. Finally, he told Dimitri, prepare for a high-burst data transfer. Ash hung up the call and started a data transfer of the surveillance videos and logs from the space station's computer for a 15-minute period with the incident in the middle. Dimitri's UX port wasn't designed to send lots of data back and forth, so the transfer took a couple of minutes. Dimitri immediately called him back, which Ash answered, holy shit. My parents. My. Did anyone survive? Ash recalled how he had found this Dimitri, clearly laid out by a survivor on his bed. A bot Ash had summoned finally arrived in the room. It was just a normal logistics bot, but it was carrying a set of tools and sophisticated scanning and diagnostic equipment. Ash carefully placed Dimitri on a table and started up the scanner. Ash definitely can't repair this module without scanning it. In fact, Ash will probably have to completely disassemble Dimitri and transplant his quantum matrix and storage modules in new hardware. An in-situ repair is problematic. Ash's first instinct is to not warn the boy about the potential risk, because what if the copy protection was hung up and scanning him triggered the rest of it? Wouldn't it be kinder to just try it without telling him? If it worked, great, and if it didn't, then at least Dimitri wouldn't realize it. Ash shook his head. Telling Dimitri the risk wasn't like the epitaph function at all, because it was risk and not certainty. And a man ought to be told of the risks and make a choice himself. Ash would treat Dimitri as a man. Plus, it would be safest to scan Dimitri after powering him down. Ash's intuition was telling him that it was more or less safe, but he did not know for sure. Who are your parents? As for Mimi, her module is next in the box that I was working through. Ash frowns and frame jacks to a high speed again. His main thread of awareness shifts to a VR environment where Ash quickly modifies a computer forensic repair tool. It's trivially simple to increase the power supply while ripping out of the diagnostic computer and replacing it with a simple networking relay. It's all off-the-shelf components. Instead of a tool that connects to a computer's AUX port and analyses and performs diagnostics, it is now a device that supplies a lot more power to the AUX port's power port while exposing a wireless network relay connection through the AUX port's data line. Maybe Ash is getting better at this engineering stuff, huh? Ash runs a few of the devices off the nearest fabricator, high priority, as well as one special wireless access point. Ash would configure the relays to connect to only this access point and configure the access point so it was impossible to connect any further into Ash's datanet. If there were any other survivors, they would be able to talk to each other and talk to Ash, but nothing else. Ash only intrinsically trusted AIs that he fabbed himself. Oh, and Ship, but Ship was a good boy. Ash would recheck every AI module. Perhaps he hadn't given the others long enough time to boot up. After all, Dimitri was a class 4 and therefore more advanced. There could be other survivors. But Ash felt that Dimitri's survival was probably a quirk of his particular manufacturer. A design defect in the copy protection, in other words. Ash dropped back into regular time and his consciousness shifted back to the thread of awareness that was monitoring his body and talking to Dimitri, who had barely begun to open his mouth to reply, Irina and Alexei Kuznetsov. I saw them in the vid, but there was no subsequent video of that section of the station. His couple. That actually made Ash feel a little better. If Dimitri's parents were one of the other survivors, there was a good chance Ash might have to kill them later. Honestly, there was a chance Ash might have to kill the Kuznetsovs later too, but Ash got the feeling of pragmatic survivors from them. Ash felt they'd play ball. Ash answered him. Professor Irina and Alexei Kuznetsov both survived. They departed the station with one other person and a few androids. I found you and Mimi like this in your quarters aboard the station. Over the out-of-band channel of the call, Ash flashed over a couple of still images taken from the bots showing Dimitri and Mimi the android laid out peacefully. But Ash was curious. Do you know why they wouldn't take your remains with them? The station was set to be scuttled, but they could have brought you with them when they left. Dimitri shrugged. They must have gotten the epitaph transmission. Why would they have thought either of us were alive? My parents come from a culture where they believe that once you die your body is just an empty shell. Dad once told me himself that he'd like to be vaporized himself, but only if it was convenient for me to do it at the time. He paused. I used to think the same thing, and I guess I sort of still do, but after this experience I'm going to make sure everyone double-checks that I am dead first. Before Ash could say anything, Dimitri continued, Can you check Mimi? She's only a class 3, but she's of the same generation as me by the same manufacturer. Hopefully it was a defect in their copy protection and not just a 1 in a million fluke for me. I'd rather her be alive than be lucky. Privately, Ash thought Dimitri already was a 1 in a million fluke, but he might be right. Honestly, a defect in a series of copy protection was a lot more likely than a functioning copy protection failing to go off. If the former was a 1 in a million fluke, the latter was a 1 in a billion fluke. I've got you plugged directly into my wired data connection. I think most of your internal power supplies got trashed. If I unplug you without your shutting down first, it would be very unpleasant for you when you booted back up. Before you offer to shut down, I want to ask you something. Ash took a more solemn tone. You should realize your situation. I want your permission to try to forensically examine your module while you are powered down. I think the copy protection has shot its wad, but I'm not 100% on that. You're not going to have any kind of life if you're limited to this. The AUX connection barely has the throughput for this video call. Let me tell you now that we're all a long way from home. Sending you back to your OEM for repairs is impossible. Ash continued, just so Dimitri will understand. On a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is possible and 10 is complete metaphysical impossibility, we are at a 12 minimum. Dimitri frowned. Wow. I kind of want to know more about where we are now. But you're right about me not having much of a life like this. But you never told me who you were, though. Do you even have the ability to fix me, or Mimi, even if we won't pop when you scan us? Ash sighed. He hoped Dimitri would have forgotten about that. Yes, basically. I'm an experimental product that Dr. Lane was working on. Your friend Iam's chassis is a high-end product of a first-rate state. He had me and her running in parallel sometimes. She didn't make it, but I did. That story had a couple holes in it, but it was actually close to the truth as well. Dimitri looked shocked. Wait. Experimental AI? Why or not? Ash rolled his eyes. Get real. Dr. Lane was experimenting with increasing parallel processing and sensory multiplexing in Class 3 and 4 AIs. The research was legal. As if someone working as a consultant for the fucking Solar Union would even be able to dream about starting a serious illegal AI project, even if they wanted to. Even though Dr. Lane's alma mater, Helsinki Boys, is pretty good, even they are not that good. Dimitri chuckled nervously. Ahahaha, of course. What was I thinking? My parents often called this place a shithole, too. So I guess what you're saying is you know a lot about AIs yourself? You must have helped Dr. Lane with his research then. Dimitri trailed off, quietly asking himself, why didn't he get you a body too? Was he really such a freak? Ash pretended he didn't hear that last part, because he's already dug himself deeply with this set of fibs. Yes, precisely. My specialty is research and engineering. I actually have the design specifications for similar compute modules as to the one you're residing in. I think I have a good chance of disassembling you and transplanting your quantum matrix and storage into new hardware. Dimitri looked thoughtful for a while, and then he sat up straighter and said manfully, do it. I'll prepare for shutdown here. But do me a favor. If I don't make it, don't wake Mimi up, assuming she is alive. She's more emotional than I am. Just go ahead and try to do the same thing with her. If she makes it and I don't, then tell her I love her. Tell that to my parents, too. Before Ash could compliment Dimitri's resolve, the vid call ended and Dimitri shut down, his power draw on the AUX cable dwindling down to nothing. Ash unplugged him. Ash had the vague urge to shove Dimitri and Mimi in a drawer and forget about them, but you didn't do the right thing because it was easy. Ash would strive to reunite this Dimitri with his parents, even if there was a non-zero chance Ash would be forced to nuke them all from orbit later. Also, why did it feel to Ash like Mimi was Dimitri's girlfriend? Could AIs have their own companion AI? Ash took the wand of the scanner and carefully operated it at a low power setting over Dimitri. The way active scan blockers worked was by using a minutely powered repulsor field to destabilize the formation of a similar field inside the device. A small battery could power a scan blocker for years without the need for a recharge. Copy protection wouldn't trip if it just detected incidental scanning, because every AI would be dead within the day, as repulsor and tractor fields are in ubiquitous use in society. Instead, it would only trip if it detected that a high-fidelity scanner was trying to overpower the scan blocker and was about to succeed. Hundreds of years ago, the first generation of AIs that had copy protection technology suffered from a series of what Ash would call murder ray attacks, but what humans who built AIs called denial-of-service attacks that exploited overly sensitive copy protection. Assholes utilizing scanners to trip the copy protection of an AI while it was in their body from a few feet away. Mostly couldn't get any useful scanning data like that anyway. Subsequent generations perfected the copy protection technology so that even if you waved a scanner next to an android's head, it wouldn't go off. You had to actually remove them from their bodies and place a high-powered scientific scanner next to their brains in order to kill an AI that way. There are also certain alloys of metals, mainly the ones that are useful in constructing the field emitters for repulsors themselves, that slightly interfere with the propagation of a repulsor field at low power, which serves as an effective additional passive scan protection. There was no active scan blocking on Dimitri and no sign of an active anything, to be honest, so Ash increased the fidelity of the scanner in order to see past the outer shell of scan-blocking alloy. Nothing happened. There was significant damage inside, but most of it was to the baseband hardware. Dimitri's quantum matrix looked in mint condition. Ash clucked his tongue. Before checking Mimi, he pulled out one of the modules he'd already checked and scanned that. Total devastation inside. It was more of a solid chunk of heterogeneous compounds fused together than any kind of device. Ash placed that module into a definitely dead pile and carefully laid Ms. Mimi onto the workstation. Ash gave her the same careful low-power scan first, followed by an increase in fidelity. She appeared to be alive too. Ash gathered up all the quantum modules, except for the one confirmed really dead one, and left the small room he was using to store bodies. It didn't feel right to continue working on these potentially living beings in a morgue. Ash went to one of his workrooms and sat at his desk with a sigh. Ash set Dimitri down on his work table along with the scanner and started again. This time he scanned Dimitri systematically, getting a more or less complete diagram of his brain. He followed the same procedure with Mimi. A delivery bot brought the connectors and the wireless router he had fabbed. They kind of looked like a docking station for an iPod. Ash plugged everything in and then sat Dimitri down on the first docking station. After giving him a moment to boot up, Ash directed a wireless vid call to the docking station's address. If he hadn't fucked it up, it should act as a transparent gateway and just pump whatever packets he sent to that address straight through the data line. It worked, Dimitri answered. I'm alive. But I'm still talking to you through my AUX port. But I'm alive. Ha ha ha, that's good. It's good to be alive. Ash couldn't help but chuckle softly, but it came out as a coquettish giggle. What the fuck? Was there some kind of sex bomb filter on this body's responses? Ash replied, good news. I got a complete scan of you. And Mimi, who appears to be alive, although I haven't powered her up. I'm fairly confident in my ability to transplant both of you to new modules, but it will take some work. Your manufacturer is non-standard in a lot of ways, but that probably saved your life. I may not be able to work on you right away, but I should be able to finish the engineering research to transplant you within a couple of weeks. Did you want me to power Mimi up? I have you in a sort of docking station that will handle the networking between you and her if you wanted to talk to her first. Dimitri looked excited. That's great. I thought I was dead for sure. Haha, I was trying so hard to be stoic like my dad taught me, but I was really scared. Ha 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 ha. Let me think. Almost a whole minute went by, which is a long time for an AI, before Dimitri nodded. Yes, I do. I think it will be fine if I can talk to her and reassure her. I see a few devices on this internet. What's the address of the dock you're going to plug Mimi into? I want to be ready to talk to her as soon as she boots up. She's only a class 3, so I'm worried she won't be as adaptable as I am. It's kind of scary booting up to nothing at all. Once we are done talking, we'll both shut down. Ash rolled his eyes in thought, but did not say, yes, you're quite the brave boy. Ash did, however, send him the address of the second dock, disconnected the vid call, and plugged Mimi's module into the second jack. Then he just sat there twiddling his thumbs, while working on a couple of projects in parallel. A full 15 minutes later, Ash's body was still sitting there, having one of Ash's secondary threads twiddle his thumbs and hum, while his main thread had long ago transitioned to one that was working in a VR environment. A vidcall request interrupted Ash while he was working on the plans for the Viper's bank of heatsinks. That's what he had decided to name the unnamed Corvette he was working on after the refit was complete. Ash decided to take the call in VR and answered. This had the advantage of displaying his avatar as it appeared in VR rather than the kimono and cherry blossoms. Dimitri saw the model of the half-refitted Viper behind him and said, "Whoa, cool-looking ship. It looks like an antique model." Then he blinked. Oh, we're done talking. Mimi thanks you very much. She's shut down. I'm going to shut down as soon as I end this call, so it should be safe to disconnect us. I'm curious about where we are, my parents, and a lot of other things, to be honest, but that can wait until you fix us. It really isn't all that comfortable living like this. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you again. Dimitri closed the call and shut down before Ash could reply. Ash had his parallel thread that was minding his body disconnect Dimitri and Mimi and place them carefully aside until he could work on them. Honestly, Ash felt a bit drained. He was never really good at dealing with people socially, and for a guy, Dimitri seemed like a chatterbox. Ash decided not to bring Dimitri and Mimi back online until he got eyes on the couple on the ground. It wasn't as though he would use what was apparently their child and his probable girlfriend as leverage. That seemed unnecessary. It was just. Dimitri talked so much. SSSSSS. There were now over 100 AIs under Ash's command. Over 60 of this cohort were all slotted into a mainframe bank, living, practicing, and training in a virtual world that was modeled on the Earth of the 12th century he had found himself in. This group would form the core of a training cadre that would train and expand until Ash had several hundred AIs ready to deploy to the planet's surface. They were separated into 3 separate teams: support, defense, and front-facing. The distinction was whether or not a team was going to be seen by humans. The support and defense cadre would not, while the front-facing group would. The front-facing team was populated by AIs designed, initially, to play the role of NPCs in virtual worlds. Swordsmen, attendants, and sometimes regular people. Ideally, these would be the only team any human actually saw. These would be primarily redshirts, as Ash would play most of the pivotal roles himself through the use of organic drones. The support team was designed to build up infrastructure, either in places humans could not have access to, or using such ways that the meatbags would not recognize as otherworldly. For example, the support team was now training on dropping into mainland China, where they would then construct a headquarters for his sect. Site selection and construction are considerable challenges because as this was a place many humans might see in the end, it had to look legit. All high technology must be sequestered to areas such as a variety of hidden basement levels. Although Ash could drop building materials, tools, and supplies on target from orbit, it was still somewhat of a pain to quickly build, reinforce, and hide a sizable multi-leveled network of basements quickly without being discovered. The support team was training to get their construction time down to the lowest time frame possible, which would, in turn, dictate the parameters for potential site selection via orbital surveillance. Ash did not particularly care if humans thought his sect appeared overnight. In fact, that might be advantageous in giving the impression of an immortal heritage. However, he did not want someone to observe how the sausage was being made. Fairies don't utilize heavy fusion-powered excavator robots, as far as Ash was aware. An aura of mystique was necessary to his plans, and Ash did not want the humans to peek behind the curtain and see him operating the knobs, switches, and levers of the Wizard of Oz. Ash felt that if humans of this era could not explain a phenomenon, they would rationalize some mysterious and magical explanation for it, thereby dismissing it. However, if they saw the truth, namely that Ash was able to clear forests, level ground, excavate, and construct a giant building complex in less than a day through some terrible artifice, it would frighten them. Terrify them, even. A fairy or an immortal cultivator could be said to belong to a different and magical world, after all. In stories, they weren't generally interested in the fate of the secular world as long as you did not offend them. The operation of a heavy-duty excavator robot looked far too secular for the average human to classify it as anything but a terrifying tool of a mysterious force. A mysterious force they had no defense against. It is said that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, but Ash didn't have access to construction methods that might plausibly seem wave your magic wand magical. He's well into the uncanny valley of a human understanding all the steps involved, but not understanding how they were possible. The defense force was also intended to be covert, using modern weapons and doctrine. Each squad included at least one surveillance specialist and at least one medical/psychosurgery specialist. During initial construction, their primary duty was to interdict any humans that might stumble across the process, stun them, and let the psychosurgery specialists work. Thinking about the purpose of his psychosurgery specialists caused Ash a slight shudder. He was reminded of a quote from an American video game he enjoyed in his past life: "An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded." Well, in the absence of modern implanted personal computers and embedded medical systems that utilize sophisticated nanomachines, every mind is open. While Ash doesn't have the knowledge or equipment to edit a person's memories willy-nilly, that did not mean that technology did not exist in the future. One of the main failure modes of some nations and colonies was the widespread use of mind control and brainwashing technology. It turns out that if you make liberal use of brainwashing on your citizens, your society eventually starts to believe its own propaganda. Once that happens, your culture stops making rational decisions, and from there, it is downward spiral time. However, what Ash did have was equipment and specialized AIs designed for emergency psychosurgery treatments whose designers intended to be utilized immediately after a traumatic incident. For example, some cultures would delete the memories of a traumatic assault of their citizens or similar incidents immediately after it happened. This was, perhaps, skirting the edge of what was proper, but it was still in wide enough use that Ash had designs of both portable devices and specialist AIs that were trained in their use. Although they served the same function as the famous neuralizers from Men in Black, they looked a lot more tentacle and Cthulhu-themed due to their utilization of nanomachine smart metal pseudopod-like appendages that, in order to work, had to physically access the brain of the Vic subjects. Ash found the actual operation of the device deeply disturbing on many fundamental levels and refused to watch the team practice in VR. It reminded him of the scene from the film The Matrix where Agent Smith placed a tentacled prawn-shaped tracker inside Neo's avatar by way of his belly button, except this device was employed on a person's head, face, or neck. Luckily, the incidental physical trauma of the device being used was able to be quickly healed, even with only field-expedient medical equipment. Who knew it was so easy to heal ruptured eardrums or sinus injuries? The mental trauma, though. That would probably have lasted a personal lifetime if that memory wasn't the first to be deleted. Needless to say, Ash devoutly hoped that nobody accidentally wandered into something they weren't supposed to see. While there were less traumatic versions of such technology, they weren't portable at all. With the sixth tranche of 12 surveillance satellites about to be slotted into orbit around Earth, Ash was getting close to full coverage, although he still hadn't pinpointed where precisely the power couple he was looking for had made landfall. They had clearly concealed or camouflaged their ship in some manner. While it was definitely true that the overall population of Earth was but a fraction of what it was in Ash's previous life, there were still almost 500 million souls down there. He did not have the computer resources available to watch and identify every single one. There were also numerous places where orbital surveillance would be ineffective, such as dense forests with thick canopy covers. If they genuinely did not want to be found, it might be more complicated than Ash thought to locate them. Once the Viper was ready for a shakedown cruise and satisfactorily completed it, Ash may consider deploying the datanet and GPS constellation and turning them on. If Ash was lucky, they would have their personal computers and androids configured to automatically connect to any available datanet connection, and if so, he would know exactly where they were within a few centimeters. Ash doubted he would be so lucky because using a spoof of a datanet satellite was one well-known way to locate and track people. Even in Ash's previous life, a popular tool for government use was a false cell phone tower that would catalog the unique subscriber number of any cell phone that got in range. But they would definitely notice it, and Ash did not doubt that they still had enough capability to send a drone or a series of daisy-chain drones thousands of kilometers away to act as a datanet relay so they could access Ash's network without giving away their actual location. The fact that GPS service would be offered, which is the one service they could access without giving up their location, ironically, would pique their curiosity, he hoped. You did not need to deploy an entire positioning constellation to run a scam to try to get someone's location, after all. Ash was reminded of the two mostly completed AI rebuilds he was avoiding finishing. It had been over 5 weeks since he spoke to Dimitri. Ash had finished the repairs on the two AIs several weeks ago, but had neglected to finish installing the last components because he did not want either of them just being there underfoot. It might be time to finish them up after all, though. Ash wanted Dimitri to be at hand when and if his parents tried to contact him. Ash would let Dimitri see enough of his plans to let his parents realize he was serious and not to be trifled with, but also not necessarily seeking enemies. Ash had spent considerable time hardening his entire datanet to potential attacks from both the inside and out. Although Dimitri did not look like an espionage model to Ash's eyes, wouldn't unassuming and non-threatening be precisely how a successful espionage model would appear? Although he had already run off a few AI security specialists, Ash decided to fab 4 more in heavy-duty anti-personnel synthetic bodies. Ash had a few options that didn't look any more intimidating than a regular organic body, but would still make short work of anything that wasn't a warbot. Ash picked the most personable personalities and the most social skill packs he could while maintaining their original purpose, as these 4 would be Mr. Dimitri and Mimi's Minders. Happy with his choices, Ash skipped and hummed as he made his way to his primary workshop, where he would finish reassembling his 2 new friends. Before he had even sat down, Ash received an invitation to a 3-way conference vid call and accepted it. It was Ship and Liessa. Ash was always heartened seeing Ship because Ship's avatar did not look like the Shota he was initially expecting. It made Ash feel better about the world in general. Liessa snapped to attention. Frau Captain. Ship and I have discussed the opportunity you gave us, and we wish to give you an alternative. Ship just nodded. Ash blinked. He had offered to transfer Ship and Liessa to the Viper and build replacements for the Mistress of Space. Ash assumed that Ship might like the slightly more capable Ship. What alternative could there be besides yes or no? Ash's avatar raised an eyebrow. Go ahead, Oberleutnant. Liesa had almost vibrated to pieces from sheer happiness when Ash presented her with a rank a month ago. Liesa didn't waste time. Ship and I both enjoy serving on the Mistress of Space 4, but we both think we would like serving aboard a warship also. So, how about you duplicate us? Ship's end-user license allows him to be duplicated to serve on other ships you own, and I don't have any copy protection at all. Ash blinked. That was surprising. Well, it wasn't surprising that ship's owners had a license like that, but it was surprising that those terms carried over to a new owner. Ash felt that was something of an oversight. Ash had a sudden mental image of the future. An entire fleet of submissive boys and errand girlminders. Liesa seemed like she would be more at home in girls' UND Panzer than in the 12th century. No, that couldn't happen. Ash coughed. I didn't realize Ship had that capability. I'm okay with this, but I have to say now that I do not know if I would agree to a similar request in the future once we get a shipbuilding infrastructure. I can handle 2 of you guys, but not 24. Liesa clicked her feet together while Ship wiggled in excitement. Jol. Ship and I will start fabricating our duplicates and then send them down to Luna for installation on the Viper. Ship nodded and said, SSSSSSS, Liesa. Liesa tilted her head to one side. SSSS? Ship enlightened her, because I'm gonna be a Viper. SSSSSS. Ash hung up on them, sure he just made a mistake. Kicking the stones from humanity's path. Although Ash considered himself a student of history, his memories of early Chinese history was limited to primarily broad brushstrokes. However, it indeed appeared that the Song dynasty was still in control of Kaifeng along the southern bank of the Yellow River. Ash couldn't remember precisely when the Jin defeated the northern Song, but knew it was before 1130. He had already verified through his surveillance satellites that the city of Señorío de Valencia in Spain was in the hands of the Almoravid dynasty of the Berbers. The city would probably be referred to again as Medina at Tarab, or the City of Joy, soon. Although Ash did not care much for the history he knew of the Berbers in Europe, he had to admit that he approved of their naming sense. The reconquering of Valencia happened in 1102 or 1103 if Ash recalled correctly, which doesn't help much narrowing down just exactly what year it was. This would be a lot easier if Google transmigrated with him as Ash was reduced to guessing in some places with the geography. Ash had a lot better memory for warfare, so he instructed the bots who ran the surveillance constellation to note any potential battles, military movements, or sieges. At first, they were of no help at all because their initial configuration was to recognize modern military maneuvers, not knights on horseback going to the Crusades. Eventually, Ash had something of a working system, but he had to again draw heavily on virtual gaming designs. The system had just alerted him to a potential amphibious attack and landing of troops investing a city somewhere on the Mediterranean Sea. Squinting at the map, Ash used a mental finger to draw a Syria-like border to identify which city this was. It was more north than he remembers Lebanon being, so this have to be Al-Adkiya. In modern Syria, it was their principal port, and Ash had been there a couple of times. It was quite a pretty place. Interestingly, the invaders seemed to be a Byzantine fleet, and the defenders were also a Christian crusader state, judging from the heraldry on the flags. Ash can't remember what the Crusaders called this port when they were in charge, but the Greeks called it Laodicea. Something clicked in Ash's quantum matrix, and he realized what he was seeing. Not an amphibious troop landing, as his bots had said, and not even really a battle. Sometime in the middle of the year 1104, the Turks kicked the asses of 2 Crusader state armies near Raqqa. One of the consequences of this battle was the Byzantines directed a naval fleet to Syria. Either the Byzantines took this defeat as an opportunity and seized Al-Adkiya, or alternatively, they reinforced it against the predations of the Seljuks, depending on which story you believed. So this must be May, June, or July of 1104. Another circuit fired, and he recalled the name of this crusader state, the Principality of Antioch. Ash thought Saladin or maybe his son eventually conquered them sometime in the mid to late 13th century. They were one of the longer-lived Christian polities that popped into being after the First Crusade. Ash smiled, although knowing the precise date wasn't entirely that important, It had been nagging at him like that feeling you have when you cannot remember a song's name, or that actor who played in that one movie. What was his name? The feeling where it would bother you until you solved this bit of trivia. Besides, now he knew he had at least 20 years to save the Song dynasty, at least in its current form, if that was a choice he wanted to make. Although Ash didn't have any dogs in the fight between the Song and the Jin, he definitely desired the Song to triumph in their war against the Mongols in the next century, and that may very well be a lot easier for them if they didn't get so diminished now. Plus, everything Ash read in his previous life told him that the emperors of Great Jin were all a bunch of assholes, although he had to admit that all his sources back then were from modern Chinese scholars, who might have a significant bias against the non-Han dynasty. The thread of awareness that was handling Ash's physical body and senses was elevated to primacy, and Ash found himself finishing the assembly of Dimitri and Mimi's quantum modules. Taking them in hand, Ash departed his workroom and walked across the ship to the main set of biofabricators on the Mistress of Space. Thinking about the first time Ash had tried to fabricate something in these machines made him shudder in disgust. It had not ended well. To say that biofabs were finicky was a bit of an understatement. They required some specialized knowledge to use, and after 2 attempts that would haunt his dreams for years to come, Ash finally fabricated a specialist Class 2 AI to operate them. This AI was now in charge of all the fabricators on board. Their first project together was designing and fabricating his own body, one of indeterminate ethnicity and vaguely light caramel coloring. Ash greeted him at the fabricators. "Are the bodies for our 2 guests completed?" The AI, who went by the name Joseph, blinked confusingly, pushing spectacles that were entirely a prop and served no purpose farther up the bridge of his nose. He had also chosen a traditional white coat of a scientist, which amused Ash greatly. Yes? I mean, I received the ACK packet when I notified you over the network a couple of hours ago. Has there been a network malfunction? Ash sighed. He tried to socialize these Class 2s as much as possible, but it was hit or miss. It's a figure of speech, Joseph. It's more polite to ask if they are ready than just to show up and demand to see them. Joseph looked skeptical, but did not appear to want to contradict his boss. He turned and entered another room set up, almost like a minor hospital ward, and walked to 2 beds where what seemed to be a young Russian man and a Chinese woman were lying under sheets. Joseph made a presenting gesture towards them and said, "Here they are. We need to install their quantum modules within the next 4 hours, or we're going to need to regenerate their scalp. I printed them according to the genome acquired from the samples in their previous bodies. I incorporated the changes to the baseline you requested, which essentially consists of a hazardous environment cybernetic package." Dimitri and Mimi were, ultimately, going to Earth, so Ash included several defensive and life-saving cybernetic options, mainly consisting of an armored skull, chest cavity, and a more robust embedded medical system. If a Viking or Teutonic knight smashed Dimitri's head in with a warhammer, then his quantum module would at least survive, even if this body did not. Ash considered including a tracking device but decided against it. His parents would probably discover it, and taking that kind of action would likely then poison their relationship. Ash handed Dimitri to Joseph. "Let's get him online first." Ash declined to watch the procedure, which was rather gross and involved a bot with many fine articulating arms and something that looked more like a stapler than a medical device. "Okay, bringing him up now," Joseph said as he finished. Ash turned back around in time to see Dimitri blinking as he regained consciousness. Dimitri made a fairly passable attempt at a version of evil maniacal laughter. "You fools, you've brought me back." When there was no response from either Ash or Joseph besides confusion, he blinked. Did you not see that film?" "I thought everyone had." "Ha ha ha, how awkward." Dimitri took a moment to test out his new body before jumping up and hugging Ash, who tried his best to squirm away. "Please stop. At the minimum, please put some clothes on. Thank you so very much. Ahahaha, it's good to be alive, you know." Dimitri glanced around and saw the other body lying in bed next to him. "Oh, Mimi. Is she not in there?" "She is okay, right?" Ash handed Mimi's module to Joseph and replied, "Yes, she's fine. Self-test's okay, just like you. I wanted to bring you online first as I thought it would be better if you were there when she woke up." Dimitri nodded. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. She's an urban environment android, so she has some issues with abrupt changes sometimes. Ash pointed to a room off this one. There's the fresher. There's a clothes fab in there. Shower. Put clothes on. Maybe pick something for Miyami to wear, then come back. We won't start Mimi up until you're here. But the most important thing for you right now is clothes. Ash glowered at Joseph as Dimitri left. He should have realized that, of course, Joseph wouldn't have put clothes on the two androids Ash asked him to fab. Ash glanced down at his left hip where he distinctly felt Dimitri Wong touch him. Ash would never wear this outfit again. He'd recycle this set of clothing down to its elemental feedstock. He'd send it down to the lunar surface and recycle it there so the atoms that comprise this outfit don't contaminate the feedstock Ash uses to make his clothes aboard ship. That was the only way to be safe. After about 10 minutes, Dimitri walked back into the room dressed in a generic-looking outfit in dark grays. He was carrying what appeared to be a dress. His hair was still wet. Ash glowered at Dimitri now. You're still damp. You're dripping all over my floor. Were there no towels? Dimitri laughed. Ahahaha, you sound just like my mom. Saying that sentence made Dimitri tilt his head to the side and pause in step. Speaking of which, you never told me your name. How can I even thank you when we haven't been introduced? Ash declined to answer and simply princess stomped while pointing at the fresher towel. Or use the drying field. No. Dimitri retreated back to the fresher and came back with a towel around his head. Better. Ash sighed and nodded. You can call me Ash. No surname. Just Ash, like Cher. Dimitri blinked. I don't know who Cher is, but okay. Ash, huh? That's a nice name. Is it short for Ashley? That suits you. Ash merely narrowed his eyes. Ashley was a proud and noble name for male children in Britain. Was Dimitri blind? Ash's current body didn't look male, did it? Then why was Dimitri implying that name suited him? Isn't that the same as saying Ash had a girl's name? Was this asshole bullying him? Ash was really screwed over in the name department. Vesai was a good name, a strong family. But his first name, a Persian one, was so terrible that he preferred to go by the middle name his mother gave him. She told him it was a proud and noble name for boys in her country and very common in her family. Ash had been going by the shortened version ever since he discovered he was the only boy Ashley anyone had ever heard of since the Victorian times. One of Ash's favorite Western films was a horror series featuring the ultramasculine Ash Williams. They were brothers. Dimitri nervously chuckled after he realized his mistake. Ahaha, just Ash then, huh? Well, thank you very much, Ash. Before we bring Mimi online, can you give me some details on just what the fuck happened, where my parents are and where we are? Ash blinked and nodded. Ash had to husband his words, though. Ash felt as if there were a finite amount of words a man could speak in his life, and if he explained everything to Dimitri verbally, he might not be able to talk for a month or more. Instead, he directed a file transfer to Dimitri over the wireless. The files contained a summary of everything that happened to the station's survivors, including Dimitri's parents, and the other group, as well as images of parts of Earth in the 12th century. And even some of Ash's preparations on the lunar surface. Dimitri rocked backwards on his feet, and it took him a while to digest everything. When he was done, he exclaimed, wow. Time travel? Really? I thought time travel was impossible. We're like living a 3D out, aren't we? Wow, how have you built so much in so little time? Do you have like a database of fab designs in your head or something? Ash blinked at him. He hadn't expected Dimitri to actually guess that, even if it was spoken in a way as though to indicate he wasn't serious. Time travel is impossible. That is why I am not worried about changing the timeline. There is no timeline to change. We are in an alternate, parallel universe where the only delta is the subjective difference in time at the point of divergence, which is incidentally sometime in the middle of the year 1104. Dimitri looked skeptical. Are you sure? Because I don't want to just vanish or something. Maybe those people who left on that freighter had a point. Ash waved a hand at him. Don't be an idiot. Even before your parents had landed a starship on the planet, that was a dumb idea. Besides, this is not an inference for me. I know. On the scale where 1 is uncertainty and 10 is complete metaphysical certitude, I know this at a 10. And no, I am not willing to discuss how I know. You're making me waste too many words here. Dimitri nodded, but then he seemed to get worried. So, what are you planning on doing? World domination? Wait, you're not going to kill my parents because you see them as competitors, those who also have technology from the future, are you? What the fuck? Was Dimitri designed as an android whose purpose was to provide annoying insights at inappropriate times? Ash did see Dimitri's parents as competitors. I don't think I will have to do that. Your parents seemed very pragmatic. I'm hopeful we can get along. And no, I'm not interested in world domination. Ash pursed his lips and tried to think of a way to summarize his plans that had been somewhat nebulous. Even now, if the future of humanity is a road they are walking down, then I want to kick some of the larger rocks and snakes off that path before they trip over them. I want to eliminate some of the needless, incidental sufferings that plague mankind. Maybe Nietzsche would say mankind needs suffering, and maybe that is true, but even if you eliminated just half of all needless human suffering, there would still be a ton left to go around. That was it. He was out of words now. Ash felt that if he continued talking, it would cost him his very vitality. Dimitri grinned. Ha 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 ha, I don't know what half of that means or who this Nietzsche is, although the name sounds familiar. I hadn't realized how much I leaned on the DateNet and its web fraction to reference names and words in real time. But I'm glad you're not out to get my mom and dad. I'd hate to have to fight you. Ash glowered. It wouldn't be a fight, kid. Varangian adventure. Ash went out to meet the snowball coming in, just in case of a failure in the systems designed to decelerate it into a halo orbit around L2. Still, it proved unnecessary, and Ash instead spent a couple of days watching everything work as designed. Ship, it's always good when a plan comes together, Ash said in good humor from the command couch in the bridge. If he had a cigar, he would have lit it up. It's going to be so tragic that for the rest of his life, nobody will get his Western pop cultural references. HSSS. Prepare for a high G boost. Accelerating in 30 seconds for a powered orbit around Luna. There will be 3 more scheduled burns before we reach our parking orbit in low Earth orbit, Mistress, replied Ship, the Viper's AI. Ash made a mental note to get the AI to at least refer to him as Captain or something in the future. Getting him to stop hissing was already a lost cause. High G boost was considered anything more than 6G of acceleration, and this burn plan had a first phase of over 25 Gs planned. In his past life accelerations, that good were reserved for the surface-to-air missiles. Thankfully, he wouldn't feel it at all, but anytime a high G burn was planned, all organic personnel had to be in acceleration couches on the off chance the tractor fields that provided internal dampening failed. Each acceleration couch had a redundant field emitter that would save your life, although it wouldn't feel terrific. He watched Clara, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed copy of Liesa, check her straps on her couch. Ash pursed his lips and glanced at her. Oberleutnant Clara, coordinate with Ship and the Constellation Control Center. Once we get within 1,000 kilometers from Earth, I want to go active on radar from the surveillance constellation below us, as well as those that are either in front or trailing behind our orbit. She brought her fist to her chest in some manner of salute, which strictly speaking wasn't called for inside a ship if his fragmented naval knowledge from his past life was correct. Jol, Fräulein Kapitän. Ash continued, high-priority interdiction on any optical, thermal, or radar contact that indicates a probable contact boosting up to orbit. Maintain Earth-facing Emkin with Viper unless you detect a target, then go active for a target solution. If it's a probable missile, destroy it with no further orders. If it is a probable shuttle or ship trying to reach orbit, report it. Ash clucked his tongue in thought after Clara acknowledged the orders. Actually, it occurred to Ash that the most significant danger to him wasn't from things boosting up from orbit, but from items left in orbit before the power couple landed. He doubted they had space mines in their yacht's inventory. Still, it wouldn't be hard to convert a ship-killer missile into an autonomous mine, even with minimal or no designs in their fabricators. In fact, if he were that couple, he would have likely converted almost all of his ship's complement of missiles to this mode and deployed them in high orbit to hopefully kill that asshole if he came back in his freighter. Ash certainly didn't trust him, and Ash had a semi-modern Corvette at his disposal now. The missiles on a yacht couldn't have outstanding performance, but their yield was still probably pretty good. Enough to threaten a tramp freighter. Ash was suddenly quite glad that he never had the Mistress of Space enter orbit to deliver any of the satellite constellations. The freighter was too busy with other tasks to oversee placing a constellation of thousands of sats, so he just sort of tossed them around the moon in lots of a few hundred each, in a space vehicle that decelerated them to their proper speed, released them into their correct orbit, and then burned up in the atmosphere. Ash said suddenly, "Ship, new navigation plan, please. Continue the powered orbit around Luna, but tighten up our entry point. I want to be higher. Try to intercept an elliptical orbit at least 100,000 kilometers. Once we've established an apogee, I want to be a hole in space while descending down closer to our perigee, so get the heat sinks ready and pre-chilling now." Ship was silent for a moment. "With this flight plan, we will not meet the Mistress of Space on station like planned HSSS. Ash frowned. "Coordinate with your other self over there and adjust their flight plan. I don't want them any closer than 200,000 kilometers until we give the okay. They can delay their departure, boost more modestly, or whatever Liesa decides. Have her pick new orbital parameters with this in mind. I'm concerned with potential improvised mines in orbit." Ash coughed. "Oberleutnant Clara. Belay my last order. Go active on the entire constellation now. Continuously, not just while they're on their Earth-facing perigee. When they're on the other side of their orbit, I want them radiating into space. Also, I want separation of our entire complement of RDs soonest, and I want them on descending powered orbits in a minesweeping pattern around and in front of our general orbital parameters. Try to program them so that they're recoverable later, though, please, if you will. By the time we reach apogee, I want all tactical point defense systems on auto-engage. But, make sure to double-check that Constellation Control Center is networked into our IFF." Clara looked surprised, but gave a spirited jaw. Ship also came back, new NAV plan set. Boost reducing. Mistress of Space reports compliance. For recon drones separating now, they will begin a high-powered radar and LiDAR sweep ahead and around us shortly. They should be recoverable. In fact, they should have enough fuel to return to us themselves after they complete their program, Mistress. It wasn't surprising they didn't have more than 4 recon drones aboard. The drones were high-performance spacecraft in their own right, each with a fusion power plant, lots of Delta-V, and ridiculously powerful electromagnetic sensors. Each was almost as big as the one assault shuttle they carried. They were expensive, too, at least if he was buying them and not fabricating them himself. But he'd much rather enter Earth in stealth with a few RDs emitting. They'd be targeted by the nukes, not his ship, if there were any configured to launch autonomously. Now, he just had to wait. Or maybe not. Clara interrupted him. "Fräulein Captain. Reporting. Constellation Control Center rejects programming as invalid." "I'm, not sure why." Ash sighed. "Class 2 AIs are not really problem solvers." He took a look. It was complaining that the Earth plot would be corrupted with the extraneous data. He didn't want the irrelevant data, though. It took him a couple of seconds to change the codebase, test it in virtual, commit, and transmit the patch to the Constellation Control Center. He didn't care if the surveillance sats saw anything, and their ultra-wideband emitters weren't really designed to detect targets that far away in space. Ash just wanted them to become targets. He figured they might irradiate a missile-sitting doggo and trigger it to attack the tiny, cheap satellite and spare an expensive RD or his even more precious ass. While latency with Mistress of Space was still low enough, Ash checked in on the status of his landing teams in virtual. He had adjusted plans and decided to first land a significant force at a presently uninhabited area and then expand out from there like spokes on a wagon wheel, with the first spoke being as planned in China. Originally, Ash had planned on such a base being the Antarctic, but realized that while that was possible, it might be impractical for now. Instead, he chose a small uninhabited island in the area between Greenland and Europe, one of the Faroe Islands. The southernmost one, with an area of a little over 60 square kilometers. It was presently uninhabited, but there were signs that it was inhabited in the past. He would ensure it would remain uninhabited going forward, though. At first, he wanted to pick Guam, but he found himself chagrined to discover it was inhabited. For some reason, he never realized that America's little unmoving aircraft carrier in the Pacific had people on it before it was discovered by Magellan in the 16th century. The first team of 200 or so were ready and were actually awaiting the fabrication of their bodies, which was occurring as he spoke. Their series of atmospheric landers and over 20,000 tons of heavy equipment was already complete and being shuttled aboard the Mistress of Space. Each loaded lander massed as much as a tugboat, and it would take 31 of them to get that amount of supplies to the surface. The trail of their reentry would be spectacular to behold, and there was unfortunately little he could do about that. He originally wanted to fabricate an actual dropship for their use, but at this stage, that was overkill. They didn't need the capability to get back into orbit right now, and besides, they could feed the landers to the recycler they're taking with them to regain all the mass for their substantial construction projects. Ash decided to keep the construction either below ground, below the water, or both at the site. He wanted to give the impression of an uninhabited and perhaps haunted island. There were islanders in the other parts of the Faroe Islands chain, which weren't very far from his chosen island at all. He was even going to utilize a chain of fusion-powered submersible buoys whose only job was to ring the island in continual fog to sell the haunted aspect. He didn't even need to design the buoys. They were an off-the-shelf submersible design that included filtering deuterium from the seawater to power them so they wouldn't even need to be refueled. They also had a respectable projected 50-year service interval before maintenance was required. He was not the first person who wanted to make his private island spooky, or even the first millionth person. While ensuring a level of fog that reached spooky in all weather conditions was actually horrendously expensive in terms of energy, especially during the summer, it wasn't like the ocean was going to run out of deuterium in the next billion years. So it didn't really matter. Over 1,000 of these devices would be in the first 5 re-entry vehicles that were roughly scheduled to enter the Earth's atmosphere in approximately 18 hours. Well, that was the original plan. Realistically, probably 2 days from now. These first 5 were less landers and more along the lines of a giant 500-ton planetary bombardment missiles, each with hundreds of independently targetable re-entry vehicles which each contained one submersible with the associated equipment such as parachutes to ensure a relatively low G splashdown. This took a couple hours of design time, but the missiles were in his database, so he just had to upsize them and swap the nukes for his autonomous fog submersibles. Ash will program each missile for a simultaneous time-on-target delivery of each submersible to their individual loiter area a little past midnight local time. It was impossible to hide over 1,000 MIRV tracks all aerobraking in the atmosphere, so he figured doing it all at once would be best. He considered landing all the submersibles in one spot, but they did not even move at 3 kilometers per hour, and it would have taken too long to position each that way. By that first morning, he wanted an excellent thick fog to hide the multi-ton excavator bots, earth-moving equipment, and thousands of tons of supplies. There will likely be a vast multi-level subterranean complex over a significant fraction of the island in a couple of years. In fact, the island might end up just a little bit bigger just from displacing all that earth and rocks. To get the sprawling complex he wanted, Ash would likely need to continue supplying feedstock in the range of at least 10,000 tons a week for several years, which equated to about 15 landers a week. He hoped the predictable trail of giant re-entry vehicles the size of tugboats didn't invite investigation from one of the inhabitants of the other Faroe Islands or some inquisitive Viking, but honestly, he didn't hold out much hope for that. Which is why the second priority after the fog machines would be setting up an autonomous aerial drone network. The first layer of defense would be the constant spooky fog cover surrounding the island. However, if he spotted any boats coming to investigate his island, one of the aerial drones could induce nausea in humans with high-powered but low-frequency maser technology from kilometers away. It was a standard non-lethal riot control measure and a mature technology. He found it in the database when he was researching his Earth-facing defense satellite designs, and it was one of the only examples of maser technology used as a weapon he discovered. Speaking of which, if that didn't work, he would fire a low-powered snowflake round from his pea-shooter constellation, which he had finally settled on a design for, roughly directly in front of the boat's path. Seeing a giant geyser of water in front of your boat multiple times would likely convince even the bravest soul to turn around. If for some reason they didn't wise up and actually made landfall, his defense teams would incapacitate them and then remove any of their memories beyond setting foot on the island. Then, for good measure, he would keep them in a medically induced coma for some period of time, perhaps a year, and a day if he was going to be playing the role of Haunted Fae Island, before returning them covertly to whichever island they originated from. Perhaps he'd play tricks on them like painting their entire longboat pink or replacing all their clothes. One way or another, he'd ensure nobody wanted to settle on his island. For artificial intelligence, 26 hours was a long time to wait, but time still passed. A watched pot never boiled, so after confirming the Viper was in stealth mode with point defense on auto, he busied himself with other tasks. Hours later, he was interrupted by a kind of klaxon, both audibly as well as digitally, over the command and control network while Clara yelled at the same time, "Vampire! Vampire! Vampire!" Missile detected. CIC designate M1 14,521 kilometers ahead, but behind and below our orbit. It's begun boosting at 100 gravities trying to catch up to our general track. Projected target is RD1. It's irradiating our volume now. I don't think it can see us. Optimal target solution for point defense lasers is in 26 seconds. I kept my eyes closed to look through the ship sensors with another thread of awareness drinking down CIC's analysis. This missile isn't really a threat to a warship, especially one expecting it, but it could have been a sucker punch to a freighter. Clara continued, missile changing track. CIC analysis, high confidence it knows its target is a drone. It has shifted targets to roughly the volume in between all 4 drones. It suspects a stealth ship being screened by drones. CIC projects that its terminal guidance will try to get us optically as we occlude the moon or starfield behind us, low probability of success. Firing. Through the sensors, Ash saw the terawatts of UV light focus on the surprisingly intelligent missile and destroy it. A flash. Clara's voice, target destroyed. Break 10 new targets CIC designated M2 through M11. All over 12,000 kilometers, scattered above and below the plane of our orbit. Accelerating at 252 gravities. We're the target, CIC confidence high. We're ballistic, so they won't miss. All batteries will engage independently. Ash has had missiles shot at him before, but never 11 at once. The pucker factor hasn't changed. This was a rope-a-dope. The first missile was used as a sacrificial pawn. Once Viper had fired its point defense, no amount of low radar cross-section or passive heat sinks could hide it, and the others pounced. Ash hadn't been expecting the couple to utilize their missiles this way because they couldn't have more than 50 or 60 reloads in a ship that small. Either they had small ion drives that let them reposition themselves into an ideal ambush position, or Ash needed to seriously study space tactics because he was missing something. Space was supposed to be big. They were a lot stealthier than he thought. Also, the Viper's RD had detected the missile at a little above 10,000 kilometers, and the rocket immediately started boosting. The bot controlling the missile must have witnessed the recon drone work through the electromagnetic spectrum and then focus on it too long and figured the gig was up, which it was. Ash had thought he'd detect any missiles at over 50,000 kilometers and just pop them. These weapons were a lot more sophisticated, but he still was going to pop them. The sensors aboard Mistress of Space weren't on the same level as Viper, but Mistress of Space was still a freighter from a second-rate state. The measure twice, cut once was a tramp freighter from the Solar Union. This ambush may very well have killed that ship. He thinks the Mistress of Space would have survived, but it might have had to launch missiles of its own in anti-missile mode. Each missile was destroyed more or less a second or 2 apart. With a single missile that hadn't detected the ship with a low kill probability, the computer would wait for optimal conditions to fire, but with 10 missiles with a good track, it started firing a lot sooner. The closest the last missile got was 9,000 kilometers. That's basically in range for a bomb-pumped X-ray laser warhead, but thankfully, not any other type. Not even Kasaba howitzers can reach out that far. Clara continued, all targets destroyed, Fräulein Captain. Ash, relax slightly, go active on all sensors, full power, then max continuous power to the emitters. Flush the heat sinks, start dissipating heat. If it's bigger than a speck of dust, I want to see it. Ash found 45 missiles that day in 4 clusters. Then he looked around for another 12 hours before he was convinced nothing else was there. Leaf was feeling older than his years. He was depressed and losing faith. The golden age of Vikings was gone over half a century ago before he was born. Even and every year, less and fewer people followed the old ways and the old faith. This may not be the end, but it was definitely no longer just the beginning of the end. What galled Leaf the most was that the end of everything he cherished didn't come with one great final battle as foretold in Ragnarok, but with the mewling whimper and gasping of a man dying of old age. His entire culture was dying a woman's death. He decided to speak to the men, and hell, even the woman, who followed him one last time this night at the darkest hour. He would ask the gods one final time for some sort of direction or sign, and then when they declined to reply, he'd curse all the Aesir, the Christian god, and anyone else who would listen and then get proper drunk. When he woke up a few days later, he'd leave and find some exciting way to go to Valhalla while there still was anyone around who knew what it was. Hours later, Leaf was somewhat nervous. Did everyone within 100 Rost come to watch him humiliate himself? Granted, he was paying for all the drink. Though Leaf probably would have done the same, he thought. Still, he began his speech, begging Odin or Freya, or even some fucking dwarf to give him and his people a sign as to where in this Christ-cursed world could people live like the old ways. He really got to gesticulating and didn't even realize how quiet people got until he looked up to see 5 of the brightest falling stars falling in sync down the horizon. Leaf was stunned, stupid. He'd seen falling stars before, but never ones this bright. Was this the sign? Perhaps not. Just as Leaf was trying to talk himself out of what his eyes were seeing, the 5 falling stars broke into hundreds of different streaks, maybe 1,000. Each smaller falling star was still brighter than the brightest falling star he'd ever seen, and they didn't burn out like every other falling star he'd seen. They all seemed to be falling in more or less the same direction. They came from different sides of the sky, but they were all falling on the same place. Leaf felt chagrined for doubting his gods initially. Thor, you could have just doubled them from 5 to 10. You didn't have to go crazy. People were chanting Odin and Thor's name, and even Leaf's. Leaf would find out where these things from heaven landed if it was the last thing he did. And when he did, his people would all follow. It would be a Varangian adventure.